Morning. I think I got the microphone on. Oh, wait. I got the mic. There we go. All right. YouTube's lined up. Good stuff. All right. Janine. Where's my glasses? Those aren't the right ones. I could wear my sunglasses. No. Julia Rock. Good morning. Brenda. Crystal Edwards. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, cellmates. Sounds dangerous, doesn't it? MH. Prisoners, the lies they tell us. Oh, yeah. Aren't we? I think the tides are changing very much. The volcano seems to want to spew. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. I've seen a shift in the documents and the way they're doing things. So interesting. Melting down. Todd Flanders. Good to have you aboard again, sir. Pioneer driver. JM. They erased my message again. This guy's garage, June 22nd, True North's Andrew Lawton, June 22nd, Bill Blair. There. Who's erasing messages? Not happening over here. Let me know. Paul Kimber. Brother Paul, how's it going? Therefore, whosoever he's spoken in the darkness shall be heard in the light, and that which he's spoken in the ear of clauses proclaimed upon the housetops. Brother Paul, God bless you, sir. Good morning. See Nikki A's screen capture at the top of Twitter. Somebody's deleted message. No. Deleting messages, not good. Chris Lee, good morning. Locked in trunk of car. TVD, no. Lucky little mafioso. You're renaming yourself, man. Everybody's into the renaming thing. Okay, the Looky Loos, the Sats. JJ, Blue Nose, Nosy Scotian, Lily Bomb, hello. Molly Denver, good morning, Molly. Invasion 1. All right, and we've got Todd, the Jessica says hello. Good morning, Jessica and CSE and MCC and lawyers. How are you doing? All right. What was it? Exhibit numbers? Making a difference, folks. Making a difference. All right. So we have the KRISTA show. Lined up for today. KRISTA. She'll be sitting around in the furniture. I don't know. Maybe she'll give away a car. You never know. You never know what's going to happen at the MCC. Hopefully it won't be this, because they're going to talk about, what is the topic today again? What's the topic? Supporting survivors in communities of mass shootings.
Good evening. There was an outburst of anger from family members at the Mass Casualty Commission today. It was directed at the RCMP constable assigned to deal with families whose loved ones were killed in the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Heidi Petracek is covering the inquiry for us and has the details.
No interruptions, please.
He's under oath. He's to speak the truth.
He's under oath. Yes, he is.
Scathing words from the man whose wife and unborn child were killed in Nova Scotia's April 2020 mass shooting, directed at the RCMP constable tasked with communicating with families after the tragedy.
No more interruptions, please.
That's after Nick Beaton's lawyer pressed RCMP Constable Wayne Skipper Bent on statements the family says he made to Beaton after Kristen's murder.
You told him that we needed to rule out specifically some sort of relationship between his wife and the perpetrator or some connection between them. Your evidence here today is that you never said anything of the sort.
I would have told him that we are looking at everything. What is the relationship as to why he was and wasn't looking at certain people?
There's no evidence Kristen Beaton ever knew Gabriel Wortman, the man who murdered both neighbors and strangers in his 13-hour rampage. Bent said he merely meant police were looking at any possible connections. Beaton left the inquiry in anger.
No, this is enough. This whole bull show.
And to be shot down by the commissioners, not okay. I'm extremely upset by that.
While some families have told the commission they had a positive experience with Bent, the daughter of Tom Bagley says in her opinion, the RCMP's sole family liaison sometimes did more harm than good.
We were told that for my father's boots, which was a main question I had, that sometimes when people get shot, that their boots fly off. That was one of his responses to me.
Ever since the tragedy, families have raised serious concerns over the agonizing delays in getting information about their loved ones during and after the shootings. Bent says he wasn't in charge of official next of kin notifications, but did his best to tell them what he could.
Part of the role is to make sure the information is timely and that it's sensitive. How can you do that with so many crime scenes, so many victims with one person? Clearly, you need a team. To suggest that he was content to deal with everything, well, we see the fallout.
That fallout certainly felt at the inquiry today. The families in attendance today left before Bent's testimony was over, a sign of their frustration. But Bent did say that the RCMP needs to put a policy in place describing just what a family liaison is and what the job entails. He says right now, as far as he knows, there wasn't one then and there isn't one now. Todd.
Okay, Heidi Petracek, our reporter at the Mass Casualty Inquiry in Truro. Good evening. There was an out.
Okay, so siloing Skippy. Silo Skippy. Just in case everybody doesn't understand why there was only one person. Because Silo gets all the information. Who is Skippy? Skippy, MCU, Major Crimes Unit. He was investigating. That's what he was doing. He wasn't really liaising with families. He was investigating. Nice. Nice. I'm putting together a video on the all the stuff that's been happening in the last few days, which by and large is I would say the next layer, because they still don't want you to go up, underneath what's really going on. They don't want you to see that, but it's great that it's getting a lot of attention, isn't it? Notice how Heidi Petracek filmed in front of the don't know. Salty Air, good morning. They are watching. They're absolutely watching. They always watch. Salty Air, Salty Air. Charlene, looking good in the video. Meaning looking very professional, very spoke very eloquently. Hope you're hanging in there. My prayers are always with all the families. Okay, uploaded new content. Check it out. We had Odir's video on last night. Thanks for those who joined. Good morning, says Charlene. Ken, hello. Hugs. Well, see, getting more attention, and we'll get more. Trust me. Christiana. All right, so let's get this one lined up. Stop that, and we'll start this. Who is it? I saw the comment there. All right.
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
Grab your popcorn for the KRISTA show about families after McDonald's treatment of the Beatons. Good for them standing up. Good for all the families. Hugs to all of them. Hugs. Yep. Yes, yes. Any families watching? Dear Voice is back today, of course. Just a joke, isn't it? We'll talk about some of the stuff, the stories that are coming out for you. What was that? Viva Frey. For Fry. Viva Fry. I noticed it. Remember, played a little clip there, and somebody, thank you, had mentioned bringing Nova Scotia up, right? Because, of course, everybody's just been ignoring it. Ignoring it. Now it's become a political hot potato. Any attention is good attention. That's the way I'm trying to look at it. But to see these characters standing up in Parliament now talking about it. Really? Some of them. Whoa. You're from down there. And then all of a sudden you're wearing a Nova Scotia tie and you're like, this is very concerning. Get with the times. I'm not sure. Back to the Future. What's happening there? You just lost time there. Where were you? 2 years, 2 months. 2 years, 2 months. Where were they before? Where's the media been all this time? Whitewashing, bullshitting. Cheryl, good morning. Seawood, good morning. Please share. They're going to come back with some soft soaping and NLP garbage, but of course you guys are all very smart. I'll see through it. Truro Police Station. Oh, interesting. Great observation, Tad. Glow. Good morning. Good morning. Nikki noticed it. Thank you very much for your tips. Appreciate that. I'm going to use a piece, if you don't mind. Ken, praying for the doors to open, and this is blowing it wide open. This is the start. But we got to keep going and keep digging deeper. We got to help everybody get everybody up to speed. So please continue to share. That's the way we're going to do it. It is
Bonjour,
really important.
bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We have a cozy platform here today with a number of guests. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please take a moment with us to remember those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. This week during proceedings, we have been learning about post-event communications and supports, including how families sought information about their loved ones, how next of kin notifications worked, the supports offered to the families, communities, and responders, and what the RCMP and governments said publicly following the mass casualty. Building on these areas later today, we will hear from Dr. Jacqueline Schuldekrot talking about her commissioned report focused on supporting survivors and communities after the mass shootings. This afternoon, we anticipate hearing again from technical witness Daryl McDonald, commander of the RCMP PEI Operational Communications Center. He will be available to answer additional questions brought forward by participants. Mr. McDonald's first appearance as a technical witness on March 1st was talking to us about 911 and dispatch systems. And thank you for returning, Mr. McDonald. First up today, however, we are focusing on emergency communications and interoperability or collaboration among agencies. You'll recall that we've learned about interoperability earlier in the proceedings, including in May, when we looked into RCMP command decisions, and earlier this month when we heard about the Truro Police Service, Halifax Police Service, 911 system, and radio communications. You can see the foundational documents related to those proceedings and webcasts and other material from those proceedings on our website. This morning, we welcome Roundtable members who will be discussing communications within agencies, communication between agencies, and cultivating interoperability and collaboration. This discussion will help us fulfill the requirement in our mandate to examine how different police services communicated both within and between their organizations. We are also required to bring forward recommendations and lessons learned, and we anticipate that today's roundtable will assist us in that work. I will now ask KRISTA Smith from our Commission's Research and Policy team to introduce the roundtable members and facilitate today's discussion. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you, KRISTA.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fitch. I'm very excited to welcome this table of roundtable participants today. We have quite an assembly of individuals with different areas of expertise. So we'll have a very fulsome conversation of several issues today. Without any more delay, I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to introduce themselves and speak a little bit about their connection to the work of interoperability and collaboration between agencies. So I think we'll just start at the end of the table and go around.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Haley Crichton. I'm currently the Executive Director of Public Safety and Security Division with the Nova Scotia Department of Justice, having held this role since approximately May 2021 and joining the Nova Scotia Department of Justice in August of 2020. So our division, Public Safety and Security Division, is leading a number of large-scale projects pursuant to the authorities of the Minister of Justice under the Police Act that are related to today's discussion or pertinent to today's discussion, including modernization of the provincial policing standards, a new modern police audit program, and generally our relationship with police across Nova Scotia. So we work directly with both independent municipal police and the RCMP as well. So I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne Pike. I'm Chief of the Amherst Police Department. As a small police department on the border with New Brunswick, one of our challenges sometimes is ensuring that we can provide an effective service to our community, and we do that by working with the agencies around us, including other police agencies and other community agencies. So when we talk about interoperability and collaboration and those kinds of concepts, it's something that's core to what we need and what we utilize to make sure that we're effective. And that's obviously very appropriate for this discussion today. And I'm looking very forward to the discussion, learning some things, and just talking about those things in general. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Terry Canning. I came to what eventually came to be the Public Safety and Field Communications Office for the province of Nova Scotia in 2000, after 20 years as a volunteer deputy fire chief. I was initially the volunteer coordinator for the TMR implementation in the province of Nova Scotia, and eventually the role transitioned, I guess I'll say, to become interoperability coordinator with roles for responsibility, I should say, for fleet map coordination between and amongst various agencies. Moved again to emergency communications coordinator, and at that time I served as the Nova Scotia representative on the FTP Interoperability Working Group. In about 2008, I think it was, we developed the RINSAC, the Radio Interoperability Nova Scotia Advisory Council, and I chaired that for a number of years. We also developed the Nova Scotia Communications Interoperability Plan, and I was the lead developer on that. And I think the most useful tool that I was involved in developing was the Mutual Aid Talk Group MOU, and a document that triggers the assignment of mutual aid talk groups for multi-agency incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I'm just going to follow up actually with you on a couple of things just so that everyone understands some of the language or lingo that you're using. And we will be defining terms in the course of this roundtable to make sure that technical terms make sense for everyone. The first thing you mentioned was TMR.
Trunk mobile radio.
Okay, so the radio system in Nova Scotia?
Yes.
All right. And then you mentioned a fleet map.
Fleet map is a combination of well, it's not it's the radio programming, both the channels that are in the radio as well as the functionality of the various user interface buttons and dials and so on.
All right. And FTP?
Federal, provincial, territorial.
Yeah. Thank you. And you defined RINSAC for us, so that's a governing agency that we're going to speak about later today. And then just very quickly, mutual aid talk group.
Mutual aid talk groups was a concept, I guess, that was introduced to us in Nova Scotia in 2000 as we were beginning the implementation of the first generation trunk radio system here in Nova Scotia. And it came, I believe, and I defer to Todd's better knowledge on it because it was a term that was developed when I came out of the project. But it was, it's basically a concept where all participating agencies in an incident, and in this case, have shared channels and don't have to share radios or have radios reprogrammed. Those channels, those talk groups are already in the radio. So everybody in Nova Scotia, the policy was from 2000 on, every radio that's on the system has those channels. We've extended that same approach across the entire region. I was involved in the implementation in New Brunswick in 2015 to 17. We did the same thing there. We also did the same thing in PEI. So all three maritime provinces have that same approach to interagency communications.
All right. So a mutual aid talk group is a place where people can meet from different agencies.
That's a good way to describe it. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Over to Chris Davis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Davis from Lansdowne Technologies, part of the Lansdowne Consulting Group. I was one of the contributing authors to the commission paper on communications interoperability and the Alert Ready system. Over the course of my professional career, I've spent close to 20 years as a member of the military police with the Canadian Armed Forces. And for the last 17 years, I've had the privilege of working with organizations and agencies across Canada on interoperability, specifically communications interoperability, with really a focus on trying to enable timely, effective, accurate communications between agencies, between jurisdictions. I've also had a direct involvement in working with stakeholders to develop the communication interoperability strategy for Canada and continuing to work with jurisdictions either on assessing the robustness of their current capabilities, or in some cases helping them implement new and enhanced interoperability capabilities. Certainly look forward to contributing any way I can this morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lance Valcourt. I'm a retired inspector from the Ottawa Police Service, where I spent 33 years. And much of my passion, which is probably going to become quite evident today about this topic of interoperability, comes from many, many failings, mine and ours at the Ottawa Police during major events, where we just couldn't get the right information to the right people at the right time due to various, it could have been cultural things, it could have been technical things, it could have been policy things. So all of these issues, for example, in 2004, I was the incident commander when President Bush visited Ottawa. He then flew down, and I think, Bill, you were involved in the visit. We were just very happy to say. The best words on those visits are wheels up. It means they're somebody else's things. But we had 2 weeks to plan for that event. We had 7 different radio systems, and none of them talked to each other. We had multiple failings I made as a result of not having the right information at the right time. So you'll see that kind of some of that passion come out. So post-retirement, I was fortunate enough to work with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the fire chiefs, and the paramedic chiefs as the executive director of a not-for-profit group called the Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group, which I know the Commission has heard multiple times. Bill was actually my boss on that. He was on the board, and that group led the creation of the strategy that we're going to talk about today, and the continuum that we're going to talk about today. So that's where I got a chance to meet multiple people around this table and learned, quite frankly, what a great job was happening in Nova Scotia from a radio perspective, and something that we all kind of aspire to. So that's, I'm now almost fully retired, and it's an honor to be here. This is, in my opinion, I have family here. Just such an important job, what you're doing. And if we can help improve things going forward, not only in Nova Scotia, but across the country and around the world, and to be a small part of that, I'm very honored. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Moore. I'm presently the Public Safety Project Lead at Halifax Regional Municipality. But prior to that, I was the former Executive Director for the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police nationally. And prior to that, I had a 31-year career in Halifax Regional Police, retiring as a Deputy Chief. In my role in policing, I've had a number of interactions on the communication side. While with the City of Halifax, I was seconded to be the project manager and lead the design build of the Integrated Emergency Services, which is the combined 911 police fire dispatch system for Halifax Regional Municipality. And in that also was officer in charge of the TMR digital transfer when we went from TMR to the new digital platform. In addition to that work, I was, as Lance mentioned, with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, I was the first chair of CTIG, the Canadian Interoperability Technology Interest Group, which looked at interoperability issues nationally and internationally. And in that role, I was the Canadian liaison to the statewide interoperability coordinators in Homeland Security in the United States. And also worked on the allocation of the 700 megahertz spectrum to harmonize broadband communications between us and the United States and provide a public safety platform. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daryl McDonald. I'm the commander of the RCMP Communications Center located in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. We dispatch for all of Prince Edward Island, Kensington Police Service, and conservation officers in Prince Edward Island as well. My role here in Nova Scotia has been that I worked 20 years in the communications center here as a 911 call taker, a supervisor, a trainer, and on the management side. I also led projects to integrate dispatching for Department of Fisheries and Oceans for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. And I currently sit on the national CAD working group, and I know you're going to ask me what CAD is, so Computer Aided Dispatch for the RCMP. And so I lead the CAD working group nationally for development of our national CAD. And also I sit on the advisory council for our National Operational Communication Center, National Policy Center, and providing direction in relation to where we're going with dispatch centers across the country. I spent 20 years here in Truro working and raised our family here. And I just do want to take a moment to recognize the tremendous loss that the families and the community here have suffered. My wife and I are grieved by that. My children are grieved by that. And Truro has a special place for us, and Colchester County does as well. And so anything that I can do personally to help in the commission's work, I'm more than glad to do that. And I just want to recognize the families and their tremendous loss today.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Todd Brown. I am Director of Strategic Initiatives for Public Safety and Field Communications, which is the division of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services that is responsible for contract administration of the Trunk Mobile Radio Agreement. The Trunk Mobile Radio Agreement services about 80 different organizations and sectors in Nova Scotia, being the primary mission critical field communications network for the RCMP, the volunteer public safety community, which includes volunteer firefighters, ground search and rescue organizations, municipal emergency management organizations, Government of Canada departments that require field communication services. And so I've worked on this kind of thing for most of my career. So I've been with the provincial government for 33 years. 27 of those years were as Director of Public Safety and Field Communications. In that role, I was responsible for leading the teams that developed the TMR1 system and the TMR2 system. In the last 2 years, I've been seconded to another role within Public Safety and Field Communications, working with the federal government on the establishment of the Public Safety Broadband Network, which is a longer-term initiative to establish a public safety grade mission-critical mobile data system, communication system for all of Canada.
Thank you very much, Todd. We're going to spend some time over technical concepts next to sort of set the stage for our conversation, to make sure that everyone listening has the opportunity to understand some of the concepts, as well as some of the, you know, I'm learning about this as we go, what feels to me rather complex structures that exist around governance of communications, both nationally and provincially. So I think it's worth just going slow in the beginning so that then the conversation that will follow makes good sense to everyone. The first thing I'd like to do is we had planned to bring up on the screen there it is, the interoperability continuum. And this, I'm hoping that this will give us a way of keeping ourselves organized and all the concepts clear. So just to start off, I'd like, maybe I'll ask Lance to give us a definition of interoperability, because it seems to mean different things to different people sometimes.
If we look at the document or the model, the continuum that's in front of you that I believe Chris is going to go into some detail on, that's inside of something called the Communications Interoperability Strategy for Canada. And in that document, I apologize, I didn't write down the words in my notebook, but there is an actual definition of interoperability. In the simplest terms, what that means is getting, as I said before, the right information to the right people at the right time. How that happens, frankly, the public doesn't care. The police officers on the street doesn't care. The firefighters don't care. The paramedics don't care. The technical pieces of it, there are really, really smart people in our country that can make all that happen. It's defining the mission, right? And that includes a concept which we've been espousing, and one of the documents that the commission provided us is, in the past, frankly, the policing community, we were the worst at this. We were, you don't need to know that. Just trust me. You don't need to know that. And what we now are, if we're not there yet, where we need to be is moving from the need to know to the need to share. So the starting ground should be everything should be shared whenever possible, as quickly as possible, with the right, and right is defined as the people that really need it. So not every police officer needs to have every piece of information at a crime scene. Right, at the higher levels, as the incident commander, I need to know the vast majority of that. But even at that, for example, during the Bush visit, I'm not listening to radios. I'm not looking at computer screens. I have a team surrounding me that are saying, boss, you need to know this piece of information or that piece of information, because I'm literally only making a few decisions at that time. So the actual definition is in something that's already been tabled, I believe, as evidence with the commission. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to add to the understanding of interoperability, or does that give us a good working definition for our conversation today?
Well, I think there's a larger interoperability concept in terms of how agencies work together, and kind of a subset of that is communications interoperability, which is kind of more about technology and making technology work to enable communications. It's a subtlety, but I think it's important.
Okay, thanks. And I hope we are going to tease that out today. So as Lance alluded to, we were going to ask Chris, who prepared one of the commissioned reports for the commission, to kind of walk us through the diagram on the screen.
Wonderful. And I guess just maybe to answer your initial question, just so
Sure.
we have it as working text for today. So officially within the interoperability strategy for Canada, interoperability is defined as the ability of emergency responders to exchange information via data, voice, and video on demand in real time as needed and is authorized to complete their missions. And as Lance said, it's really about getting the right information to the right people at the right time. So on the screen, we do have what we refer to as the Canadian Communications Interoperability Continuum. I think it's important to appreciate that a lot of this foundational work was inspired by work done by the United States of America. So following the tragedy of 9/11, where they could not advise firefighters to evacuate the Twin Towers because they didn't have the ability to get the information to their first responders in a timely fashion, they took a very significant national initiative to make communications interoperability a priority. So as we look at the continuum, we refer to 5 lanes or 5 core elements. The first is governance, and I think that's really a people component. It's about bringing the right decision makers, the right funders, the right stakeholders together to build that culture and strategy and collaborative environment to make communication interoperability a priority. Standard operating procedures is really about the plans, the procedures, and the practices that have to be in place so that what Lance described as almost a seamless activity during operations and activities is based on well-established protocols. So what does that mean? And you'll see the continuum kind of breaks it down from what we'll call the left side to the right side. And you can be very successful without being at the far right side of the continuum. Where there's less technology, there has to be more reliance on less traditional, less technical scenarios. For example, it could be a liaison officer who can provide information rather than the ability for them to share it with technology. In technology, you'll see there's 2 components. One is data-centric and one is voice-centric. So voice is the radio. Data is everything else that is increasingly available to through technologies today. What is true? Although technology evolves almost daily, most jurisdictions have the opportunity to get their significant technology investments right once a decade. And that just underscores how important it is when you go through a procurement cycle to make sure that that multi-million-dollar investment is based on, to use Lance's words, the mission. We know form follows function. What do you want your technology to do? And sometimes we don't define all those parameters. How important are encrypted channels? How important are mutual aid channels? How important is coverage in rural parts of Canada or your jurisdiction? The next part is all around training and exercises. So in my experience, not all jurisdictions do a great job of really training and exercising the communications component when they do major event planning or major exercises. So we want to make sure that the people who have the technology are as comfortable with that as any other tool they have. The firefighters need to know how to use the apparatus. Police officers need to understand all the tools they have in their use of force continuum. Paramedics need to be obviously medical practitioners. They need to understand how to use that radio or the data technology available to them in a meaningful way. And the final one is usage. And I think that really goes back to the planned use and intent for the use of any technology. What was it designed for? When do we use it? How do we use it? And we need to have confidence in how it's going to be used and understand what the capabilities are, but equally what the limitations are. So I hope that provides a good introduction to these core concepts, but ultimately this is optimizing people, process, and technology for a very important public safety contributor to community safety writ large.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to keep the conversation with Chris and Lance for another couple of moments. Lance, you were telling me about how some of the work that's come out of this strategy has since then has focused on the recognition that you might have all the tools in place, but there still isn't the means to use it well. And there's some reference to an enabling framework that needs to be in place in order for the technology to be used well. Can you explain that to us a little bit more?
Yeah, so the last lane, usage, it also denotes daily usage. So one of the mistakes when this model was first created in the States, and then we use the term borrowed with pride, you might say stole, this model and kind of Canadianized it, got the spelling correct, for example, was people thought, yeah, always, to Chris's point, you always had to be at the far right, which is not correct, right? If you're only going to work together once a year, well, then just, arrive at the scene, swap radios or chat and do what you have to do and move on. If it's something you're going to be doing on a regular basis, then yes, you want to move further to the right and have, to the point of the model, have MOUs or policies in place. And how do we do this? When do we do this? Who turns it on? Who has the authority to say, yes, we're going to do this or that? But just the fact that you've got a radio system that works, and there's a really tragic example from the United Kingdom. They have a system in the United Kingdom called Airwave. They've had it for a long time. And it's a kind of a different technology, but it's similar to land mobile radio. Every police, fire, and paramedic member in the United Kingdom can talk to each other. Everyone. Which is pretty phenomenal, right? Yet they've had multiple inquiries and inquests where people that needed to share information didn't share that information because they didn't know how to get to that specific channel, mutual aid channel, because you had to flick a couple of switches or a knob or whatever it was on their radio. So just because you have a technical capability to communicate doesn't necessarily mean that the communication happens, which goes back to the exercises where we run these exercises on a regular basis. And I know Nova Scotia, the TMR folks, the radio folks have done a really good job of that. It's not just the operationalizing, okay, who's in charge? We used something called actions on briefings. So if you're at a major event and a protester breaks a window, Staff Sergeant Jones, what's the action on that incident? So you kind of walk through that, right? And well, I think we should arrest them, or we should do this, we should do that. Okay, but now there's 300 protesters surrounding 2 officers. What's the action on that? So you work your way up. You can do these exercises around a table like this in an hour, right? Not maybe massively complex ones, but, and then you throw in, so and how would we actually share that information with our paramedic friends if someone got injured? Oh, I don't know. Okay, do you remember that training we had last year? So we need to operationalize it and train with it so that on the day, the worst day of our lives, it all works. My wife is a sports psychology consultant, and she practices something called neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. This is something where, for example, when we're training as police officers, when I was first trained, we would fire our pistol like once a year. And we would literally put the bullets into our hands and then into our pocket because the range master didn't want to have to pick up empty shell casings. Well, that's really bad training because you're training your mind and your muscles to do something that you're never actually going to do or shouldn't be doing on a really bad day. So in the same way, when we run these exercises, we try to make them as real as possible and then codify that in policy, but recognizing the policies need to change on it. They're very dynamic, right? We learn lessons. Does that help?
Very much so. So the other piece that I wanted to ask of the two of you, and then we'll move on and make sure everyone gets to weigh in, is in your experience, which of the lanes have proven trickiest to improve or work on?
So that's a great question, Krista. Thank you. And I think the hierarchy of the continuum, I think, answers the question. In my experience, it's governance. And I know governance means a lot of different things to different people. I really see governance about the organizations, the agencies, all around collaboration. It's around funding. It's about procurement. It's about culture. And I always like to highlight that if I had my preference, I would actually turn the interoperability about 90 degrees clockwise. And if you do that, you'll see the important words that typically hide on the slide that very few people appreciate when they look at the continuum. I like to share those now. Mm-hmm. So the anchor to everything really leads or resides in these words, I believe. High degree of leadership, planning, and collaboration among areas with commitment to and investment in the sustainability of systems and documentation. And again, it hides in plain sight for many people, and we wonder why we don't always achieve the target outcomes when we make these significant investments in technology. So again, we go back to procurement and the whole concept of form follows function. Governance is where you define those shared operational requirements. You do have to establish the constraints, and funding may be and frequently is a legitimate constraint. So the value of any technology investment is going to be contingent on three things from a typical project perspective: the time you have to implement it, or arguably when you're implementing it, the scope of the project, and then the funding that goes with that. So we can have visions for technology that doesn't exist yet or isn't readily available, or the technology could be available, but we're not able to get consensus on that as a core critical capability. So whether that's radio, whether that's alert ready. And then the other thing too that I just want to highlight very quickly before I wrap up is that rarely do you have jurisdictions who are going through the procurement cycles at the same time. And I think it's a real credit to New Brunswick, PEI, and Nova Scotia for landing a tri-province radio system. That has been inspirational and aspirational for a lot of other jurisdictions. In many cases, there are 10 radio systems within 10 square miles of each other. No procurement coordination, no interoperability coordination, world-class technology that really doesn't live up to the expectations that I think we should have in terms of achieving both interoperability and, more importantly, communications interoperability.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Anything you would add, Lance?
Yeah, just that, again, if I was looking at this province and saying, how, going forward, that we're probably getting maybe a bit ahead of ourselves, but is that there's another strategy that we haven't kind of shown here, but is available. It wasn't approved by the federal, provincial, territorial governments like this one was, but it's around information management. And in a nutshell, every jurisdiction, for example, the province, should have an information management strategy for all of public safety. The problem is they're all done, to Chris's point, in silos. I had an opportunity to brief the Deputy Minister, Solgen, and Ontario a number of years ago, and I'm talking about this, and there's a massive radio project in Ontario, and there was Next Generation 911, and I listed about a dozen projects that they were doing at the ministry at that time, all very expensive projects. No one in that room had any idea what was happening at the Department of Health or the corrections or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So someone, taking Stephen Covey's kind of vision, needs to climb to the top of the tallest tree and say to all departments from all across the province and all communities, okay, what information does everybody need? When do they need it? How do they need it? And once that mission is defined, then really smart people can go out and start to procure that in a timely fashion or build that and that. Because if you're not saying that whatever we buy shall be open standards based, which is around the world, right? You're literally, if the three of you bought 3 different things at 3 different times, they probably won't talk to each other. But if each one of your procurement says, whatever we buy has to talk to everybody else in the province whenever I need it to, whether it be talking on a radio or sending information or showing a picture or Blue Force tracking, then you will get where you want to go. But Chris regularly says from Lewis Carroll, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there.
Thank you. Bill, I'd like to take it over to you now to speak a little bit more about the governance piece and how it works nationally and provincially. I know that you have experience at both levels.
So I'm going to really lean on what Lance had just mentioned. The structure of policing is basically provincial, with the exception of the federal force, is a provincial responsibility. Most police agencies are municipally based. So you end up with a strange mix of FTP that doesn't have an M in it. So the municipalities become a child of the province. So it really comes down to the ability of the province to work with the municipalities if they're going to go with the provincial piece, which obviously that's Haley's office that has that now. The radio, the TMR was a godsend, but it was a voluntary godsend. And the work around the field communications people to bring people together was all done on a collaborative basis. So there was nobody saying you had to do that. So therefore, the amount of cooperation, collaboration, governance work, continuum work was all based on the good intentions of those who decided to show up at things like the RINSAC meetings, or show up at meetings when Todd had meetings and go from there. And we achieved, I think, some good things, but at the same time, it was not, from a governance perspective, not everybody was singing from the same song sheet, quite frankly. And when you have that, that lack of governance, or that impacts all the other pieces in the continuum. So if you don't have governance, you're not going to have standing operating procedures. You may have technology, and as I said, the technology is, and quite frankly, was the easiest thing. We have great technology. The hard work is the other 4 continuums. Getting people to show up at a training exercise. I can remember basically having to order people to go to training exercises because everyone's busy. And then usage. It takes time and energy for people to actually pretend your radio doesn't work on the primary channel today, and you're going to work off a backup channel. Or you're going to go to the backup communication center for the entire day and work from there. Why? Because when you have a really bad day, that's going to be complicated because you're now going to be in a space that you've never been in or you've never done. So from the governance perspective, and this is achievable. And I think because the technology is so good, it has put us in a position where we've got this. Our TMR radio, it's great. We're coverage. We've got all this. We don't need the other stuff. We don't need it because we've got, look at this radio. I could talk to Commissioner Fitch in Fredericton on the radio if I wanted to. But that does not help us when we have the worst day, bad day, for all the other pieces. And what this really does in my mind for interoperability, interoperability is not the end state. Interoperability is a capability to allow teams to function at a high performing level. So if you go to team dynamics, the forming, storming, norming, performing of Tuckman, doing this background work gets teams to the point of norming. You've already done the storming, you've already done that stuff. So when something bad happens and teams come together, disparate teams that maybe not working together all the time, you're already at a position that you're norming and you're just tinkering around the edges and hopefully getting to your performance stage very quickly. Without the background information, you're potentially stuck in the storming phase. Who does what? How do I do that? Who's in charge? How do I get that? And that's why the background stuff is important. So when we look at the continuum, it's a process, but I applaud the work that has been done in relation to moving this, but I think we still have a lot of work to do. And I've said this a number of times in my policing career, the piece of kit that a police officer uses the most is the radio, and I would argue probably the least understood, which is unfortunate.
Bill, I think that's a really helpful concept that you mentioned that I've heard in other places, but not in this context. The Tuckman's forming, storming, norming, and performing. So I want to pause over it so that everyone heard it, because I think that that's a useful way to think about this, that on your worst day, you want to be performing, at least, or norming or performing, but not forming and not storming.
And just on the team dynamic piece of this, I mean, interoperability is bringing together different teams. And sometimes they gel, sometimes they gel, but I'm going to suggest that doesn't happen all the time. When you have multiple agency responses, all these teams coming, they're forming a new team. And all those questions, those pieces happen all the time. And if you're not conscious of the process, then leadership may not be doing the correct things at the right times to help move those teams through those pieces. So in some cases, talking about leadership, a leader may have to actually be very directive and say, no, this is the way we're going to do things to alleviate the conflict, to move them from the storming period to get them. Because there are a lot of teams, and probably some are participating on some now in workplaces, where they never get out of storming. They just never achieve performance because they're so stuck in this kind of grind of not being able to move forward. And when I was thinking about the continuum and how it relates to team dynamics, which is really what we're talking about here, this positions us in a position to get a lot of that stuff done ahead of time. So when the dark day comes, we're not worried about doing that churn. We're just worried about trying to get the mission. Going back to the thing, what is our mission at the end of the day?
Thank you. So the other area I wanted to explore with you that we haven't really yet is to talk a little bit about governance at the national level. And it's really just to explain to everyone listening how that works and how it impacts or does not impact the province.
So I've been a little bit removed. I may have to defer to Chris, but the work, there was, I would suggest, a recognized void in working in governance around the issue. Coming out of the federal government, actually Lance was there then for the Center for Security Science. What came out of that was the CTIG not-for-profit. So CTIG was a not-for-profit run by the Canadian Chiefs of Police, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, and the Paramedic Chiefs of Canada. And what it was a recognized need to bring the service providers together. So you had a federal, provincial, territorial framework of government officials, and then all of, but there was no, if I can use, I'm talking with my hands here, no lateral across service providers, the people that were actually responding to events. Through CTIG, it took some work, but in the strategy, CTIG and the associations were actually formally recognized in the federal provincial strategy. So there was a model that was working, I think, to start moving ahead, and then that spawned off into the work on the public safety broadband, where that same group worked with Industry Canada and Public Safety Canada in trying to receive the allocation of the 700 megahertz, which we were successful in doing so. But CTIG is now defunct. You know, it ran a good 10 years, and you know, I could pontificate on a lot of reasons why it happened, but it stopped working. So right now, I would suggest, other than maybe some groups working within police, fire, and paramedics, there is maybe a governmental piece, but I can't speak to that right now as to who is actually leading this work. And I would defer to Chris to see if there's any, I mean, there was a lot of time and energy being placed in the mid-2000s around that work, a lot of meetings, a lot of people, and for some reason it seemed to wane off.
So I think Bill provided a great context and maybe look at some of the building blocks within the governance model as currently reflected. And I think even some of those organizations may not be as active now as we'd like them to be. So understandably, the whole concept of communication interoperability falls under the federal, provincial, and territorial ministers' portfolio. In practical terms, we have an organization called the Senior Officials Responsible for Emergency Management, or SORM, and they're really recognized as the leadership group that's looking to set strategic guidance and priorities. And below them, there are a number of working groups. So there's a response working group, which really has on paper, the mandate to implement and to champion and to move the interoperability strategy forward. Then there are, again, federal, provincial, territorial interoperability working groups. But to Bill's point, M has been perhaps a silent partner, an invisible partner, and in many occasions, they feel like a forgotten partner in the discussions. And then there was CTIG and the associations. There's also a Canada-US interoperability working group as well, which was looking at not only are we having to resolve interoperability issues in Canada, we border many partners, many friends on the United States side where that is equally important too, and that's not always well understood. So at the end of the day, it's not always clear how active these groups are and what the next steps are in relation to those. So I'm sure there's some great work being done, but more, I guess, visibility and transparency into that work would be useful.
Thank you. Lance?
Yeah, just a quick story. Many years ago, our technical team came to us and said, you know, we're going to do a study of cellular phones for the front line. And the result of that study was they said, well, nobody really wants them. No police officer really wants a cell phone. And I'm going, that doesn't seem right. That seems everybody's coming to my office saying they'd like a cell phone. And it came out that no one had ever given one or let them use it from an operational perspective. So the same kind of thing has happened at the national level, specific to, for example, alerting. If I was to say to Terry, as a retired fire member, what kind of capabilities do you need? He's going to come, well, we need this, it has to be in building coverage, whatever. If I go to a paramedic and say, well, what do you need? Well, I need 3D imaging, or I need all the kind of stuff I have at the hospital. I'd really like to have that out on the road so I can see what's going on here. And if I went to a police officer, they're going to give me the requirements. Unfortunately, in the case of the alerting, because it was an FPT working group, the police and the fire and the paramedics weren't involved in those discussions about requirements. So as a result, when bad things happen and, hey, we'd like to be able to send out an alert, or we'd like to do this, or we'd like to do that, those requirements weren't, to the best of my knowledge, ever presented because the people weren't in the room, which goes to what both Chris and Bill are saying, is that when we think about requirements, then we have to actively, including the public, say, well, what are your requirements? Now, we can't always meet everyone's requirements, because to do that, we'd need $1 trillion, right? But there is a line where we could try to, okay, if you tell me what you really need, then what's number 1 priority, what's number 19? Well, let's work on number 1 and get to number 10 if we could. But over time, we do want to get to number 19. Does that help?
Thank you. Todd, I wanted to take it over to you now. You had mentioned that you're currently seconded and have been involved with the public safety broadband network, which Bill mentioned. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how it fits into this picture of governance that we're talking about?
Sure. Well, public safety broadband is kind of the next field communications technology that's kind of coming down the pike, to use an expression. It's probably 5 to 10 years away at least. And maybe I should just talk a little bit about why mobile data, for example, will maybe add something to the emergency scene just in terms of communications. So, for example, we're beginning to envision all kinds of new functionality that can be supported over and above the voice networks that we now manage through secure mobile data networks. I'll give you one example, something that is referred to as an accountability mechanism. So we can envision a time in the future when police officers will be tied into a network that when, for example, they remove a gun from their holster, a text message will be sent to a dispatch facility and that will be recorded. And so that will help with the process of auditing why a police officer has withdrawn a gun from their holster. So that's a data application. A couple of other examples. Biometric monitoring, for example. We're soon going to be able to see the ability to monitor first responders' vitals while they're engaged in first response activity. That's a data application, right? So all of those things that are going to be very important in tomorrow's emergency scene are kind of being developed now. And the federal government has recognized the need to move the yardsticks on this and create a national network in many jurisdictions across the world, especially across the Western world. There are national projects underway to establish national broadband networks to service these kinds of functionality in the public sector. So the federal government has tried to provide some leadership in this area. I was involved in something called the Public Safety Broadband Initiative, which worked for a couple of years to do a lot of the necessary policy development work that would be the foundation of such a network when it comes to be in the future. So that would be, the type of commercial organization that you'll engage with to manage a future mobile radio data system, the kind of governance, what kind of input will the provinces have, what role will the federal government have in the management of the contracts to provide this service across the country. So a lot of that is very good and necessary work, although I do see an absence of something in that area that was necessary for us to have success in Nova Scotia in the way that we have had success in Nova Scotia pushing interoperability. So we're now into our second generation of trunk mobile radio now. And for 5 years previous to each one of those generations of technology being implemented, there was a constant dialogue going on between the provincial government and the stakeholder community about enabling that system, right? There was considerable interaction with elected officials, for example. There was considerable interaction with senior bureaucrats at every level of government. We spoke a lot to the stakeholder community, and through that process, we were able to create a consensus about what to do. So by the time we were moving our procurement cycle through the provincial government, cabinet ministers knew what we were talking about, deputy ministers knew what we were talking about. There was a great level of support because the stakeholders were communicating to government about what was important in terms of providing leadership and making specific investments. I don't see that dynamic yet in the federal system, and the federal government is going to have to pull together this next generation of technology because it's going to be a national network. So the federal government has to step up to the plate. I mean, they have been doing very important work. The policy development work that I was involved with was very important, but we're talking about something that's going to take billions of dollars of investment. So the federal government has to step up to the plate with money, and that hasn't yet happened.
Okay. And part of what I want to understand is the purpose and function of CITIG, and that has now become defunct. The gap that's left by that organization isn't filled by PSBN.
No, I mean, CITIG was a very important voice with the federal government just in terms of fighting the fight on this. And right now, there's really an absence in that regard. But it also is a question of capability within the federal government as well, right? Because nobody has ever built a national network before. So a lot of the skill sets that we developed over 20 years just don't exist in the federal system, just in terms of almost acting as a permanent secretariat to the idea of pushing interoperability, right? That doesn't exist in the federal system. And that was critical. I don't know if Terry agrees. He and I worked together very closely for many years, but that was a critical success factor in what we achieved in interoperability here.
I think I would add to what Todd has said with respect to the lack of initiative, if you will, with respect to the data side of things. That's really for those of us at the frontline level, if you will, that's pie in the sky stuff. We experience, as Chief Pike will attest, we experience voice interoperability on a day-to-day basis. This whole concept of being able to share, to first of all collect and then share the data side, that's like Dick Tracy. You know, we just can't visualize what that can do for us, and therefore we can't advocate for it because we don't know what we're asking for.
Yeah, and we played a critical role. For example, that same dynamic existed before we built the first generation of TMR, right? So that was a lot of the work that you and I did, was out in front of municipal councils, talking to stakeholders in fire halls, talking to technologists who work with the police department, kind of building a consensus. And that takes a long time. It also takes the provincial government, and in our case, we were very lucky. The provincial government has accepted a leadership and investment role, right? It's more than just leading. You've got to bring the bucks. This stuff is very expensive. If you want to create the level of interoperability that we have in Nova Scotia. I mean, a little province like Nova Scotia, we have committed over $250 million to the establishment of interoperable networks in the last 20 years, a little province like Nova Scotia. So I see that as something that needs to be developed within the federal government and also in conjunction with an interest group like the CITIG and the function that it has performed in the past.
So the other piece that I want to tease out here is the RINSAC organization and how that sort of provincial governance body helps build consensus. I'm happy for either of you to speak. Terry?
I'll start. Todd can probably fill in details because my memory fades, but RINSAC was a concept, I guess, that developed after CITIG, and I don't remember exactly the timing, the relationship timing, but we had at least 2 of the CITIG sessions, annual CITIG sessions, and then recognized that we had a gap, if you will, of the governance lane within Nova Scotia. We had, at that point, most of the public safety community participating in the radio system, and we were reasonably well along towards the right of the national continuum, but we just didn't have a structure within Nova Scotia to regularly get the participants together face to face and not only find out what their vision was going forward, but to keep them apprised of what was happening on the national level, for example, and opportunities that were coming from the perspective of the supplier community as well, because of course our suppliers, Motorola being the one in Nova Scotia for the most part, are way in advance of the users in developing opportunities, technology, capabilities, and so on. So we felt a need to kind of pull all those pieces together, and we worked very closely with Sergeant Glenn Hudson with the RCMP to develop RINSAC initially, and then brought in various other players. But it became a provincial replication, I guess I would say, of CTIG basically, and kind of pulled all the players together.
Oh, Bill?
Just, you hit it right on the head. At CTIG, at their national meetings, what we would do is we would divide the attendees into where they came from geographically, and we put them in rooms. So they would start the conversation. So we had the Atlantic room in Ontario, and then we would challenge them to talk about where they were. And we actually did an exercise where they took this continuum and circled, where are you? Show where you were. So it was almost used as a scorecard. And then from that group, the RINSAC group came back to them and said, well, we should be continuing this conversation here on a provincial basis, which was fantastic. It was what we wanted to have happen on the national level, and Nova Scotia moved it ahead. So just that was the background on some of that.
We also kind of incorporated it into our contract model as well, RINSAC, into our contract model with the service provider. So we have something in Nova Scotia that we call an integrated governance model. So what that means is we were the first, I'm talking about the provincial government, we were the first entity to negotiate an agreement to establish the network across the province. This is for the current generation of TMR2. So as part of that negotiation, we negotiated terms with the service provider whereby if they went around and started selling that network service to municipalities and federal government organizations, they would have to put certain terms and conditions in their service level agreement. For example, you have to participate in RINSAC. You know, you have to receive training from our trainers. You have to agree to meet with public safety and field communication staff at least once a year to review your experience of using the system. And so that was really a primary mechanism that helped us understand where the users were coming from, what they were frustrated with, what they felt worked well. And that really informed almost everything that we did, just in terms of our interaction with the service provider and just about everything that we did.
Thank you. So Daryl, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about your experiences with RINSAC in your position as involved with the OCC.
Sure, I didn't sit on RINSAC, but certainly very aware of it. And I think when you look at the continuum there, governance we often think of as government setting policy perhaps, or somebody putting things in place, these are the rules, but really governance is about relationships as well as that. And I think that the Nova Scotia model quickly grew into relationships because of things like RINSAC, and we're probably going to talk about the Interoperability Forum later on. But those things are key in getting players to the table to have those discussions. And I like what Todd said about including in your policy that you will meet with the governing bodies and you will have a discussion about how things are going. Because if you don't have those discussions, what happens is at the very bottom of that scale is usage. And most people are content to just be able to use the system that they have, regardless of the system, whether it's a computer-aided dispatch or whether if it's a radio. And a good example of that happened in my own province that I'm working in now. And that is we had the only mass evacuation of all schools in a province in this country a few years back. The school buses and the school systems have TMR radios. When they were provided the TMR radios, they were offered training. Is this how we turn it on? Is this how we turn it off? Is this how we talk? Oh, we're fine, right? That was not communicated to other agencies within the province who would be responding to an emergency at the school. So the difficulty that we ran into is, if you can imagine how many schools we would have to evacuate, by the time members got on the scene of some of the schools to check on them, there was nobody there, or they were in complete lockdown and no means to communicate, although we had the means to communicate instantly. And so people get lost in usage. I'm fine. I work in this detachment area. I can talk with the people in this detachment area. And in my own province as well, because we are young on this system. I lived through Nova Scotia, and I learned a lot of lessons here. There were issues, there were mistakes, and we learned from every one of those and put things into place here. And we continue to learn. But in my own province, we started on the TMR2 system a little bit late, and we did our training, and the desire is, I just want to be able to use this, but I only want to use it for what I know to use it for now. And that continues. So that's a struggle. Here we are 6 years in, and we still have that struggle. And so it comes down to governance by relationship. So the first thing I did is started to form relationships with other responding agencies. And we have a good response agency in our island EMS who answer our 911 calls and dispatch ambulance service and fire. And in most of the municipal police departments there, we have a good discussion about how we use things, how we'll communicate. If somebody has an idea how to make things better, then we implement that. And that was kind of built on what happened here in Nova Scotia with the TMR1 system and continues on. And so I really think that governance by relationship is extremely important, and I think it needs to be legislated into any contracts that we have to use the system, because the technology is great. It's fantastic. And Nova Scotia has, the region has the best radio system in the world as far as interoperability, I think. It's amazing that you can travel right to Quebec and talk to anybody in this region. That's amazing. Are we using it to the best of our ability? And when we get to the next level, as Todd said, what are we going to be using and how are we going to be governing that as well? Because we do need to look across the country, and our organization, the RCMP, is looking at how are we expanding communications east and west and north and south, because technology is not available in some areas, and that's very difficult. But we're very blessed. And in Prince Edward Island, we have the best coverage on the radio system, probably in the world. There may be a couple of little dips in the road that it might drop off. So we've been able to leverage that. And I think that leveraging the technology to build those relationships is a help as well. So I currently dispatch for a couple of agencies that are, one police agency that's municipal, and the other one is a provincial agency that does enforcement. Very important. They came to us prior to COVID, and they became conservation in Prince Edward Island, provincial conservation. They became key to the COVID response. And so their numbers of interaction with us just went up. So they came to us a couple of years before that looking for some dispatching and some status keeping and using, again, the TMR technology and our CAD technology. And so that was very key to have that relationship started. Here's what we can do with you, and putting an agreement together. And so we work together on these things. So I've also seen the other side of it when people don't work together, and that makes it extremely difficult.
So one second. The other piece I want to make sure doesn't get dropped. You said we might talk about it later, but I think we should talk about it now, is that RINSAC was doing Interoperability Forum. Can you tell us about that and what impact it may play on users, on improving usage?
Sure. Todd can tell me, was that before RINSAC or after when it started?
Probably at the same time. RINSAC started probably around 2007. Sorry, 2007 or 2008.
Yeah, so my first experience with that was my boss had gone the year before, and he came back and he said, "Oh, you got to go to this." And so I said, "Well, what is it?" He said, "Oh, just go. You'll get to see everybody." And he was so excited, right? And that's exactly what it was. Is all the players were there from agencies, every different stripe, every fire departments, ambulance. We had military. We had. I can't imagine all the agencies that were there, but people who respond and public safety field communications put on an excellent conference. I actually one year got to speak and show how we were using interoperability to integrate our 4 comm centers into one using the technology. And every year it's an annual conference. We've expanded obviously to inviting New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island participants to that. And just the physical presence of getting together and having a discussion about what are you doing, how are you using the technology, the radio system, how are you communicating? And then there was guest speakers who would share about critical incidents that they had dealt with. And I believe Commissioner Fitch, you made a presentation as well at that, and that was extremely important for people to hear, to understand why the technology is so important, why the processes are so important, and why the relationships are so important. And I think from that, the organizers probably don't even realize how many relationships were started that ended up in MOUs and agreements, and just a real productive opportunity for responders to communicate with each other. And we learned a lot from those, and they continue on, and there's more to come for sure.
Thank you, Daryl.
Just wanted to pick up an earlier point Daryl had made in his comments with respect to the PEI situation, and the fact that there was some disconnect, I guess you might say, amongst the various response agencies in the island. I was very much involved in the implementation over there to the extent that I was allowed to be. And I say that intentionally because unfortunately that entire implementation was done in silos, and much different than what we did in Nova Scotia. So there was very little correlation, I guess I'll say, or coordination of the fleet maps of the various agencies that use the system in PEI. In fact, in the entire 6 to 8 months that I was involved with their implementation, I never did meet anybody from the RCMP in PEI. That's a failing from my perspective. I mean, we put the mutual aid talk groups in their radios, we helped them get the button configurations correct and so on and so forth, but there was no coordination, if you will, as we had in Nova Scotia in both generations of implementation. So that's part of the reason why, as Daryl points out, there was silos, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
If I could just add to that as well. I know I've talked a little bit about Prince Edward Island, but the examples are really good from the differences in provinces and governance and so on. In New Brunswick, similar situation. Those of us who have been through this say, why didn't they just come ask? You know, because we could give a lot of good things. But I think that one of the things the RCMP has done in the region, Terry, you'll be happy about this, is that the OCC commanders in all Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island, we meet every single month, and we meet physically at least twice a year, and we bring our division informatics officers, or the people who look after our technology, for those face-to-face meetings. They come with us, and we're actually having one in August in Newfoundland. And so we continuously communicate best practices, and so the lessons learned in Nova Scotia are certainly influencing what's happening in the region. And we know that Newfoundland is going to eventually get on new radio system. And so they're ahead of the game as well. So, and I know this commission has a national perspective as well as just Nova Scotia. And I think it's important for us to highlight the fact that once you have those working relationships at the governance level, then you have the opportunity to make positive change and to have an impact at the local level and with each agency. So it's a fight, it's an argument sometimes, but it's certainly making some progress. And we learned a lot. And again, the model of getting together and having that conversation is very, very important, especially with the technology changes that are coming.
Thank you. I'd like to take it down the table. Thank you for your patience. We're a big group. Chief Pike, I'm hoping you can just tell us a little bit about the local experience of interoperability.
Thank you. No, I certainly agree with a lot of the comments that are being made here. And as a smaller agency, we were probably one of the ladders to kind of move on to TMR2. For years, we had our own system, which worked well for us locally or seemed to work well for local events or even local emergencies. We were able to communicate amongst ourselves, amongst our fire department, public works, and those kinds of things. But as we moved on and the world changed over the last number of years, then it became very apparent that we needed to work outside of our own silo, I guess, if you want to call it that. Luckily, I had a very understanding police commission, supportive council, senior management, who really understood the need to grow and the need to move forward. Because the TMR2 system is not a mandatory system. We didn't have to go to it. So when it came to the cost benefit analysis and saying, well, you know, it is expensive, but here's the benefits. Here's what we get out of it. Here's what's important. And here's how we could communicate and work with our partners, not just in Amherst, but outside across the province and provincially. So when we did that presentation, it was, you know, hands down, it was understood that this is an important thing. Luckily, you know, a lot of the help that we got came from public safety. We relied on public safety enormously for guidance, especially for governance and SOPs, training, those kinds of things. And every year, you know, at least 3 or 4 of our members or staff, you know, attend RINSAC. Every Tuesday at the end of the month, we do Project Handshake, which is that exercise to make sure that we can switch to the channels properly and all that. But even the SOPs that they provided in regards to some of the simple things, which is often what you trip over when it comes to a critical incident. How do we do this? How do we come up with that? You know, something as simple as what channel are we going to? How do we determine that? Who makes those decisions? Who inhibits the radio? Who can do that? Who has the authority? So for us, it was just like a breath of fresh air. Public safety came in, trained all of our members. We had brand new equipment, and it really enabled us to operate on a much larger level. Like I have a portable that I bring everywhere I go. If I'm on vacation, I have a portable and I can always talk to home. And it just makes it that much easier and that much, able to talk to people and know what's going on. And it's not only within my own department, obviously, it's other departments. And it's just an amazing piece of technology. And I know that as soon as we had it in place, our members and our staff and our council, police commission really understood exactly the importance of the tool that we were given, especially when you look around and you see all the incidents that have happened, not only in Atlantic Canada, but across the, around the world. And that whole idea of communication and interoperability, let's face it, if you can't communicate with each other, you're not building the Tower of Babel, right? It just starts there. You can't do anything if you can't talk to each other. So.
One thing I want to clarify is we've got a couple provincial public safety departments at this table. So I just want to clarify that Todd is Executive Director of the Public Safety Field Communications. So I think of them, did I get that right?
You promoted me to Executive Director, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm Director.
Oh, I thought you were Executive Director. Sorry. PSFC is how I tend to think about them. And then Haley is going to speak to us in a moment about public safety within the Department of Justice. But before I turn it over to Haley, I'd like to ask you as well a little bit about your historical experience. You've been with the Amherst Police Department for many years, even before TMR.
Yes.
And so TMR is not the end-all be-all of interoperability. In what ways did you see interoperability happening day to day?
We were fortunate that we've always had a really close relationship with the Cumberland RCMP. And lots of times we had to work together on projects. You know, we have a street crime unit that has been working out there at the detachment that's integrated together. But, you know, we've built that relationship over a number of years. And prior to even us getting TMR2, I mean, the RCMP had it, we didn't. Lots of times what would happen was we would have to share portables. And that would be our first step, knowing that when we got to work together, hey, here's a bunch of our portables or vice versa. And just to keep on the same page. So lots of times it would be, our members would be going around with 2 portables in the car. And you'd have to do it that way. But we would always make it work as best we could, realizing, look, these are our limitations. These are the barriers. How do we get past that? So that was always one way that we did it. And same thing when Sackville PD, prior to Sackville PD, you know, rolling into the RCMP, we had the same thing. But go back many years ago before TMR1, and we had the older radios. You know, we had Sackville PD on one channel. We had Amherst RCMP on another channel. So we did have that, but it was still very limited to our local area. So like channel 7 was the RCMP, channel 3 was Amherst Fire Department, channel 2 was, you know, so you knew that, and that was kind of, it was on your radio and each of the channels kind of thing. But once departments, and especially the larger departments, recognized the importance of a bigger system such as TMR, they went to that, and then we had to try to find, okay, now how do we move past these barriers and make sure that we can still work together? Because ultimately, we have to work together. Ultimately, we all are doing the same job, and we need to make sure that somehow we make it work. And that was usually how we did it.
Okay. Just one quick. The other thing that I've had to learn about in all of this is encryption, encrypted radios, and what impact that has on interoperability. So in the days before TMR, and then TMR2 is encrypted, it changes the nature of interoperability, doesn't it?
It certainly does. On the system that we had prior to us going to TMR2, we actually did have encrypted radios on our own, but we were still able to switch to different channels and talk to public works and whatnot. But it just enabled us to talk more freely and share information that was protected and not have to worry about that information being used against us or whatever. It didn't, because people, for the most part, always wanted to listen to the scanners and know what was going on. And that was a big thing. And it still is for people that can tune into the fire department or whatever. But for us, it just meant that we were able to talk without having to worry about some of those things that could harm law enforcement or some of our, excuse me, our projects or our goals without that information getting into the wrong hands. Now, there was also sometimes things, you know, that it worked well for us. If we were looking for somebody and it got across the scanner, someone will call and say, hey, if you're looking for this guy, this is where he is. That worked out well for us. But by far and large, I mean, the benefit for us is to have encrypted channels because we can talk, we can share, you know, information that is protected, information that is very, needs to be secured.
And do you find that there are encrypted law enforcement channels that are shared among the different police agencies? What's usage like?
We use those quite a bit. For example, we live right on the border, as I said, so lots of times if we have any issues at the border, such as we've had a couple times through COVID with some of the blockades and things like that, and we're working closely with the RCMP, we knew that people were monitoring some of the other channels they could monitor, whereas we would be on an encrypted channel that, so tactically, you know, it was sound. You knew that whatever was being discussed, whatever was being decided, those decisions weren't going out to unauthorized ears. And we use that quite a bit. That's usually our go-to channel. The unfortunate part of that is that if you're using an encrypted channel, then all of a sudden, you know, you're not communicating with other agencies that don't have access. So you have to think about that. So that's, sometimes that's where you have, you know, maybe your EMO person would be in the room with you so that they can kind of say, here's what's going on, here's what you need to know, and the other stuff you don't need to know, so they can kind of filter through some of that information.
So an EMO is emergency management.
Emergency management, yes.
Office. And I know that paramedics have moved to encrypted, but fire is still not encrypted.
To my knowledge, they're not.
Yeah. And there, my understanding is that there will always be a need for unencrypted sort of mutual aid channels because of that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Jerry, are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, I guess, or highlight many of Chief Pike's comments relate to the issue that we mentioned earlier, fleet mapping.
Mhm.
Because not only does Chief Pike need a set of channels in his radio to suit his needs, but somebody has to coordinate the channels in his radio with the channels that the RCMP has, that the channels that the Sackville police have, and that conservation officers have, and so on and so forth. And so one of the efforts in fleet mapping that we made or took was to ensure that everybody's radio was programmed such that those were easy to find. So in New Brunswick, I can speak to the New Brunswick situation probably easier. In New Brunswick, the policy was the channels are arranged in banks of 16 channels. In the second channel bank, so channel bank B, in every radio in New Brunswick are the mutual aid channels. Doesn't matter whether it's a police radio, a fire radio, a paramedic radio, the dog catcher's radio. Every radio in New Brunswick on the trunk radio system, channel bank B is the mutual aid top groups or channels. That's a learning that we took away from our first 10 years of operation in Nova Scotia and moved forward with in the second generation, much to the benefit of users that don't use those channels every day. Sort of thing. So.
Make it easier. Yeah. Thank you. Haley, welcome. I'm sorry that we have not gotten to speak with you yet. I'm hoping that you can tell us a little bit about the work of your division and how it fits in with this interoperability continuum that we've been working on here.
Yes, absolutely. So I think it might help if I give a very brief overview of the division that I work in itself, and then kind of move in how our work lends itself to the continuum that we're talking about today. So I'll be very careful, as you said, to differentiate from my colleague Todd with Public Safety and Field Communications. So Public Safety and Security Division with the Department of Justice really has legislative and regulatory oversight over a number of distinct but interrelated areas that support the public safety of Nova Scotians in this province. So very briefly, those areas are the Provincial Firearms Program that administers the federal firearms legislation through the Chief Firearms Officer, the private security industry, so we regulate the private security industry and appointment of civil constables through our provincial registrar. We also do work with CyberScan, which is the Administration of Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act, our SCAN unit, which is the Safer Communities and Neighborhoods Act, corporate security, and then most poignantly for this discussion is, of course, our policing strategies section. So policing strategies and public safety section really works under the authorities of the Provincial Nova Scotia Police Act. And we work to further kind of the authorities of the minister under that act. And though that's the most prominent piece of legislation we work with, obviously there's tangential legislation that we also look to support and assist our law enforcement partners for awareness and things like that, including the very recent, Police Identity Management Act would be one example. So all that to say, there's a lot of work being done in the division through the various units, but it really supports that overarching system of public safety for Nova Scotians. And when we're talking about the communications interoperability continuum, which is up on the screen there, our position is very unique in this discussion. Obviously, there's a lot of talk of communications, and that's kind of what this discussion is broadly about. But we know that communications is only one part of true police interoperability. There are multiple systems that support overarching policing interoperability. So that's including communications, of course, yes, technology interoperability, equipment interoperability, training, culture, and that's culture in policing, but also culture external to policing, agreements for mutual aid, and practicing. So scenario-based training and ensuring that our neighbors are embedded in our critical incident response protocols. So for Public Safety and Security Division, really, we look at all of these different systems areas or buckets, if you will, of interoperability. And we look at the overarching framework for that. How can we support police interoperability through that overarching umbrella of governance? So I'll say governance is kind of where we fit in, but more of the umbrella looking at governance. The standards to ensure police have a base minimum set of standards to meet to be police agencies in Nova Scotia. And then, of course, the accountability to those standards as well. So systems of auditing compliance with the standards developed to support policing in Nova Scotia and build capacity towards interoperability.
And then the other area I wondered about was with training. Is there a role for public safety within creating some of the relationships that occur when opportunities are offered for training through public
Yes,
safety?
absolutely. So again, because of our unique position in working with all police agencies in Nova Scotia, both our independent municipal partners and the RCMP, to Lance's point at the very beginning, really it's our job to bring people together, to have people come into the same room and have these very important discussions. We also do facilitate some training for police in Nova Scotia as well. So I'm careful, we're not responsible for core police training. So we're not, say, for example, the Police Cadet Academy for Nova Scotia, but we do support supplemental training that brings police agencies in Nova Scotia, again, both independent municipal and the RCMP together for training exercises. And that's been a very productive method, I would say, of bringing our partners together and having kind of a collaborative approach to problem solving.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'd like to ask if we could take a 15-minute break now.
Absolutely. We'll break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Whole bunch of nothing. Again, tell you what, I'll keep it simple. Get all of, what is that? You know, how about these two? Get all the GPS records from all the members from MR2, personal radios, RCMP phones, and Samsung personal phones. Get it. Put it out on the table. TMR2, by the way, does have GPS. No matter how much they fuck with you and lie, it's on the cell network. So, you know, what is it, as Todd said? Maybe they just don't want members to know that they're being monitored. That's possible. Very possible. But it certainly operates on the cell network. So therefore it has GPS. Unless nobody's cell phone in Nova Scotia has GPS. So, okay, let's start with that one. We'll keep it very simple. And the second one. Where's this? All the dash cam footage with audio. All the cars. How about that? Great job again. See, they're watching. Got raised the other day, of course, again. Let's keep it simple. How about those two to start with? All of this colorful charts and crayons and balls of people who have sold their souls, who are married into RCMP, and it's all the same. They're all the same, right? DOJ sitting there. One moment they're like, oh, what was the stuttering and farting about that poem? Oh my God, I'm going to have to excerpt that. Holy, that was out of control. Even soul selling KRISTA show couldn't keep it in line. It was like Trudeau one day when he was talking about a certain community. He had a lot of difficulty with the letters. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple. Dash cam, audio, all cars. Okay. That'll give you also the GPS records, all cars. Okay. And the second one, GPS from all TMR2 personal radios, which they have, RCMP company phones and personal phones. Celebrate the records on those, all of them. Get the talk groups. There you go. We'll wrap it up fast. Okay. Nobody needs to be a rocket scientist in this one. Nobody needs millions of pages. Unless, right, silo, ops. Do you notice how they keep introducing the words? Not tinfoil. Not tinfoil at all. Totally true. Where is the dash cam footage? Do you see? And that's why they finally, because they know they're watching you, they're seeing what the hell is going on. And if you don't believe, me when I'm saying that they're watching, just watch the other day. Okay? They're watching. And then you can go back and you can actually find it all. There's lots and lots of receipts of them. GPS Nova Scotia works like timestamps. Well, I don't know. Does the GPS work in Nova Scotia on your guys' phones? I'll just ask you that. I mean, I love the joke. And good morning to you, NS44. Does GPS work in Nova Scotia? They want to bring in more goo, more tech goo. And I'm going to stand on rooftops. I've been standing on rooftops for a long time. One day people will learn these fucking things, what I'm on right now, throw it away. Mark my words. People will learn. Oh, but I like to talk to my auntie over on the Facebook. Look at what it's all done. Look at the kids. Holy shit, man. They're corrupted. Terrible. Innocent minds. People just sit around watching TV all day. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I watch YouTube all the time. But I know what it does. So, and I know that it has to go. And I want to get the hell away from it as far and fast as I can. And I know that it's not even possible. I've studied this stuff for years. But the more that you accept this shit without saying, I don't want it. I don't want to pay for it. Fuck off. I mean, they want to encrypt dog catcher radios. That's what they're talking about. What? What are you hiding? Oh, people are attacking the firemen. Really? Show me that. Can't show me. That would be about as right up there with the Lisa being attacked records. Just got to go to the store, even without data. They know where you were. Yeah, anybody wants to check this stuff, it's spooky shit. Where you are as soon as you get home, notification about where you've been. Go and look at your Google records. Dig into your Google account. And because cell phones are linked. Facebook does all that too. And you can dig really deep into your account. And it will tell you exactly everywhere that you have been, how you got there. It knows if you've been walking, riding a bike, doing whatever. It knows all the metadata from all around you. The government knows all this. See, again, very easy to wrap up this bullshit because they have all the records. And Todd's right. This is the soft sell for Project Wide Awake 3.0. Everybody's getting very excited about the guns. And it's true. They just added that, it's great to slip that one in with what happened with Nova Scotia. And it's demonstrably true. I'm working on a video right now about it. Very demonstrably true that they knew right away. But fucking see, I don't want, why? I don't want to be buzzed. I don't want buzzing. I don't want dinging. I don't want none of this. Tim's loyalty card. Oh, yes. Yes. Tim's got busted. Well, of course, Tim's isn't even Tim's. Brazilian. Tim's. They all know. All the apps going to the permissions on your apps is fucking wretched. Wretched. Over 500,000 people are directly employed in data mining. And then they just sit around and sell your stuff. And it's not for the targeted ads like they tell you. It's psychological manipulation. That's how, and I'm not being tinfoil. It's totally true. If you know how a person is and you know everything about them, you know how to manipulate people individually. Not as a, like TV, which was targeted, not targeted, except for kind of audiences, specific audiences. But if we just ask for the simple things here, perhaps somebody wants to put in tips about those things, right? Don't know. The things that I've been talking about here, here's one on the screen, sorry. Get those. Celebrate, I should have added in there. Celebrate, very important. And, of course, the dash cam footage. Get it all, and they have it. I know some, whatever. There was a little bit of hoo-ha that they didn't have it. But, of course, that got dismissed summarily the other day. They do know, and they do have it. So, and I told you, I know. They have it for the 18th, 19th. You get that. You're going to get a lot of answers between those items. And you'll probably find out some interesting things about what's going on underneath. Because there certainly was. The guns is just icing on the cake. Project Wide Awake, funnily enough, is even worse than the guns. And any gun owner who knows their tech stuff would tell you, yeah, it's worse than that. They forgot to ask Band if they found anything on Kristen's phone. I know there wasn't. Well, they forgot to ask a lot of things, but there was a dump, and there's some interesting things in the dump. And that's why I keep also saying, don't allow, because they're pushing to shut this down internally. They want that. The war room in Ottawa wants that. Oops. Don't allow it. Why? This is a shit show. We all know, right? Colorful charts, gobbledygook language that they can't even say themselves, doesn't make sense. Newspeak, they don't even understand the definitions of their words, all kinds of, acronyms, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not important. The treatment of the families is horrific and needs to, be on record, blockchain forever, because shame is going to make a comeback and these people are going to pay hard. And I feel bad. I do feel badly. I really do, because anywhere in their immediate circle, anybody is going to be extremely abused and damaged because of the PTSD that they're going to carry. But if this process does get shut down, which they want, and they've been making moves, I've been watching them for a while. That's why, never can say anything at all. And not that I would, and nor do I condone that in any way, in any kind of violent or threatening way or anything, because they're looking for the excuses. They are. They might even start throwing them out just to shut it down, because it's the papers they don't want you to have. And they're going to get worse. Mark my words. As this goes on, lots more bad stuff is going to come out. and they want to shut it down. They shut it down. That stops the flow. Then they're like, oh, we need to go away. We have to, we're hurting families. It's not doing what it needs to do. I was talking to a family member the other day, and who am I? Right? But I did have to say, like, I disagree. Don't allow it, please. Because it's the papers, it's the documents they don't want you to have. And those are filtered through how many layers? Commission to commissionaires, to, actually through DOJ, RCMP, of course, at the top, DOJ, commissionaires, then you're going to get all of the lawyers that are associated with that, MPF, all of the crew that wants that fought. And then you're going to get lawyers, families, lawyers. Then you get family. Then you get you. Oh, sorry, press resides with lawyers. They have the same access, which I was very sad to explain to a family member the other day too. Press has all access to everything. That's why they write the whitewash articles. And they're under binding agreement and have been since the beginning. So if we don't get the paper, the documents, and as difficult as they've made it, that's okay. We're smart enough. Smart enough. We're smart enough to see, like, look at people now. They see, it's so fantastic. And I'm not, again, those of you who weren't kind of looking in that way, excuse me. Inattentional, it's called inattentional blindness, and it is very much a thing. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. You have to watch things really closely, the times on videos and things like that. And so many people are so fast now at picking it up. It's amazing to see those who kind of maybe weren't looking at that kind of stuff. They just kind of looked at the picture and whatever. But now, look at people. They see the gorilla in the room. Wow. You see the mentions of words and how they're manipulating, throwing in things. Notice how they keep talking about encryption and non-encryption. They're going to do something with that. Oh, they're planting seeds. Oh, they forgot to add, okay, Blue Note. He'll bring up Timmy's app, always conveniently forget. Through CRTC, CSE, governmental stuff. CSE. How many square feet do they have? 1 million, I think, square feet down in Ottawa. Computers. Almost all of it. Wow. That's a lot of computers. 5 eyes. Anyway, I'm going much bigger picture. Balin is fucking garbage. Hello, good morning, oh dear. Again, please go and subscribe to her channel. She's working really hard. I'll get the next installment out. All Ford cars. for any vehicle now is all tracked. All of them are. They have been even before the GPS was stuck into cars. You could pry off steering wheel. There was a little module police could use and insurance companies beside your airbag before GPS was even really a thing. Personally, in cars, it just had a little port on it. You could plug in, and then they did it for accident, supposedly stuff. The list of questions that rightly should be asked at the sham commission is near endless. Very true, but if you start with just the simple ones, I know you're like if it was me in the room and I'm listening to that kind of gobbledygook, I would just be like, blah, 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 let them talk it out, and then be like, you know what? I'm still looking. Where's the GPS records from TMR2, which you do have, and don't tell me you don't, because I know you do. Where is the personal cell phones and company phones celebrated? All of it, all of the talk groups, all of the chit chat messages, everything, all the GPS will come off of that. And where is all the dash cam footage from all of the members' cars with audio? Where are all of the 911 calls? Audio. Match them up. Right? Real easy, real fast. Done. Since we live in such a technological state. And he really put his fucking foot in his mouth. He said the technology works great. Oops. To his friend Leanne sitting over there. Oops. One was supposed to say that. Because they want you to believe it doesn't. So that they can have more goo. Right. I think they even the order they put them is just to confuse, distract, and overwhelm you. And that, that face at the end is so true. It is just, it's sad. It's disappointing. There is a real spiritual warfare going on. I've studied it for years and years, full time. I've seen a lot of stuff. Let them dump it all. It's harder for the families to let it flow because of the way that they're being treated. It all needs to be released, though. It is our property. We own it. We pay these clowns. The families pay these people to abuse them. That's really a hard pill to swallow. I pay to abuse families from this shit, and it drives me bonkers because I can see through it and it pisses me off. Royal. Today is supposed to be supporting survivors and communities. I'm waiting for that. That'll come. Oh dear, certainly a blessing. Yes. So much easier to understand. I go on and on about, and trust me, I understand. I dump a lot of stuff, a lot. and it just becomes too much. But it's just the way that I am. I've seen too much. So, thank God you're not my girlfriend, right? It drives her batty sometimes. Certainly learns a lot. There's somebody in here whose girlfriend definitely got a little bit more up to speed with somebody else in here too. Very interesting. That's what we got to do, though. It's not like a know-it-all. I know it all. It's just like, hey, doctor knows a little bit more than I do.
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes.
Where's the
A
GPS?
reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
Where's the GPS? Where's TMR2 GPS? Where's all the audio? 911. Where's all the dash cam? With audio. Where is it? All of it. Personal phones, celebrate it. Work phones, celebrate it. Morrison's lack of fractures, April 19th. A lack of tactfulness, sorry. April 19th, yeah, 2 radio bongs, 8 hours before Colchester. Now, why was he on the radio at 12:18 in the morning? Colchester. Candace Bergen ignores my tweeters' comments regarding Celebrate Dashcam WhatsApp. Oddly enough, Privy Council trolls are avoiding my MCC tweets. Yeah, interesting. Waiting for the ban hammer to come out. Yes. We're a family. We're doing this together. And God bless everybody for their skills and what they bring to the table. If you look at what 911 have put out, only one showing transcribed. Not showing transcribed is the kids. I think that is total BS. There are more. There are. I know in discussions with you, lots of Mark Rose, who I think is Jangad, for sure, who came across did he come across the scene of Heidi? I believe so. Anyway, he heard the perp on the radio. No, maybe it was Bernard. Well, Bernard definitely did. Saw the radio pulled way far away, but Mark Rose heard. It's in his stuff. Sergeant Mark Rose heard the supposed gunman, or one of, on the radio. Where is it? If it's not in the transcript, why not?
Hello again, everyone. Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much. So we have about an hour before the lunch break, and I hope that we can do a couple of things in that time. We have a big group, and that I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to weigh in. So I think what we'll do is, still referring to the interoperability continuum, I'd like to think about each of your experiences in Nova Scotia, and comment on where there's work to be done along the continuum in Nova Scotia. So it's a fairly wide open question. You can take it where you wish. There's a few things I'm curious to hear about, and I may prompt that if it doesn't come up naturally. So I think let's just, we'll go around the table. Maybe I'll start with Todd, though. Is that all right? And then we'll give this end time to think about their answer. Okay. Yes.
No, just with respect to the continuum, I'd be interested to hear Terry's comments because we work so closely together on it. I think Nova Scotia probably is as far up to the right side of the continuum as any jurisdiction. We're fairly far advanced. If you look at governance,
I would say that we are up to the key multidisciplinary staff collaborating on a regular basis. And we would be at the extreme right end with national and regional working group on communications interoperability, but there is no national, right? There's regional. We have regional working groups that work very frequently together in the 3 Atlantic provinces, and hopefully soon to be the 4, or 3 maritime provinces, soon to be the 4 Atlantic provinces. So I don't know if there's much further we can do on the governance end of things. RINSAC seems to be working very well. This integrated contract model that we have that ties together all of the different partners at different levels of government, that's been very effective, especially as it relates to our work with RINSAC. So I think we're doing very well there. On standard operating procedures, it's kind of the same case, right? I think we have many detailed regional standard operating procedures because we have to. It's a regional system. We have service providers going across provincial jurisdictions in the performance of their duties every day. And so they're guided in their use of the system by the SOPs that we have developed with them, not for them, but developed with them. So I think we're in good shape there. Now, technology is a little bit more of a split, but again, I think we're as far to the right as you can be and be a provincial jurisdiction on voice for sure, right? So we have the TMR system. It is a standards-based system that's used throughout the region on a daily basis. On data, we are about where everybody else is. There is no national equivalent data network to the voice network that we have in the region. So I would say we are probably around on data custom interfaced applications. When I think about mobile data as it relates to first response, I think about organizations like Emergency Health Services. They have a custom developed app. So they work with IT service providers to develop patient care reporting application. It's proprietary. It's on a commercial grade cell system. That's about as far as you can get in Canada right now. There is no national data network or even large regional public safety grade data network. So I think we're as far as we can go there. I mentioned voice, training and exercises. I think we're fairly far down towards the right on that as well. We sometimes sponsor and participate in multi-agency exercises. So sometimes we are sponsoring exercises in which communications is the focus, or we participate in larger exercises of first responders for which communications is a component or an inject into the process. I would say more in general, training and exercises, even and I'm really just looking at our first response services, we could probably improve there. But training is challenging to organize, but making exercises work is much harder. It's primarily because it's difficult for organizations to make staff available. I mean, it's a real decision that has to get made for, say, for an RCMP constable to participate all day in a communications exercise. That's tough to get that, and I completely understand where the RCMP is coming from. They don't have unlimited bodies to throw at things. So, that's a factor kind of throughout the first response community. People being made available to actually do the exercises is a very tough get. If I look at usage, I think we're as far as you can be daily usage throughout the region. So if I had to pick one thing, I would say exercises is probably something that a further investment could be made in to make that more effective in our situation.
So what would that look like?
Well, that's a more difficult question. I don't know if I've got a ready answer for that. I think if we could get organizations to buy in that it's a necessary investment. So I think it's probably more about marketing that concept to first response agencies and making sure that senior leaders understand the importance of exercising and why, budget needs to be made available and people need to be made available, especially for critical systems like radio systems.
Okay, thank you. So Daryl, I'll move over to you. Wide open of the 5 lanes, where is there some work to be done?
maybe Pandora's box with me. You may be opening Pandora's box with me. No, there's always something to be done because technology is always changing, as well as we learn from all of the events that happen nationally and regionally as well. And so there's always something to be learned. Todd spoke about where we are. I think largely with radio. I've often said Nova Scotia has the best radio system in the world. I agree with my own statement on that because I think it's played out in my life of dispatching here and the incidents that we've responded to. And I think it continues to improve over time because we learn every time we have an issue that we have to deal with. Swiss Air was the thing that probably prompted all of this. I worked the Stuyak train derailment, and mutual aid became very important after that incident, was not used for that incident. Katie Line's bus crash in Antigonish was a good exercise in training and how to get people to use mutual aid. And that's actually used on our national core training, that the audio from that. So the users, some users knew how to use it perfectly, some users didn't, but it was in such a remote area that by the time they got there, everybody was talking to each other and working well together. So that's part of our national training for our operators. The real issue is at this point now is CAD and records management systems. And that's a real challenge within this province, especially. We have 3 police agencies on different CADs that do not communicate with each other. We have an ambulance service on a different CAD that does not communicate. We have a 911 system that has a workaround to communicate to the CADs of the agencies that have them. And then we have other police agencies that are like when I started my career, pen and paper, answer the phone, write down some things, dispatch it. And I think we'll get into culture at some point, but I think that needs to change, that we have to understand that what the expectation is, that we have the best systems. And I think there may be sometimes a public perception that emergency services have the best of everything. And the reality is the public has probably the best of everything in their hand because they're sold something new every few years. And as we heard that these systems have a lifespan of about 10 years in the procurement process, TMR2 is fantastic. I'm sure we need to start a process if we haven't already to replace it. And so, but CAD is a real issue because these large centers need to be able to share information. On the RCMP front, the regional OCC commanders here have begun the process a couple of years ago to be able to share CAD information because we actually, even though we're on the same CAD, we're still in our own silos. And so we've begun work to be able to do that. And when we achieve the ability to communicate digitally and through voice, then we will see a huge uptick in how we can process information, how we can assist each other. And so with 911 changing to NG 911, everybody's going to need a soft phone solution. We're working towards a joint soft phone solution where we can, again, be interoperable with each other. So virtually what will happen in the future is that even though we have 5 regional comm centers for the RCMP in the Maritimes, you could be sitting in my shop and you could be dispatching in Nova Scotia with the technology and the training and the ability. And I think lastly, I'm a trainer at heart at the national level as well as the local and regional level. And I really think that training interprovincially as well as interagency and between different, not just police talking to police, but police talking to fire, police talking to ambulance, police talking to EMO. We've learned from the COVID lockdowns that we can communicate in different ways that we never thought of before. So my organization We used to always have to arrange meetings, and we spent a lot of time getting there, and arrange training and spent a lot of time getting there, and accommodations and so on. Now you can just type in a date and a time, and you can send it to everybody, and we meet virtually. So tabletop exercises in interoperability, we don't physically have to be there to practice using our equipment and our procedures. And so we have a lot to go there. But CAD is a real problem, especially in this province where we have agencies that are on a CAD and they cannot send information back and forth. If I was working in the RCMP Comm Center here, I could not see RCMP members who are working in Halifax Regional on my CAD. That makes no sense. And especially if we're going to provide assistance in Halifax, or they're going to provide assistance outside in the rest of Nova Scotia, makes no sense. Cape Breton Regional, the same way. They're surrounded by police officers that could assist them or that we could call on for assistance, and we can't see them. We can't dispatch for them. We can't share that information. So they can talk by voice, but what's happening with information and response to incidents is most of the information, because the airways get clogged when you have a large scale event, most of the critical information gets pushed through a CAD. And that's important to note where we're going, is the CAD pushes the vital information that's happening right now. And they're being designed so that they can do that instantaneously to all users. And yet, in this province, we have 3 CADs enabled for police agencies, and they can't send any information. And we're relying on telephones to communicate a lot of times. And so what happens is we revert back to what we know when we don't have the technology. And what we know is picking up the phone, waiting for someone to answer, passing information, and that takes time. And so we see that in incident after incident. And so one of the things I've tried to do with the console in our center is anybody who's got a console that we can talk to them on, I want to be able to press on the radio and talk directly to that dispatch center. But what I would love to do is be able to just send them what I have electronically so it pops up right in front of their face. So I don't have to talk to them. I just say, send. And we can do this. We just have to be able to do it. And that takes money. It takes investment in that. And it takes the will of the agencies to be able to share the information.
So that was one piece I wanted to clarify with you is, it's been explained how extended the procurement process is and what a huge investment it is for an agency to buy technology. So is this an issue of aligning procurement and funding, or is it something else that's preventing CADs from being?
I think it's a combination of things, but I also think will is the biggest issue. The will of agencies to say, I need to be able to share information outside of my agency. We don't need any more examples.
I could perhaps add to that. I think the reason that situation developed in Nova Scotia was that CAD systems were developed by departments individually in silos at different times. And so they all evolved with different CAD systems. In the case of CAD systems in Nova Scotia, and I'm sure this is true in other jurisdictions, there wasn't a central agency such as we were with voice radio communications to pull all of those departments together towards a common solution. And that's one of the reasons we are where we are with CAD systems today. And that's definitely something that should be fixed, because as Daryl says, it's fixable.
And just in relation to that as well, that'll be hopefully enough time for me. A lot of agencies are going with commercial off-the-shelf products for whatever they need, and they're good ones that exist. And so, as Todd said, we do build our systems in silo. The RCMP asked and built their own CAD, but Bell basically has the exact equivalent. And so, is there a will to go to a COTS system, commercial off-the-shelf system for your CAD? And we attempted that a decade ago, and we're in the process of replacing our CAD nationally as well. And clearly we have the leadership to make sure that that happens at this point. But that is a difficulty, and procurement's a huge issue. The other thing that's hard with procurement with the RCMP is we're a federal force, and most of these systems are developed in one language. Most of them come from the United States or Great Britain, and they are written in English. We need them to be bilingual. We need them to function bilingual, and that makes it sometimes difficult to partner with us as well, because it takes time through that procurement system in relation to that. So there's lots of challenges, but I'm confident it can be done. There needs to be a will, and I'm also hoping that through this commission that there'll be some push to make it happen in this province.
There's also a cultural aspect to the development of CAD systems as well. It gets to the point where the user agency that's developed the CAD like takes ownership of it. And if somebody wants to come in and create a standardized way of doing it, there sometimes is resistance.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to go to culture next, but I want to make sure we can get around the table first. So Bill, I'm going to hand it to you.
Sure. Just coming off of Daryl's comments there, I think there's another aspect to this around, so I'm going to talk about the Halifax experience for a second. So Halifax, when after amalgamation in the early 2000s, needed to replace, they had a separate fire CAD, separate police CAD, and the RCMP had their own CAD. So a decision was made in Halifax, for Halifax, that the agencies responding in Halifax were all going to be on the same CAD. So they went to market and purchased a CAD that would do both police and fire dispatching and and we were just discussing it in the hall. That's one of the reasons that the RCMP in Halifax, that police Halifax district, are on the CAD, HRM CAD, because when a call comes in through the PSAP, app, it can be sent to both fire and police. So they are interoperable from a CAD perspective in Halifax, but is one a perspective. So that was a perspective that the city of Halifax, the municipality of Halifax took, because quite frankly, they were the one writing the check. That's the reality. And that was the best approach for them. But if we were to look at provincial RCMP operations, is that the best approach for provincial RCMP operations? So when we look at these issues, it is a cultural piece, it is a governmental piece, it is who's writing the check piece on this. So these were some of the decisions that were made, and at that time, so right now, the first responder agencies within HRM are all on the same CAD, and they're all in the same TMR radio system. So when you look at it from a provincial piece, if we wanted to do that provincially, then you have a number of agencies that are going to have to migrate. And I only bring this up for just a practical question around who's going to lead it, who's going to pay for it. You know, you still have life system in it. So those are some of the realities of the discussion. Not insurmountable, but those are the realities. And just going to the continuum piece really quickly, I'm on the bottom line in usage. I still wonder today if we had 5 constables show up from different agencies right now, would they know how to go to a channel? Would they know, were they allowed to go to a channel? Which dispatch center is going to monitor them if they go to a mutual aid channel? Like that's the practical stuff that I still worry about today. We have a lot of good material, but is that material and the training getting down into the hands of the person that's responding at 2 a.m. with someone that they've never met before from another agent? And that's just police to police. Let's take police and let's bring a fire response into that as well. Let's bring an EMO response into that as well. You now have multiple layers of people. And those, again, it's not insurmountable, but that takes time and energy for people to be able to understand the practicalities of how they're going to do it. A simple question like, do they even, Terry said it, so standardization of mutual aid channels, they're all in one spot. That's good, you don't really get them. But who do I ask if I want to use it? Simple. In Halifax, we tried some pieces around traffic accident. Let's simply have a fire truck and a police car go to a traffic accident, and let's see how they work on the mutual aid channel. Sounds pretty simple. Not. Because you've got a fire dispatcher on one end wondering what the fire truck's doing. You've got a police dispatcher wondering what the police are doing on the other channel. They've got other units on their channels that they're monitoring. They can't monitor the mutual aid channel at the same time. Who actually gets it? So there's just a lot of things around instant command that come into it. So I'm on the usage line. You know, we can have as many documents and all that kind of stuff, but if we're not driving that down to that firefighter, paramedic, young constable, and they don't know how to do it, the rest of it's for naught. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Yeah, totally support what Bill is saying there on the usage line. And another example of that is plain language. A group in the United States called the National Public Safety Telecommunications, can't remember the last, NIPSTIC? Council, which we borrowed and we were members of, did a lot of work in this area like a decade ago on plain language. So if I was to say in that common channel, and there's a police and fire and paramedic on the same channel, and I said, incident command here, charge the line. Well, to the police, that means, okay, it's a public order thing. We're going to start moving forward. To the firefighters, it means put some water in a hose. To a paramedic, it means put some kind of a fluid, Ringer's lactate, that's from the old TV show there, into a tube. So it gets even worse than that. So these are the kinds of things, if you look at plain language and usage and training exercises, in the policing community, I know in New Brunswick, a number of years ago, they did a tactical exercise. I can't go into great detail. 3 tactical teams, including the RCMP, working together. One of the challenges was there's certain terminologies the tactical teams use to describe situations, and they weren't all using the same vernacular. So when someone is saying X, someone else thinks it means Y. And in a tactical situation, that's very dangerous, right? So that's the bad news. I'm hoping that at the provincial level, looking at Haley and lots of work she's got to do there, and I'm sure she'll get it all done by the end of the year. And lots of work to be done on these issues and running the exercise. Let's do that and have, if it isn't a communications exercise, let's make sure we exercise the communications component. Now, the good news is, very, very briefly, is I've had the opportunity to work with some phenomenal technology companies around the world. Many, if you look at that middle lane, this is not a problem. There are issues around security and encryption and these things, but these have been solved literally around the world by the London Metropolitan Police, by over and over and over, the CIA, the FBI. So from a technical perspective, again, it goes back to defining the mission, right? And we now have things like the cloud, right? I call it the democratization of technology. An agency like Chief Pikes can literally get the best technology in the world for X number of dollars per member per year. With an evergreening procurement that sees that for the next 10 years of that procurement, every 2 years or every 30 months or whatever the contract says, they will get whatever the newest piece of kit is. That piece of kit should be and is disposable. Land mobile radios, currently, less so. They're thousands and thousands of dollars, and add encryption, it's even more. No. This is where the community has to say, no, we're not doing that anymore, right? And the technology is out there. So please don't focus, in my opinion, on the technology lane, because it's all out there. It really goes back to defining the mission of Bill's point and who's paying and how are we going to put it all together.
And this morning when I spoke, I talked how I thought governance was appropriately at the top lane. If you kind of look at it in terms of importance on the outside lanes and moving towards the middle, I think there's relevance there. Governance is where elected officials and leaders get to articulate the way forward, to give us that North Star. Usage, I think, should be a reflection of the expectations, be it public or from a public safety perspective, and then the other enablers, so that ultimately whatever technology you have will be critical. I'm still very much focused on governance from my perspective. And I want to go back and add another important community that I didn't speak to specifically this morning. And certainly I think Nova Scotia has already initiated this, and if jurisdictions aren't, and that's our Indigenous communities and our Indigenous emergency management partners as well. So it's really about FPTM and I think they bring a very important perspective. This I believe, is a public policy discussion. This is about what level of technology do we need to support whatever level of emergency services you want in a given jurisdiction. And so, you know, when we talked about we're always going to have unencrypted mutual aid channels, that's really driven by cost. And I think, you know, if I could challenge technology partners, there shouldn't be a cost differentiator between an unencrypted radio and an encrypted radio. And there are realities and they have accountabilities there. Also going back to governance, you've heard a lot of the Nova Scotia and maritime experiences, good people coming together, trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. In the absence of formal legislation, formal obligations that we have to take into account. And again, we've talked quite significantly this morning about borrowing with pride from the US. When the US rolled out their communication interoperability program, there are centers of excellence, there are portfolio managers, and there was funding. So going back to one of the challenges about procurement, somebody has to give something up. You may be midlife on a technology, it may be in community safety best interest to walk away early, to pay a penalty, because we want to move forward collectively to achieve those public safety, communication interoperability expectations. So governance and usage are, I'm going to say, almost mirror images of each other. Usage should reflect what the governance expectations are. And I think going back to Bill's point, the fact that the average frontline emergency services member doesn't know how to use the tools that they're given is probably a reflection on the lack of a true North Star coming from the governance and leadership.
Terry?
This is a real darling topic for me, for sure, because that's been my focus for the best part of 20 years. I want to pick up on a comment that Daryl made first off, and back in the spring of 2001, April of 2001, in fact, it was the Easter weekend of 2001, we had a very interesting incident in Nova Scotia where a via rail train took a dirt road, if you will, went off the rails in Stuyak, and fortunately there were no fatalities and no serious injuries. And therefore we were able to do a very thorough debrief of that incident. And the outcome of that debrief was that the folks from EHS, the ambulance service that were involved, reported no problems. They had ground ambulances there, they had a helicopter in the air and so on and so forth, dealt with the injuries. RCMP, on the other hand, reported the incident as an absolute disaster as far as communications was concerned. So we took all of the information that came out of the debrief and did an analysis of it and discovered a couple of pretty important pieces that we obviously needed to deal with. The first one was the algorithm that Motorola uses to design radio systems is based on fixed population. So the population of Truro would dictate X number of radio channels. The population of Antigonish would dictate X number of radio channels. The population of Stuyak would dictate X number of radio channels. But the population of Milford, which is between Stuyak and Elmsdale, is zero, basically, and so it doesn't get any radio channels assigned. However, the highway corridor between Truro and Halifax carries a whack of traffic, as many of you have experienced, I'm sure. And that was where that train derailment occurred, along that highway corridor. So the first learning was the Motorola algorithm for capacity doesn't work for rural situations. The second thing that came out of that analysis was that when we implemented the radio system in 2000, 2001, the RCMP was one of the first agencies to go on board. And the premise was that each agency would designate a trainer to train the trainer. We train a trainer to do training within the organization. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, there were a couple of agencies that dropped the ball, RCMP unfortunately being one of them. And we discovered that virtually no user training had taken place between their rollout in late 2000, as I recall, and the spring of 2001. And the third piece of information that came out of that analysis was that the RCMP had adopted 2 or 3 operational policies with respect to communications that, while technically appropriate and viable with respect to the system, didn't work very well operationally. And they discovered that much to their displeasure, I guess I would say. So the follow-up that came out of that between 2002 and 2005, on the part of the province, we increased the minimum site capacity from 2 to 3 repeaters on a site. So the site that carried the traffic around that Stuyak train derailment had 2 repeaters, 2 voice channels available. So now it has, I believe, 4, Todd, if I remember correctly. We added fixed generators. So we just realized that there was a number of sites around the province that occasionally had power outages and didn't have any backup generators. So when the batteries on the radio site, on the tower site died, the site went off the air. So we added a number of fixed generators. We developed what we call the Mobile Communication Support Program, which was about $250,000, $500,000, where we put vehicles on the road with backup equipment, with extra radios, spare batteries, linking devices, and so on and so forth. One of the most critical pieces, I think, was that we hired a full-time trainer. And one of the first tasks that he was assigned was to get with the RCMP and build a training program and then deliver it. And that had great success. Daryl will recall when we rolled that out. I mentioned earlier, Corporal Glenn Hudson was the key player from the RCMP at the time. He's since retired. But we worked with Glenn and Glenn Byrne here at the OCC to develop a user training program. In fact, it was made mandatory, I believe, and Darryl, you may be able to speak to that. It was something that was added to their Hermes records, so they had to receive that radio training within, I think, a year of arriving in Nova Scotia from other parts of the country. And the other thing that we were able to help the RCMP with was to adjust, I guess I'll say, a couple of those operational policies to improve their situation. One was situational awareness. Their original plan, because the system allowed for it, when a member left, let's say, Antigonish to drive to Halifax for training, they left their radio sitting on the Antigonish channel. When they passed through Antigonish County and Pictou County and Colchester County and East Hants and eventually Halifax, their radio was still on the Antigonish channel. And it was attracting traffic from Antigonish into the Halifax system, putting unnecessary loading on the Halifax system. Also, missing any traffic that was happening in Pictou County and Colchester County and East Hants in the process. So we helped them understand that when their members traveled from this jurisdiction to this jurisdiction, they needed to change channels as they crossed boundaries, their own boundaries, I should say. Yeah, so I think those are the main points I wanted to make. The other thing, I think picking up on Bill's comment with respect to usage, I would raise this document, which was written or last revised while I was involved in March of, in fact, it was on my birthday in 2015. The Memorandum of Understanding on Assignment and Usage of the Nova Scotia Trunk Mobile Radio System Mutual Aid Talk Groups. And it's a fairly comprehensive document that's signed by the Province of Nova Scotia, Public Safety and Field Communications, the RCMP, the Department of Health, Emergency Health Services, Halifax Regional Police, and Cape Breton Regional Police. And basically what it says is that anybody that needs a mutual aid talk group for any kind of incident that's above and beyond their specific agency's role and responsibility should get it. And all they need to do is contact their dispatch agency, whether it's any of those 5, and it will be assigned. And it will be followed up on, and if it was inappropriate, we'll discuss that after the fact and correct it. But there should be no question, you know, to Bill's point, there should be no question whether it's the raw constable or the 30-year veteran. If they need a mutual aid talk group, the memorandum says it shall be assigned. The other piece I would note is that I've tracked the assignment of mutual aid talk groups over the past 20 years. And as you can see, the graph is moving fairly steadily upward. The reality is the RCMP in particular has been very aggressive, I would say, in assigning mutual aid talk groups. And why is that? Well, the reason is because the RCMP is the primary 911 PSAT in Nova Scotia. And so virtually all emergency calls other than HRM and CBRM go to the RCMP PSAT. And they recognize pretty quickly whether this is a single agency incident or a multi-agency incident. And if it's multi-agency, they automatically assign a mutual aid talk group and transfer that information to the EHS dispatch and to the fire dispatch and so on and so forth. So if you look at the record, I think, without having the numbers right in front of me, I believe probably somewhere between 75 and 80% of the mutual aid talk group assignments come from the RCMP. So they have the experience, they have the background, they have the information, and they make those assignments right up front.
Thank you. Commissioners, we do have this MOU in our materials. We'll make sure that it's entered as an exhibit. And I think we'll need to enter the chart that you've just provided us, Terry, and we'll have that entered in due course.
Perhaps I could clarify one thing. That document, the MOU, has been revised, and it's now a standard operating procedure. So we have it basically says the same thing.
Okay. I'll make sure that we may even put both in just so we have the historical context and then where we are today. Thank you. Chief Pike, I'll take you to the very broad question of where, in your experience, on the interoperability continuum, is there some work to be done?
Yeah, it's interesting because at the break, Terry and I were just talking briefly about the technology and how we made it work for us in Amherst and how we chose our channels and whatnot. One of the things we did do was for our 5th channel was we ended up using something we call announce, so that our dispatch can at any given time just go onto that channel and make some kind of an announcement that goes across all the other channels. So in the case of a critical incident or something like that, regardless of what channel you're on, whether you're just doing regular duties or maybe you're in training, they can come out and say, hey, we got this going on, and everybody knows what to do and how to respond. And Terry had mentioned about, I think it was working in New Brunswick. There was a lot of things that, people kind of thinking outside of the box. And the question comes to mind of, what can the technology do for us that maybe we're not using it for? And how can I, in my jurisdiction, make that work for us in our situation? So that's kind of one thing that I wonder about, is there a lot of stuff there that we're not using that we really could make useful, and what can we learn from other jurisdictions in regards to how they're using the technology? And then we talk about next gen and wondering, okay, what does that have to offer? And you mentioned earlier about the pie in the sky thing. And it is kind of a little bit intimidating when you think about, oh my God, we just get used to this and we just get trained in this. And now they're talking about sending pictures and videos and all this. And I have a dispatcher who's really tuned into this kind of stuff and keeps coming to me and they go, what are we doing to prepare? What are we doing to prepare? And it's one of those things where you need to look at it and say, well, okay, what exactly does it have to offer to us as a smaller police department and a police agency? Because again, whether or not it's going to be mandatory or not, then you got to look at the cost benefit analysis. How is it going to work for us? How is it going to increase our ability, to promote public safety, work with other agencies and all those things? And how do we measure that? In regards to saying, hey, we're so much better now because we have this new technology, that kind of thing. One other thing that Terry mentioned as well, I'm kind of following on you for a lot of this, but is capacity. We have found that from time to time, especially when COVID first hit, and again, when we're so close to the border, all of a sudden we had an increased presence at the border, and we were finding that things were busy a lot more than what they had been. So our members, sometimes when they were trying to communicate, weren't always getting through as easy as they were before. So sometimes capacity, just keeping track of that and knowing, okay, what's going on in our area, so that we understand that if there's a problem, it's because of this reason. You got a whole bunch of people at the border that are using the same technology, and it's interfering with capacity. Thing about training and exercises, it's almost, you can integrate training, exercises, technology, usage all into one kind of thing in some ways, and none of these things are kind of all on their own. They all integrate, they're all involved in everything. And what we like to do, and again, it's something I think we're probably going to be doing a lot more of in the future, is we integrate the technology into the training. So when we're doing carbine training, when we're doing containment training, when we're doing regular firearms training in our scenarios and stuff, part of the training is, how well do you know how to use your technology? How well do you know how to use your equipment and your radio? What can you do with that? And what if you do run into a problem with the comms? How are you going to overcome that? And then throw in, okay, now you got other agencies involved. You need to speak to someone at the fire department or EHS or what have you. And we use that a lot, especially if we build a big scenario when we're doing containment training, kind of using that, because these are the tools that when things go bad, we need to make sure that we know exactly how to use them and how to get in contact and communicate back and forth, which brings to another point. Lance talked about the terminology aspect of things. Because I can tell you, if you go out there and you ask different police departments, well, what's your 10 code? It's as simple as that. I mean, for the most part, there's some standard things, 10-4, that kind of stuff that everybody understands. That's an acknowledgement. But I mean, if you go to St. John's, the RNC, and you say, well, what do you use? And they'll probably say something a little bit different. I go to a scene, I say, hey, I'm 23 at the scene, and now I'm leaving the scene. I'm 24, 10-24. In Amherst, we use something completely different. Maybe that might be on the 10 code, but it just depends on what your culture is of what you actually use. And, especially when you go agency to agency, do they have any idea what I'm talking about, right? Because I can tell you, when you talk about charging a line, I know what that is because I work closely with Chief Jones all the time, and, but a lot of the members wouldn't.
1024 for me is a gun. So if you say 1024, things are ramping up real fast.
Exactly. So you can see how confusing things can really get. And that's your basic communications. If you don't understand what the other person is saying and what they mean, you could be going off in the complete opposite direction. Daryl talked about CAD and records management systems and things like that. When we first got on PROS a number of years ago, it was a huge eye-opener. We had PERS prior to that, so PERS wasn't bad. But even years ago in the 90s, we had our own standalone system that was our files only, our people only. And if you went to Spring Hill PD, Spring Hill had their own system. And, aside from going down there and reading their files, you had no idea what was going on down there, right? With PROS, now all of a sudden I could go and I could see, I got a warrant for so-and-so, and I run them on PROS and I see that, hey, they dealt with them out in, out West Coast somewhere, right? Now PROS, it has its advantages and stuff like that, but it really hasn't been updated in the last number of years. In regards to, I know there's a lot of other systems out there that really embrace some of the future technology. And I've talked to some of the other chiefs, not only in Nova Scotia, but in PEI and other places about, what do you really think we should have as a file management system that could really work for police officers and really embrace the technology that's out there, right? But there's a lot of stuff there that, we're really moving in the right direction. In some places with the technology we have, we've done really well. But the sky's the limit. It really is. And it's a matter of thinking outside of the box. But on top of that, it's also trying to say, that cost benefit analysis thing. I got to go to my police commission and my council and say, hey, I'd like to go and buy this. And here's the reasons why. Here's why. And here's how I measure it. Here's how I can show this is an important piece of technology or an important tool that we need to make sure that our community is safe.
One thing I wanted to check in about was the state of interoperability or information sharing with records management systems between agencies. Is that working well enough, or is there some work to be done there?
It works. Like, I can access a lot of the basic information from other systems, but really, if I want to go and I want to get something from Versadex, I really need to, make a request for that. Now, Bill might be able to talk about that a little bit better, but.
There is an application called the Police Information Portal. It's an ability for disparate records management systems to be able to publish. The agency that is publishing has the full rights to decide how much or how little they want to publish. And that was a program that came about shortly after the Bernardo issues, and much of the same conversation around not knowing and having situational awareness of people. But that was a product. It was called LEAP at one point and then moved to the Police Information Portal, and that's now part of, I think, of the suite that's held in the RCMP.
It's changed its name again.
It changed its name again. There you go.
PSP.
What's the name now?
PSP, Public Safety Portal, I believe. I've seen two documents. One said Police Safety Portal, and the other one says Public. I think it's Public. That's just recently changed, but it has. It certainly is used. It's integrated into our CAD, and so we run queries on that as well as on CPIC. It certainly has an advantage. but it is difficult when we have different systems, and PROS is due for an upgrade, but it's, you know, that's on our radar nationally as well. But it is used nationally. It's very difficult when you're trying to develop national programs and then you have players that don't join in. And that's really a struggle. And so the RCMP does try to get the best technology available to us. But it does take time with us, and some people get frustrated with that, and they move on to other vendors. And that makes it very difficult, because when you make that decision to go to another vendor, you have to decide, am I cutting myself off from an important piece of information that will be coming to me? I know you have more to do on this, but I do want to get into a fundamental issue about the radio system that we haven't talked about, and I think we need to recognize this when we talk about other systems. If you think of a radio system and the talk groups like a room where people gather, and this is the biggest issue in relation to a radio. We can have as much interoperability as we want, but if the people who need to come into that room and talk to each other are numerous, radio systems, police radio systems are one person talks, everybody listens. Works great in a forum this size, sort of. If we all in this room decided we need to talk to each other because we had an important piece of information to share, the downfall of police radio systems worldwide is that one person talks, everybody else listens. And we need to recognize that. That's why I'm such a proponent of systems that can share data, such as CAD systems, and get information out quickly. So we've made great strides with our CAD in the RCMP to handle critical systems through our CAD and through our mobile workstations. And we're about to make another leap in that area as well. The problem is, it always comes down to, will people use them, or will they revert back to the other system? So what we see is they'll go back to the radio because that's what they use primarily every day when they're talking to a small group of people. And they neglect to learn how to use the other technology. And if the radio's busy, then they make a phone call. The problem with phone calls on cellular is, number one, you need coverage. Number two, there's only the two people in the room then. And when there's just two people who know something, it's very hard to disseminate that information outside. So those are fundamental things that we need to understand when we talk about interoperability. Is you have to think not just a couple of people talking, but you need to be able to think about a mass event where numerous people have to be communicated the same thing simultaneously. That cannot be accomplished well on a radio system. It needs to be accomplished through some other form of system that will disseminate that information.
And if I could add to that, that's why public safety broadband is so important. Basically, all of those arguments that Daryl has made. And I'm a little concerned that we don't have the ingredients for success to pull a broadband network off across Canada right now, primarily because there's a disconnect between people like us and elected officials.
Okay, thank you for raising that. Okay.
Just to go back to the pros thing, and again, absolutely right in regards to one person talks, everyone else has to listen. And lots of times, if we're dealing with a critical incident, the very first thing that someone will say, usually someone who's taken command of it, will say, guys, only speak if you really got something to add to it. Otherwise, radio silence, just listen. But back to the pros, the advantage to pros really is that anyone who's on that system, you know, I can go into the file, I can read the file, I can add a report to their file, I can add a task under their file, they can, and vice versa. The difference being is that, you know, a file that's generated under an RCMP domain, RCMP can reassign files to themselves and to other people. But where we have our own domain, I can't reassign my file to an RCMP member, and RCMP can't reassign their file to me. It creates problems with scoring, the UCR, and those kinds of things. So I end up having to edit my file. So if I start a file on an assault and realize, oh, hang on, this happened down in Joggins, I can't reassign my pros file and say, hey, a member from Cumberland Attachment's going to take it. I have to make sure they open their own file. so that they can work in their own file, do their own UCR scoring, add their own charges, and all those kinds of things. And then I got to change the scoring of my file so it reflects that I'm assisting or something like, even assisting is not the proper scoring, but that's the only real problem. But for the most part, I can go into the file, I can read all the information that's there, I can put my own report in there if I have some kind of thing to add to it. So it is really good like that. And I can throw tasks in there and say, hey, you need to read my report, or if I need something done on one of my files, I can task someone in another agency or jurisdiction or anything like that.
Thank you. Haley?
Thank you. Well, you gave the leniency that this was going to be an open-ended question, so I'll tell you that from my perspective, I'm going to be certainly taking some of that leniency because, of course, from my seat, looking at interoperability more holistically. So interoperability of policing in its totality instead of just the communications continuum that we've been talking about. So as I said previously, oversight of policing in Nova Scotia is the provincial responsibility, but really the administration of policing is a municipal responsibility under our legislation, and this is kind of speaking to some of Bill's points earlier. So the current organization in Nova Scotia is quite localized. So police are accountable to local boards and local councils, and therefore they're asked to invest their resources, both human and financial resources, in local priorities. So, and community level concerns as well. So of course, this is inherently a very good thing. You have a police agency that's responsive, to local needs and responsible to the constituents and the municipal taxpayers as well. So for example, if you have Town X and they have a police agency, that agency is responsible to that board, and their budget will be allocated through the lens of those kind of localized priorities and understandings. So while there's great value in localization, certainly one of the unintended outcomes of this tends to be fragmentation. So each agency and detachment looks inward to their community to meet their localized needs and priorities. And this challenge is in part for two reasons. The first is that crime doesn't unfortunately abide by jurisdictional boundaries. It's not like a Roomba. It doesn't hit the end of the town border and then turn around and come back and move elsewhere. And secondly, also, in single exigent or emergency circumstances, a single incident can exceed the capacity of any single agency, whether that's just in the province and kind of overall as well. So true police interoperability in its totality, and I remind people as well, Nova Scotia is about 1 million people, and in some provinces that's a mid-sized city. So we're kind of in a very particular circumstance here, but true interoperability really requires us to look beyond localization, to consider the investment in resources to support our neighbors, to support a more overarching framework of interoperability. So if I go back to my example of Town X neighbored with Town Y, you really need to look at both those and be able to come to your council, come to your board and say, I need to invest my resources to support my neighbor in times of exigent circumstances through mutual aid agreements, things like that, and training and all of that within a kind of interoperability framework, so that I can protect the citizens of my town too, because it's all interrelated. Protecting your neighbor is indeed protecting your own community, but it's very difficult to have that buy-in because your budget is allocated through this very particular localized lens. So that's kind of really what I wanted to add to the conversation about interoperability, noting that, again, a bit of a different framework for this discussion than just the communications continuum.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wonder, is there more for us to understand around your division's role in organizing or even promoting dialogue around funding and procurement decisions among and between police agencies when it comes to these type of issues?
Absolutely. So one of the most important things we're working on now is a refurbishing or modernization of the provincial policing standards. And I speak about it a lot, but it's because it's so far-reaching in its effects for assisting to start building collaborative relationships and building capacity towards interoperability. And that is setting a base minimum that police agencies meet collectively across the province. And so an agency can go to their board and say, this is the base minimum standard. To meet this standard, I need to invest financial resources, human resources, equipment resources to meet this standard. And therefore, kind of having the discussion about investments start to broaden outside the town jurisdiction, outside the detachment jurisdiction, and start to be a provincial, holistic, consistent approach to addressing interoperability.
Again, what Haley's saying there is actually absolutely true. You know, again, it's a smaller agency, and I mentioned this earlier, I think when I introduced myself, you know, we often rely on our partners, you know, in the community, other police agencies, both municipal and RCMP for a lot of help, and we provide the same kind of help. You know, and a lot of that kind of gets reflected in, you know, our successes. We live right on the New Brunswick border, so lots of times, you know, we're dealing with things that happen just on the other side in the next province that really affect us. And I'm sure, you know, municipalities like Truro probably have, you know, they're close to Halifax, they have the same kind of dynamic happening all the time. So a lot of the times when we're looking at things, we got to kind of say, okay, we just can't think inside the box here. We got to think about, you know, that person that's coming in from out or people that are leaving. It's a much bigger picture that you got to keep your eye on. And, you know, I've had this discussion with my police commission and my council many times, you know, about the importance of being, you know, understanding when they say, well, why are we doing work over here? Or why are we doing work over there? What's that got to do with us? It's, again, the same thing. I never thought about the Roomba thing. That's a new one. But we all know that, you know, that crime doesn't recognize those borders. But it's like the old adage, is kind of like you feel as if you got to stop right then and there because I don't have jurisdiction on the other side. So we do have things in play that we work with and have worked with, and we've seen many successes, you know, of working with our partners on the other side of the border. But even in regards to policies and things like that, and standards, when we're drafting policies, you know, when my deputy chief and I and staff sergeant, when we're drafting policies, most of the time, a big part of our research is I'll go to Halifax, I'll go to Truro, I'll go to the RCMP, and I'll look and say, what do you guys have in your policy on this? You know, and just look at it and get the ideas there and understand I need to try to make my policies work with that so we're kind of thinking on the same page, you know, especially in regards to jurisdictional issues. You know, who's going to investigate this if this is what happened, you know, because all of a sudden if someone says, hey, my policy says we don't deal with that. Well, my policy says you do. Well, I'm sorry. Our policy says, so getting all those things in line is, you know, paramount to trying to be, you know, successful in some kind of cooperative manner. So lots of times that's one of the first things we do when we're drafting policies is looking around to say, what's your policy on this? And ideally, you'd all have a lot of similar things in your policy. So if you have a policy on emergency vehicle operation, you know, you should be able to go to another police agency and say, yep, they're pretty similar. There's a lot of stuff in there that is kind of flows along the same lines. The last thing you need is two policies that are completely opposite and contradict each other, right? And that's kind of where lots of times we kind of look to provincial standards or whatever. And I know many years ago, and Bill, you can probably remember this, or anyone that was in policing back in the 90s, you know, we had our provincial SOPs. But the mid 90s, 92, 93 or so, I think they dropped off or whatever happened. It was just before you know, my 26 years in policing. And then we started doing our own kind of thing. But up until that time, I think a lot of the policies and a lot of the way that we did things was, you know, based on those provincial SOPs. So.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one thing as well to my response there. And that is the importance of training and exercising. Scenario-based training, live scenario-based training. You can have, if I go back to my very elaborate example of Town X and Town Y, if both of those agencies had standardized equipment, they had the same communications networks and channels, they had the same technology, those two agencies still, in my opinion, would not be interoperable because their resources are not embedded in their protocols for emergency response. It's not inherent that you call your neighboring police agency to have those resources come. It needs to be established through scenario-based training, building your SOPs around that scenario-based training so that you start to avoid role ambiguity in times of serious emergency. And role ambiguity in time of serious emergency is crucial to avoid.
Last word before lunch.
It'll be a short one. I totally agree with what Haley said in relation to that. And coming from a province where when I arrived, most of the agencies that responded to emergencies were not talking very well with each other, let alone ever practicing that. We still have a long way to go, but we're making efforts that way. And as a dispatcher, when I was dispatching, it was always very nice to deal with Amherst Police Department and when we were dispatching Cumberland, because many times we just hear over the radio, yeah, Amherst is covering us for a few minutes while we deal with this, give anything else to them, and vice versa. And where policy and legislation doesn't exist, the end users often find a way. And which has been my large experience in relation to this, because most of our BCP plans and our usages of the radios and so on, they've all grown out of handshake agreements. But if you don't have that relationship, you can't make the handshake agreement. So those two things have to go hand in hand. And it's been my experience to see when that works, and it's been my experience to see when it doesn't work. Currently have a police agency in my province that doesn't think that they need to talk to anybody else. And that is setting up for tragedy. And so I hope that people will listen, and I hope that the commission will push that forward even stronger in this province. Those relationships and that policy working together is going to resolve a lot of these issues. And when it's the worst day ever, you need friends. You need help, you need support, and thankfully we're working towards that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll break then for 45 minutes approximately to 1:15. Thank you.
Oh, I love that guy. Wow. Too bad you said that. Oops. Oh, and then said it again. And he knows. He saw, you could see as soon as I pointed it out, he fucked up big time. Because he didn't ask for it. He said the technology works well, number one, which defeats everything that they're saying there, all the gobbledygook. And number two, TMR2, he didn't mention that anything needs to be changed. He went on to CADs. Nothing needs to be changed, which means what? That's right. TMR2 has GPS, which of course everybody knows, or those who read about it know. I don't know. I feel sorry for the for the members who don't understand, because I don't think they're told about the fact that TMR2 has GPS. I think they're kind of baffled into it. Todd pointed that out to me, and I think I totally agree with him. I don't think that they're told that they're being monitored all the time. But of course, that's the way things work. I don't know, man. They're bringing in technocracy. They're like in there. Seriously, I'm not being tinfoily. Like, these things are out there. I don't talk about this stuff because I want to deal with what happened on April 18, 19. I wanted just the basic stuff. I want the TMR2 GPS records. I want the Celebrate records for everything. I want the dash cam footage with all the audio and video. I want people to sit down when they're subpoenaed. They go, they answer, and if not, they're under threat of perjury, which means jail time. And if they're caught in it, because there's mountains of paperwork, which they've supplied, if they're caught in it, jail time. Yeah. So let's keep it simple. I don't think I struggle with the English language. best I know, my intelligence, yeah, does okay. It's been tested several times. So I'm not too worried about the gobbledygook that they spit, because it doesn't even make sense. Love to sit in a room with them. Perhaps we could have an intelligence off. We'll see. Then I feel like somebody be wearing pie on their face. Oops. Now, not that I need to mention that. Now, so this kind of stuff, you've got Google engineer. I don't want to get into this because it has nothing to do with April 18 and 19. But what they're trying to put in there, what they're trying to go for long term, right, is stuff about technocracy. And that's why they keep asking for more goo, more state surveillance, and of course multinationals, which get that as well. A Google engineer put on leave claims AI bot, and he's a senior Google engineer too. LA, like these stories are always around. Predictive crime, which of course makes zero sense. Yes, we can predict that you're going to commit a crime. Really? A lot of this is just people who can't use the brain. It's no longer functioning very well. They don't remember anything. They have to constantly look things up. You remember the days when you got an assignment in school, right? And you had to go to the Dewey Decimal System in the library, and you had to go and find maybe the encyclopedia, and you had to read a bunch to find what the answer. No. See, all of this stuff has made people really stupid, right? And they can't function without, they need to train the trainers to train the trainers to train them, because they can't function without the technology, because their brain no longer is working. Very sad. Gas cam footage. Where is all like this? This is really like real, just basic. Unless you're hiding stuff, which, of course, is the only logical explanation. Logic. You don't need to go through all this goo. It isn't that people don't know how to change channels. I think that was one thing I heard. They literally do not know how to change channels. I would, if I was watching this and I was a member, I would feel really insulted by some of the things that they were saying, because they were attacking their intelligence. And the thing is, with really good police officers, they're highly intelligent. They have to be. They're fast on their feet to think, put pieces together, to memorize things, right? Unless you've relied on the goo too much. There's no more logic being used. There is. The people really far up the food chain, they know what's going down. That's why they have to do this shit, right? Because baffle people with bullshit all the time. They know what they're doing, and I don't know how many people are drinking the Kool-Aid anymore. It's a deep rabbit hole, very deep. But I don't know how many people are drinking it anymore. They're tired of the lies, because lots of people are suffering from cognitive dissonance, right? which essentially is just because you've been gaslit. We've all been gaslit for so long. Well, you know, this is a very large exercise in psychological warfare, gaslighting. They just sit there and they put up colorful graphs. They know these things. They've studied it for a long time. Put up the colors, put up the graphs. Remember the graphs? Seen the graphs anywhere else in the world? And then you go back, though, especially if you archive them and look at them, well, they're not quite the same. Their mathematics don't quite work. Transparency. Anyway, I'm really digressing, but I do think that it's not that I think. I know that people who are watching are highly intelligent and can see through the bullshit. You guys are the ones who can sit around and read mountains and mountains of paper. You're the ones who can see that little clock in the corner, which just kind of magically changes. I never did figure out, I don't know technology that great. I know certain components, but definitely I know I'm very stupid. I think that's knowingly. I don't want to be involved in it. The, what is it, .msi file? I think I asked Oh Dear about it. I never did get an answer back. That was all related to the gas cam footage, which funnily enough, they secured on the 19th. But for some reason, I'm finding documents that they have to go back. The people that I pointed out that got the awards. There is something I want to talk about. A couple of things for sure. There's a really major one, but I have to run it by somebody first. Because that's the right thing to do. Okay, let's have a look at this. Now, here's an exercise in sheer logic. So, a while back, I had, and I would say that that file was intentionally messed with, but I remember it, so I can put it back together. But those of you who have been watching for a while know the the Picto thing I put together, like a picture chart of different files relating to Clayfield, Paul Clayfield. Hopefully I'm not confusing anybody. Paul Clayfield, very much related, intertwined with Wharton, Masons, the Masons, also the Masons denture clinic. Paul Clayfield, who just happened to disappear. I did a couple of videos on it. So though, I think it's something about dentures or something a while back. Let's just see here. One moment, please. And I laid it out pretty well. I know I tend to do a little bit of digressing, but I did lay out a couple of things. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm going to read Oh Dear's comment here in a moment. Dentures and follow the money. These two. I've talked about Paul Clayfield before, but I did a lot more kind of in-depth, dedicated videos about all that. Now, and it's It's absolutely 100% irrefutable. Irrefutable. The evidence that ties it all together. I'll just show you a piece. Just obscure this information is probably not necessary. It's just receipt goo. Now, this is Service New Brunswick. Okay. Clayfield denture. Okay, that's Paul Clayfield. Reviewed that in those files. 175 Aberdeen Street, Post Office Box 3121, Fredericton. Okay. The name of the business is Atlantic Denture Clinic. (3121) Box 3121, Clayfield Denture Clinic is the register. Is the address for Broman? Berkshire Broman. Post Office Box. Same exact one. Phone numbers in the warrants match up to Clayfield. So I won't go through that too much again. But please watch those videos, because why is this person not being questioned? Matthew Clayfield, the Denturist Society of Nova Scotia, some very odd denture clinics arise from that, and what appears to be some international money, big international money. Now, oh, just your tin foil, right? Really? Am I? This is 911, or sorry, yes, 911 records. 2414. Okay, they're trying to trace phone numbers. So the unknown male is somebody working in telecoms industry. 911 industry, Truro calling again. Yeah, I have another number. If we can figure out if it's a landline, a cell phone, who it belongs to. Yeah, okay, I can check that. What's the cell phone, or what's the phone number? Sorry, phone number. 902 blank, 902 blank, which I can, if you watch the video, it'll tell you which phone number it is. I don't happen to actually remember it offhand. Sorry. Correct, sure, just a moment, just because I traced it elsewhere. Okay, it's a landline. Not sure if it's a landline or a cell phone. I'll get that in a moment. Okay, so the audio ends. These records are highly frustrating, to say the least, because they bounce all over and are out of order. Anyway, sure. Okay, audio ends. Picks back up. Okay, so it does look like a landline. Okay, the landline belongs to a Clearfield dental. Actually, wait, hold on. Atlantic Denture Clinic. What time is that again? On the 19th? Oh, that's right. Midnight. 12:32. Now, why has Paul Clayfield never been brought into this? Why did he shut down shop in Truro? Take his military experience, which, I don't know, got him ready for dentures, I guess. And then he could make them out of the back of his house and leave the country after this all went down. Clayfield, Clearfield. Clayfield, Clearfield. I think it's just a transcription error. Clayfield. Clayfield. Nobody pays attention to the denturist. Denturist, perfect cover. They're going to start trotting out the porn bots if you start talking about it. So, irrespective of whether it is formal, like absolutely involved in 1819, it still would be investigated. And obviously, they knew about it right away. It didn't take terribly long for me to figure it out. A little bit. I don't have quite the access to their technology, but it did put 2 and 2 together. Now, the question would be, why hasn't there been any mention of Paul Clayfield? Why are there no documents from Paul Clayfield, who has the same mailing address, the same phone number, the same business address, the Novalee location, for sure, which was formerly Mason's, which I believe Lowe, ex-wife, referred to as a, quote, dummy clinic. I wouldn't quite call it a dummy clinic. We didn't really treat anybody there. So we bought the business, and the best that I could establish was they bought the business from Masons, but it would have been Clayfield that bought the business. Bought the business from Masons denture clinic. And then paid rent, saw no clients, and kicked them all back to the person they bought the business from. Now, that makes no sense. That's like, what is her name? It's a unique name. The lady who had a denturist chair. I know Peter will know right away. It's not coming to me right now. Iona or something. She has a very unique name. Maybe if somebody can help me out. Who walked into, I want you to put yourself into this situation. I'll just give you the situation. So you walk into a business and you say to the business owner, hey, I'm interested in becoming a plumber. So maybe it has to be something on site. I don't know. Let's say a dog groomer. Maybe. And the dog groomer happens to have a residence upstairs. So you walk in and you say to the person, I'm interested in becoming a dog groomer. And the person who's the owner says to you, well, that's fantastic. You're in the right business. You're going to make a lot of money. They turn around. They don't ask your name. They don't ask for your references. They don't ask for anything. They go into the back. They get 2 keys for both their businesses, one of which is their home. They give them to you. They don't know your name. They don't know your experience. They don't know anything. And then you don't really see them for years. I want you to work that one out for me. Here's the key to my home. I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't know anything about you. Maybe my business has dog grooming, has a lot of money in it. Maybe it has guns. Maybe it has other things. Does that make any sense at all? It does. Because to me, it makes no sense. And even in the interview with this person, who I can't recall, they said, you'll find this totally unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable. Now, I'm not implicating this person in anything. Perhaps they did. They did just as they said. But does it make any sense? If something doesn't make sense, then it probably doesn't add up. Lucky wanted to use this tragedy. That's icing. It's icing. Again, that doesn't answer particularly why it happened. It doesn't answer why, say, they would want to hide all this. Doesn't. They would get it any which way. The problem with that story, I know somebody's going to be watching and they're going to be pissed with me because I didn't finish my homework. I got a little tired yesterday. Now, but we can go through this together. Actually, I could quickly produce this. Yeah, I'll produce it and we'll watch it together. It'll take me a little bit though, till my computer will have it from. There was other things I wanted to add to it, which of course I was getting chastised about. Seamus, it doesn't have to be perfect, just get it out. And I'm like, no, it's gotta be. I've got to get it this way. All right, let's see here. It's on the gun note. We'll just put it in here. And we'll call it, I don't know. Gun ban. Perhaps I'll find it. Probably not. Well, that's kind of zipping through. 2%, 7%. All right. Yes, 0 answers as to why. February 12th, traffic stop, which was again, the media didn't say that, but did do a little bit of digging and found out that it was a joint RCMP HRP operation. Video canvassing. And found out the same person who was involved with that happened to get the tapes from Big Stop, the HRM member, and then happened to get an award. And it's also highly paid. Stinks. February 12th. February 12th with tickets. That what? Kind of confused the situation, since everybody knew that it was an RCMP car. But then you muddy the waters. But it was so, what was it again? I hope this is not going to be a fail, as in I didn't do it, didn't put my pieces together right. It's going to jump around in the time frame. But back to the ticket. If the ticket was so memorable, as Mr. Dorrington put it, was extremely memorable because of his actions. He's done tons of pullovers, Mr. Dorrington has, but only had a few that were so aggressive. If it's so memorable, why did he forget when he's in the area? Sergeant O'Brien Drunky O'Brien had to remind him, hey, do you remember? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was only a couple of months ago. It was so memorable, according to his statement, which totally conflicts with the legally binding sworn affidavit. Strange. Where would the dash cam footage be for that again? The GPS logs. The member notes for that day. There's a lot of things missing. Strange. Gotta go, Cheryl. Take good care. All right. So, let's have a look at this. I wanted to put some music in and some other stuff. Now it's just quiet. I'll add to it. But one moment. Okay. Now, again, there is much more to this than the guns. The guns are just added bonus. There. Well, I'm not part of the Balin covert op cover-up bullshit, so I guess I can turn that off for now. Surprised I haven't seen the porn bot. I'm getting a lot of them in the comments. Usually I kind of crash and burn after a stream and fall asleep. I wake up to quite a few porn bots in the comments section now. Sad. This is not what I want. Share screen. Share. Oh, it won't let me do this. Will it? Fucking bullshit. Browser can't access your screen. Right. It's almost like those Colchester things, or I don't know, that Playfield file. People's pictures getting deleted. Oh, they're just crazy. Sure. All right, now I'll have to use my speaker audio, which obviously is not quite the same, but we'll do it anyway, okay? Hopefully I've got this right. I want you to take note of the dates. The dates is the important part. Porn bot. April 20th.
Morning, Prime Minister Tom Perry, CBC. You've promised a ban on assault-style weapons.
I love the look over.
Given what we know about the shooting in Nova
It's
Scotia,
almost like he knows it's coming.
Minister Tom. Morning, Prime Minister Tom Perry, CBC. You've promised a ban on assault-style weapons. Given what we know about the shooting in Nova Scotia, could that have prevented these crimes? And if not, would you consider even tighter gun control measures?
As we know, this is very much an ongoing investigation that's in its early stages in Nova Scotia right now. So I don't want to jump to conclusions or make characterizations about what happened until we get a full accounting from the authorities. But in regards to gun control, we took very serious commitments in the election campaign and have moved forward and are moving forward on them to ensure that we're strengthening gun control in this country. I can say that we were on the verge of introducing legislation to ban assault-style weapons across this country. It was interrupted when the pandemic caused Parliament to be suspended. But we have every intention of moving forward on that measure and potentially other measures when the Parliament returns.
Okay, now to a tweet. Announcement connects Nova Scotia to RCMP concludes the investigation. Weapons used in this offense are very relevant to the work that we have done today. What date? May 1st, 2020. Okay.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
Okay, I want you to re-listen to that. He has insider knowledge, right? May 1st. He knows, and he's saying to you, you'll understand. You'll understand what I know, right? About the guns and why we're doing the guns. May 1st.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
You will understand because he knows. He knows stuff that you will see. The RCMP will tell you, but he knows. You just don't. But you'll understand exactly why they did the gun grab. What date? April 24th. Same day as the press conference. Did not have, okay, so maybe I do go through that a little quickly. Remember all their bullshitting about that they didn't know if he did or he didn't have an FAC. And it's not an FAC, by the way, it's a PAL. But anyway, considering that they run the program, you think you fucking know. Doesn't have an FAC. Unlawfully smuggled. Okay, April 24th. Unlawfully smuggled.
With respect to the firearms in the gunman's possession, this component of the investigation remains active and involves other domestic and international law enforcement partner agencies. At this time, I can only provide limited details. What can be confirmed is that the gunman had acquired all of these firearms illegally. Of the 5 firearms found in the gunman's possession on April 19th, 3 were obtained illegally from the United States. 1 was obtained illegally in Canada through the estate of an associate who is deceased, or a deceased associate of the gunman. And these are the 4 firearms that we have previously indicated the gunman had on April 18th. The 5th firearm was Constable Stevenson's.
Now, June 4th, they're going to tell you about it. April 24th, they certainly told the Prime Minister. May 1st, Bill says to you, what again? I have to make sure I've got that right.
Will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
So, what is the clear and compelling knowledge that he has again? What was that? Oh, was that this? That all of the guns were illegally smuggled? Or sorry, all of the guns were illegally obtained, smuggled. So therefore, it makes sense, of course. The compelling, Canadians will clearly, what was it again you said, Bill? I want to make sure I understood you clearly.
But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
Oh, well, I clearly understand now. I clearly understand that you understood the inside knowledge that they were all illegally obtained and smuggled in most cases. So why was that again that you banned guns from legal gun owners? Oops. You just stepped in it hard. And I don't think anybody's put that all together like that. You fucking knew about it for a week. And then Darren's coming out and he's like, oh yeah, got pressured from Lucky. And again, what was that email? I like that email. Next. One moment. Oh, sounds like I'm hungry. I think I ate yesterday. I think it's in here somewhere. It is very good. And the source is very, very good. Very good. Those who are focused on promotion are always watching for opportunities to pad their resume. What competency do I still need an example for? What can I do in this incident that will look good and give me an edge? What do I need to stay away from because it's promotion suicide? Should I be first or last to respond, or somewhere in the middle? Who do I need to watch out for because they too are competing for promotion? Who is a rock star and does not care about promotion, and how can I take advantage of them. I've reviewed certain details about Superintendent Campbell and his storied past very early on. I believe there's a video about it. I think it's called Who is Darren? Yes. Mixes in Janice Gray from Halifax. I think Janice may be gone. I think I heard Janice may be gone. I'm sure I'll get an email here shortly. Janice is gone. Janice, of course, John Robin. And yes, it came from a certain place. There's receipts on that. Yeah, Janice trying to sync. It really starts to open up a lot of bad stuff within the RCMP. But Darren, are you a hero? Are you really a hero? Remember the promotions. Remember your ex-wife. Pepper. Oh, Pepper. And Catherine. Oh, Darren's looking for bumps. You don't think that he saw the shit hitting the fan? You're not a dumb man. You build in outs. You could see the writing on the wall. That's the way it works. The food chain. Yes, this boy is still in prison. Tragic story. Tragic. And I never quite figured that one out, and I won't, it just makes me, the whole situation makes me terribly sad about his son and Catherine's son and Catherine's situation, which breaks my fucking heart. A lot of people tied up in that one. This one is deep. But they just want you to believe it's the gun stuff. Why is it that... Where is it? Oh, shut up. We can listen to their goo. Somewhere here I've got it all put together. Where did I stick it? Come on. I clipped it all. Oh, the dash cams. You see? Just start mentioning things. Hammer it on enough. Then they're gonna go. But hey, don't look here. No dash cams. Right. like DMR too. Where the fuck is it? Oh, come on. I pieced it together yesterday. I went through and deleted all the French and all the shit. Maybe now it didn't. Maybe now it's no longer there. Oh, yes, the GoFundMe. Lisa is getting squashed. Sarah Michelle. Well, that's just sad. It should be there. I guess maybe I didn't save it. I'll have to do it again later. I could just play the whole fucking thing. I could have sworn I had it in there. You never mention it. Tell this shit. Because the ship's sinking. Better throw out another bone. Maybe people will stop looking. I'm not saying it's not real. It's provably real. That's not the reason. Does that answer what happened on 1819? The guns, does that answer it? What's going on currently right now in this country? All the debate that's going on everywhere. Does it answer what happened on 1819? The answer is, sorry? No. It's just another shiny thing they're throwing out. Because they know people are asking and they're scared. They will sell anybody out to protect their shit. Oh, yeah. Dank 'em. Dank liars. Deceivers. Schemers. Slow bellies. Filthy lucre. They deserve to go down in shame. And it's not a political thing. Because, frankly, I heard silence the last 2 years. Except when it benefits people. What I read you applies politically too. Doesn't matter which side of the floor you sit on. Where the fuck were you all this time? Absent. Except when it suits your agendas. To politicize this one or make blood money off of it is disgusting and reprobate behavior. To seek promotion, re-election, obviously they need to talk about it. Very true. And people need to be held to account. Very true. But it just happens again and again. It doesn't matter. Brenda from Rwanda. Remind me. Yes. Yes. Of course. It's even in statements from multiple members. She's a suspect because that's the cop brain working. Yeah. She's missing. She's the partner. Crimes were being done. She has the most financial interest. She is co-listed on all the properties. Her credit card is being used jointly, joint held credit card, which they don't want to say, to purchase things. But you see, this all opens up other stuff too. I've seen the reemergence of who?
Thank you. Welcome back,
Jessica.
everyone. Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that was fast. They didn't even give you a warning.
So we're going to spend the last
They
bit
don't
of our
want me
time
to-
together this afternoon thinking about matters of culture and how that influences interoperability and cooperation,
Wow, they don't want it ready.
collaboration between agencies, particularly in Nova Scotia. So I'd like to start this conversation by referring to an article
that we put into the Roundtable package. It's exhibit P-002343, and its title is When the Flames and Water Are Gone. And that article discusses barriers to integration between government agencies, including the complexity that exists between coordinating agencies that are, some agencies are more political in nature, some are bureaucratic, and some are more operational. And to have those three very distinct types of organizations trying to interact can get quite complicated. Each of them have their own cultures, language, priorities, and ways of doing things. So this article suggests that the following factors are key determinants in building a whole of government approach to crisis response. And I'm going to just sort of identify those and then ask and go around and ask people to comment on whether they agree and whether there are other factors that need to be considered. So some of the factors mentioned are the establishment of appropriate communication mechanisms. I think we've spent some time on that today. Organizational culture within agencies, and then social capital and trust relationships between agencies, individuals, and communities. And then the last being leadership, particularly from the highest levels of the executive. So I'd like to start with Haley, if I might, to comment on sort of your take on this and how the work your division does might tie in and help with some of this.
Certainly, thank you. And there's one subheading in the report that you've provided that I thought was very apt, and it is complex but not impossible. And I think that's really the position that we're in Nova Scotia, is true police interoperability is complex, involves multiple organizations. You can see the number of people at this table that's, representing communications interoperability, and then you add all the other kind of buckets, and you can imagine how big the stage would have to be to fit us all on it. So it can be very complex, but certainly it's doable. From my own perspective, I think public safety is in a really unique position to support interagency and also interdepartmental collaboration as well, through the facilitation of sessions to bring the people together to look at specific problems and problem solve collaboratively. And I'm thinking about, exigent circumstance being one example, but there's certainly many, and part of that is formalizing processes. So social capital and trust, especially in policing and an emergency response, is largely built on predictability. You need to be able to understand what the other agencies are going to do in an exigent circumstance so that you can then build your actions on that as well. So there's something to be said about predictability. And one example of how we've recently come together in kind of an all-of-government approach to problem solving is COVID, the enforcement of the COVID restrictions. We were bringing together departments and agencies that wouldn't normally have interaction on a day-to-day. So Department of Health and Wellness, Nova Scotia Health Authority, police, regulatory compliance officers, sheriff services, community partners, with a common goal, with a common end game, and that was to support the safety of Nova Scotians through the pandemic. So we can see that even though it's complex and there was a lot of players at that table, that we can work together collaboratively to resolve a problem and move forward together. In this specific context, I think policing standards and auditing compliance with those standards is of the utmost importance because, again, it's that line of consistency and predictability, and ensuring that there's an understanding in emergency situations of what the reaction will be, and that everybody has a role and responsibility to play during those circumstances, and people know where they fit within the larger mechanism.
Thank you, Haley. Chief Pike, how does that play out? How's that played out in your experience?
I mean, you know, we talked a lot about communications and how important it is, and obviously we've been working on communications for a number of years, and we've gotten to a point where interoperability and communications is quite a bit better than where we were a number of years ago. But in order for us to communicate properly, we have the tools, you know, we have the training, you know, we need to keep exercising those kinds of things. And I think we've done fairly well with that. But it's ultimately affected how well are we going to use those tools if we have an organizational culture that kind of plays against that or whatever, or, you know, maybe there's issues with trust or social capital. So when you talk about organizational culture, there's a lot of different things that can really influence the culture of your agency, your department, your community. You know, whether or not you're from that town, whether you're from away, the age of the people that are in your agency, you know, the kind of training or the influence that they've had from maybe senior members or anything like that, especially when it relates to working with other agencies and working with other departments. We see that, you know, where some people have you have a pride in your department. You have a pride in what your department can accomplish and whatever. And sometimes that can kind of play some issues there in regards to that relationship with other agencies. And it kind of ties in with your social capital and your trust issues. For example, you know, it's easier for me to work with someone that I've known for a long time, you know, because we've worked on projects together. I know what their capabilities are. I know what their agency's capabilities are. I know what their leadership skills and where they're coming from. So if it comes down to someone that I've known for a number of years and I know, you know, very intimately what they're able to do or what their concerns are versus someone that I just met. And, you know, they may have a great resume and stuff, but it really boils down to, do I really know? And it's the same vice versa. Someone who doesn't know me, you know, they're going to come and say, well, can I trust this person? Is this person able to do the job that is expected of them, right? So that kind of plays into that culture as well, where, you know, as a police department in Amherst, a municipal agency, you know, my members are usually there for their entire career. I've been there for 26 years. You know, my deputy chief has been there for over 30 years. My staff sergeant's been there for over 30 years. So they have that relationship not only with our community, but with the other members, the other agencies, the fire department, those kinds of things. And if you talk about another agency where maybe you don't have that long-standing, you know, appearance, they're not there for that long, or they're just coming into the community, sometimes those relationships take time to build. So when I talk about the relationships I have with other departments or my department has with other departments, a lot of those relationships have really been built over a number of years. Whether it's at conferences or training that you've, you know, spoken to different people or met different people. And I mean, I know I've gone on a course in Ottawa, and I've met a guy that, you know, works in Fredericton and say, hey, how you doing? You know, I haven't seen you in 5 years. How have things been? And sometimes you can just pick up on that, and you know, you can work with that. So if something does happen and you need to work with that person on something, you have that contact. And you have that trust because you know that's a solid relationship. And that builds into your leadership too, you know, trying to say, you know, what can I do with the tools that I have around me? You know, do I have faith in my people? Do my people have the right training? Have I provided them with what they need? And those kinds of issues, right? But without that trust and without those solid relationships, it's really hard to get that interoperability you need, especially when you're trying to move past, you know, coordination all the way to the other side to collaboration, right? We're fortunate in Amherst, again, like I said, because we always have a good relationship with the RCMP. We have a good relationship with Truro, New Glasgow, and the other agencies around us. And for the most part, you know, a lot of the things that we deal with together, It's just like a handshake to say, when you need my help, I'm there. And I know one of the comments here, in this article and stuff is also to the point, when it really gets bad, and we just kind of get thrown into a crisis, how well do things work? And a lot of times that's when things often do work the best, because I'll be prone to say, you know what, I don't care about what it's going to cost or this or that. You know what you got to do, call people out, call this out, do that, and get it done right. As opposed to sometimes, trying to think about all the different things. Now, if you have an MOU and stuff in place, that works well too, because those things are going to be taken care of. But again, it's those relationships that are core, making sure that you have that trust and that ability to know how are the other agencies going to respond, and knowing that they know how we're going to respond.
Thank you. It really ties in with what we were talking about this morning around the networks and relationships that have built over the years with TMR. So, Bill, if you don't mind, I'd like to take it over to you to help us understand, I think, organizational culture. That's a fairly amorphous term, I'd say. And what do you think they mean when they bring this up in this context of fostering interoperability?
So I wrote a question down when you said a whole government approach. My question was, which government? And I've used this term a couple of times. You fight for the team you play for, right? So most of what's happening in policing is a reflection of what's happening in the politics that are going around it. It's not done in a vacuum. So you've got the ability, you have the issues around that help shape some of the relationships that we have, and things that may have nothing to do with policing may be impacting getting things done. But clearly there are different cultures in the big three: police, fire, and ambulance. They're different cultures. And I think one of the things that happens is each one of them think they understand what the other one actually does or thinks, or without actually really knowing it. So you make a lot of assumptions. And based on those assumptions, then you start taking actions or decisions, as opposed to, so a very example, when I took over the integrated emergency services, fire dispatch was part of it. And I had been a police dispatcher in my younger years as a constable, and I know dispatching. I thought I knew fire dispatching. Well, ring, 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 there's a fire, you send a fire truck. How difficult can that be? And what I realized is that no, it's a different culture, a different outlook. And you kind of have to walk a mile in someone else's shoes to be able to get it. And that takes time. It takes relationships. It takes questioning and answering. It takes exploring things that are uncomfortable. This is really this is a great example here. But you have to peel back the layers of the onion to really start to understand where they're coming. And only when that happens, I shouldn't say only, because things could happen. It can happen organically, but you have a much higher probability of things happening positively if you take the time to really understand and look at it from both sides. And the other piece that I throw in this is this kind of, and Dwayne kind of mentioned it, is this whole kind of thing around team dynamics, again, around task and social cohesion. Social cohesion is a really good thing because people will work together, but it reaches a point where the social aspect overtakes your actual mission. You start making decisions because you're a member of that group or whatever. Whereas in task cohesion, the more you start focusing on the mission collectively, the performance level will continue to rise. And I think that's where we need to start breaking some of the social pieces down. Are we so aligned with our organization that we're willing to sacrifice the betterment of the taxpayer or the response? And we all do it. This is not one. This is a reality. And if it's a reality, we might as well put it right on the floor at the very beginning and start talking about it and work through it. At the end of the day, it should be, are we providing the best level of service to those that we serve? Not about the best service of the organization I work for. We're in public service, not service to ourselves. So I think those are some of the things that when I think about organizational development, that's just where my mind goes. And the other thing I'll throw out is, I think actually Lance mentioned to begin with, when I hear the terms security, privacy, they're roadblocks. If the conversation starts with those, they're thrown up as roadblocks, as opposed to starting with, we should be sharing information Now, how are we going to deal with these other things as opposed to it? Because in my previous role, one of the things I did, I was the freedom of information person for the regional police. And I have not exhaustively looked at them, but most of freedom of information across the country have a piece in around health and safety. You can share if it's going to be for the betterment of someone's health and safety. So why don't we use that as the base and work from there, as opposed to the other way, which is, hold it, can't talk to you, no, security, you know, security clearance, can't. I get that conversation, but I think we need to change the conversation.
So you're leading me into the next question I was planning to ask. And Chris, you mentioned earlier this morning that this kind of need to know versus need to share. And I think that's what you're getting at as well, Bill, is that some of the law and ways of doing things can be roadblocks.
Yeah, it's a really important construct, and I think it's at the center of trust as well. So I think trust is a big part of it. I would argue we talk so much about trust, A, because it's important, but B, we have to work way too hard to build trust in the absence of clear policies, procedures, guidance, and obligations. So when I hear Chief Pike talk about how hard he and other stakeholders have had to work to build trust, encouraging, but a little bit maddening at the same time. So I mentioned earlier this morning, I spent time with the Canadian Armed Forces. I won't suggest it's perfect, but I could work with anyone from across the Canadian Armed Forces from coast to coast to coast the next day, because we trained, we understood what each other did. I could go to NATO and work with NATO partners because we had not had the opportunity to build these wonderful relationships every single day, but we were unified by standards, policies, and procedures that gave me an inherent trust to put my life on the line as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. We want our policing services to have that same trust without having to know the individual in the vehicle next to them, the fire service member, the paramedic. So let's not lose trust, but let's understand that there are other pieces that should make that trust relationship easier, so that, because when we look at interoperability, let's go back, we didn't talk about this morning, operability is the first step towards interoperability. So why are organizations hesitant to go their own, or sorry, to collaborate with others? They are first and foremost committed to the health and safety of their members and of their community. And then if they know that by being collaborative, which is proved out more often than not, that they'll be better able to take care of their members and more importantly, take care of their communities, then that's important. And we use the word trust and we haven't defined it, and there's a whole bunch of definitions, but there's one that I reflected on earlier this week. First, it acknowledges that trust is central to the success of democratic institutions. So we need to have community trust in order for any institution to be successful. And the other part of the definition I really liked, it empowers us to demonstrate solidarity for each other. And I think that's really important, is if the outcome of trust is solidarity and an openness to have open and frank discussions, but to say, I support my police service. Do they need to be better? Yes, but I support them. And so the communities that we serve have every right to question some of the decisions that frontline organizations make. We know we need their trust. We need to work hard to maintain that trust. And it also starts interagency as well. And I think going to Haley's comments, that's the cornerstone of interoperability. I just want to make one last comment, please, if I could, KRISTA. If we look at the demographic around the table here today, there's a disproportionate number of people who come from a policing background. And I want to make sure that we understand this is not a policing issue. Interoperability and communication interoperability is all of our community safety, public safety partners. And so they have to be part of the dialogue. They have to want to see us be as successful as the people you're hearing from here today.
Thank you, Chris. Haley, I wanted to take it back to you, if I could, just picking up on some of what Chris was saying earlier about how standards and training and policy can really step in moments when strangers need to cooperate and function well together. And I the other thing we heard this morning is that there were provincial police standards in before 2000, and that it's not so much a thing now. And I want to hear about the kind of work that's happening in your division in this area.
Sure. So what we're building now is, yes, there were standards in place, but things need to be refreshed. They need to be renewed. They need to be updated. Policing has changed markedly in the last 5 years, let alone the last decade, last 20 years. And so the process that we're moving through is a collaborative process to modernize the policing standards. And standards are developed under the authorities of the Minister and the Police Act. So we could have done so as government, presented them to our policing partners and said, here's the standards for the province. Best of luck implementing them. But we didn't do that. We chose to move forward with a collaborative framework that includes participation from all of our policing partners, municipal police and RCMP, and also with civilian participation in that process as well. So we have persons sitting on the steering committee from our police boards of commission and police advisory boards as well. So they're actually integral to our process of building a modern policing organization in this province. And I think it's that collaborative approach to setting the framework that's going to really set us up for success in the end, because we've set the expectation that we will get together at a table and we'll have productive conversation. And when you set that expectation, then everything flows afterwards. And part of that too is the outcome of formalization of agreements. And I think what agreements get you and what mutual aid agreements get you and MOUs get you is, yes, you remove role ambiguity, but again, you set the expectation that people need to come to the table to have the discussions, and sometimes very difficult discussions about roles and responsibilities. What am I responsible for? And then also in an exigent circumstance, what am I not responsible for? Because each of those are equally as important in that discussion.
So picking up on what Haley said about setting expectations, a big piece of that is leadership. And Lance, can you talk to us about how leadership plays into culture in an organization?
Sure. I'll take us back to the report that you mentioned, and I was fortunate enough, so that happened, the event that they're describing there happened, it's called Black Saturday in February of 2009. And I've done research in Australia before, and after that, I was there 2 weeks after Black Saturday doing research on this exact topic, and was fortunate enough to be able to go into the room where coordination center, it's all, pin maps, and it's quite a while ago, so not much technology in place. And the reality, it was a very difficult time because some of the questions I asked, I would get answers, and it's like, I really want to probe that deeper, but 200 people had died. 200 people had died in wildfires. So it was a difficult time to kind of ask those types of probing questions. But what was evident, and if you read the Royal Commission report that flowed after that, which is excellent, was there was a culture or a lack of culture of leadership at the top levels of the organizations involved. Now, again, you have to remember that in Australia, there are only 8 police services, right? There are 16 fire services. There's always one urban, so Sydney, in New South Wales and downtown Sydney is a fire service, but outside that is a rural fire service, which has one of the largest air forces in the world, right? So it's a very different, in same respects, they have a federal government and states and feds, there's some tension there. So it's very similar to Canada, not the weather, but very similar, but some of the culture things. But the leadership, and this is public information, the leadership didn't like the other leadership and wouldn't share with the other leadership, and there was all sorts of issues that flowed around that. So back to the points that the chief was making and others were making, that leadership is key. And on the topic of the leadership, we've talked about this before, about I've said this literally around the world, to drive forward on the broadest terms, in my opinion, we need vision, leadership, and funding. However, if I was asked, okay, you can only have 2 of those 3, 100% of the time, I will take vision and leadership. The funding will follow. We'll find a way. We can be creative. We can be You know, as Sir Winston Churchill said so famously, gentlemen, we're out of money. Now we must think. So defining the mission, setting that vision, right, and then having the leaders to kind of drive that forward, that to me is what's critical. The funding, you can work on that. But if there isn't a clear mission, and I know Haley's really busy, but I would really hope that the work that you're doing, hopefully somewhere else in government, whole of government, the fire service, the paramedic service, the other services are kind of looking over your shoulder going, oh, that's an interesting policy. We need to kind of have a similar policy so that that is very collaborative in nature, that it isn't these style. I realize there's a legislative need for you to do it that way, but hopefully we're nudging each other and saying, come and take a look at this.
Thank you. And I was just thinking as you were describing leaders or governments who don't talk to each other, how do we, I want to take it back to Bill. I know change management has been one of your areas that you've worked on throughout your career. How do you nudge change in an organization, among leaders? How does it happen?
I'm going to simplify it. It's carrot or stick. You know, if we value leadership, and that leadership style is collaborative, open, with the best interests of those we serve on the front, then that should be rewarded. And if it doesn't appear, then the person's not a leader. They're not following what they need to happen. That's the fundamental piece. Now, there's sometimes a reluctancy to actually move forward on moving people out of the way. You know, and I understand, I'm a realist. I understand there's lots of those kind of things, but if it is going to the vision and if this is where the collective in a democratic society, if this is collectively where we want to go to, and if public safety is a fundamental tenet of our democratized, then then line the people up that are prepared to go that way, and those that say, no, I don't agree with that, well, then they probably should not be our leaders. It's really as simple as that in my mind. And there'll be some that will absolutely say, no, I don't want to do that. There'll be others that'll sit back and wait and go, well, I'll see if this actually sticks, because a lot of things we'll say we want to do, we'll try it for a while, and it stops, and then they revert back to what they were doing before. And then there will be others that saying, I've been waiting for this to come for a long time, and we'll move that way. But it's about deciding where we want to go, what's important, and then making sure that we have the people and the people that are willing to lead. And I fundamentally believe there's not many people arguing against public safety. Actually, it's probably one of the biggest discussions right now, and I'm going to suggest that public safety has morphed into a much more community safety and well-being approach. The fact that the defund discussion, detasking, whatever you want to talk about those, responses that were historically police-related responses, those are all on the table now. We are at, I think, a very, very interesting time, because there's momentum. There are a lot of really good consultation reports out there on what shouldn't or shouldn't be done. Now it's an opportunity to be able to set what the new vision is going to look like, and then move towards that vision. It's you know, I know there's probably a lot of change managers out there going, oh, there's a lot more to that, but fundamentally, that's what it is. And you know, when I look around, not just locally but nationally and internationally, I can see a path forward. And it's really a matter of solidifying that path, putting the people in place to be able to move it forward, creating a good implementation plan. Just don't throw it over the fence and hope it's going to happen organically. You know, put some planning around it. And the other thing is, be prepared to move and be flexible, because, you know, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. We need to be nimble and agile, which I would suggest has not been terms used to associate with policing for a very long time. Nimble and agile are not normally, or broadly with government. Maybe I'm getting myself in trouble now, but those are the pieces that we need to be able to do and move forward. And this is no longer just the discussion of police leaders. This has opened up. There's a lot more voices that want to be heard in relation to the public safety, community safety, and well-being. So when we start thinking about how well we are going to be interoperable within the big three or within those, well, guess what? there's a whole new wave of people coming that are going to be part of that solution into the future. And it's going to really challenge us to maybe revisit the way we've done things in the past. That's just the way I see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Could I
Yes.
just add to that, if you have an opportunity to take a look at General Stanley McChrystal's book called Team of Teams, there's a foreword. The book is great, but the foreword, I won't read it, but it kind of talks about, Bill's talking about their need that they learned in the forces to be, and Chris would know this, to be much more adaptive, much more making quick mistakes, but then moving on, right? And learning from that, the traditional, okay, here's your policy and our policy set for the next 15 years, just doesn't work anymore. So I would recommend reading the foreword to A Team of Teams by General Stanley McChrystal.
Thank you. So I'd like to, maybe we'll think about how some of these concepts play out in other workplaces and cultures. So maybe Todd, you could tell us a little bit about how your division
Sure.
plays a role.
It was an interesting concept in one of the papers we were asked to read. It's the paper by Dr. Griffiths out of Simon Fraser University. The title is Interagency Communication, Collaboration, and Interoperability Within Police Services and Between Police Services and Other Emergency Services. He discusses a concept there. This was new to me when I read the paper, but it almost perfectly described what our role, what our shop's role is in this environment.
Mhm.
I'm just going to read from it if that's all right. So a boundary spanner is a person in an organization whose role it is to link the organization with external environment and thereby facilitate interagency relationships using information gathered from first responders. Boundary spanners are those with frontline experience and that can be effective as a means of improving communication among multiple personnel and agencies. It goes to the trust issue, right? And I think boundary spanners are the mechanism for creating trust among, especially in situations where you have many agencies using the same system. And that is the role that we have filled for the last 22 years in Nova Scotia. So we can bring different interest groups together on things of a common nature. I'll give you a good example of something we're working on actually today. We have an air-to-ground communication system in Nova Scotia that's different than any other air-to-ground communication system almost in North America. We have TMR radios, trunk mobile radios in aircraft. So the radios are really integrated with ground-based forces. And this offers a lot of advantages. It allows us to do things like flight following operations to make sure that aircraft are safe when they're in transit. There's a system in Nova Scotia where we have over 2,000 firefighters trained to work with emergency health services on but coming up with ad hoc landing zone locations. So the firefighters are trained to do this to make sure it's free of obstructions and obstacles and is a safe place for an air ambulance to land. So we have had that system for 20 years. There's a new regulatory regime that's covering the United States and Canada that's being developed. And we're now currently in discussions with Industry Canada, and they basically want to change that as the result of a treaty that they have with the United States, which focuses on preventing interference between systems on either side of the Canada-US border. So the regulator wants us to change to what's known as a conventional system, which would mean we wouldn't have trunked radios available to us in aircraft. And so all of those things that have developed over the course of 20 years would not be available to these first response agencies anymore. So we are working with all of, I think it's 6 response agencies that need to use aircraft to represent that common position among those 6 different agencies to the regulator. And we certainly hope that we can convince the regulator to allow us to continue to use that system because we've become so reliant on it in so many ways. So that's an example of what a boundary spanner does, right? It tries to pull those threads together, those threads of different interests between police agencies and other first responders, and makes the case where it needs to be made. Sometimes that's for funding, sometimes that's for regulation, but it's a very important mechanism that doesn't really exist in very many places. It exists in the maritime provinces, but I can't see where it exists in many other jurisdictions. And I don't know every jurisdiction, the details of every jurisdiction, but I know it's been really the driver for us for interoperability.
And boundary spanners is a helpful phrase. I'm glad you brought it up. It also sounds a bit like leadership.
Yeah, I mean, I see leadership as related. It's the way in which you exercise leadership at the working level. There's another aspect to that. That's one of the reasons why we've been successful in Nova Scotia, and that is the government, the provincial government, and this was touched upon by some of our colleagues earlier, has decided to take a role of leadership in the development of this common system for all levels of government. That's a big leap for one government to do, because mostly you're told to stick to your knitting, deal with the problems of the agencies of your level of government. So in Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia government took a conscious decision, and it's been reinforced by multiple governments of every political persuasion that it's important to invest in this area, right? And as a result, whenever we've gone to the government, I think we've had a very powerful argument, because when we go to the government to make a huge investment in a new system, $120 or $130 million, big lift for a poor province, we go as a community, and the government can see, there's consensus on how to deal with that, and that's what boundary spanners can do, and that's what leadership is. I mean, especially at the political level of government. They purposefully took a leadership role in which they knew they would have to spend money to benefit other levels of government that had more money than the province. So that was hard to convince the provincial government to do that, but we were successful in doing that. And as a result, they continue to invest in the system. So pretty hard for a poor province, but boundary spanners and accepting leadership, I think those are the two biggest things. And I think that helps you deal with many of the other things that have been discussed here today, distrust among different services that are using common systems, for example.
Yeah. That's helpful. Thank you. And I thank you too for raising Kurt Taylor Griffith's report. He was supposed to join us today and is actually in the field doing some work. So he couldn't join us, but his commission report is exhibit P002324. And there are several concepts I actually had hoped we'd have time to talk about, and we are not going to have time to talk about. So in our last few minutes together, I want to make sure that the commissioners have an opportunity to ask a couple questions. But before we do that, I'd like to quickly go around the table, and there are many things we didn't get to talk about. So if there's something that you would most like to share in 2 to 3 minutes, we'd be pleased to hear from you. I'm going to start at the end. Yeah.
I think from my perspective, it's one of opportunity. And that is that we have to have extremely difficult conversations, both on this forum, but then of course, all the tangential forums that will come off of this as well. We have to have really difficult conversations to build our ability to look forward and look towards the opportunity, because there's a lot of people who are willing to come to the table and work together and come to positive solutions. So for my own work with Public Safety Division, it is excellent that we do have all of our policing partners at the table, the independent municipal police and the RCMP, our community partners, municipal partners, subject matter experts that policing touches, but it's not necessarily a part of the policing community, that are all willing to come to the table and actually have those discussions. So we are at a place where change is needed, but I think we're actually in a position where people are wanting to come to the table now and having those discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Haley. This is an opportunity for us to sit around and actually, as someone mentioned earlier, about, define the mission, define exactly what it is we're trying to do, and look at the opportunities that are before us to try to build capacity, in regards to our response to critical incidents, and how to build that responsibility amongst the different agencies and share that so that we're stronger together. And if we share resources, share responsibility, we certainly build on our capacity and what we can accomplish. And I certainly see this as an opportunity to look into that. And tragically, sometimes it's after something that's tragic like this that it provides that opportunity. But it is an opportunity, I think, something we really shouldn't miss.
I guess I want to pick up on a comment that I think it was Bill made earlier, and that's the idea of speaking the same language when we're dealing with different parties from different backgrounds, different specialties, if you will. And I want to give just an illustration of how valuable that has been for us. When we responded to the Stuyak train derailment back in 2001, as I said, we did a thorough debrief and were able to react to that. And one of the first things we did was hire a full-time trainer. But the trainer we hired had a background as a volunteer firefighter, first of all, but also as a winter operator with the Department of Transportation and as a summer firefighter with the Department of Natural Resources. So he spoke 3 different languages, basically, and brought that knowledge to our process. I, as I mentioned at the beginning, was a volunteer firefighter for 20 years, but also had been a key player in developing the medical first responder program. So I had fairly close relationships with the ambulance service in Nova Scotia. And so between the 2 of us, we had a lot of contacts, if you will, and spoke 5 different languages. The one piece of the puzzle that was missing, of course, as you can see, was RCMP. But fortunately, about that time, the RCMP appointed, as I mentioned, Glenn Hudson, to work with us, and so that kind of closed the loop, if you will. And the success of our efforts in training and education and use, I think, is a result of that collaboration experience.
Thank you. Chris?
Great, thanks, Krista. I think the last thing I'd like to leave on the table is sort of this alignment between public policy and expectations. And I think that our communities deserve the best we can provide. I think it's a reasonable expectation that every Canadian should have a family doctor. We can't fulfill that expectation. I think it's a reasonable expectation that Canadians should be served by well-equipped, well-trained organizations that can communicate seamlessly and effectively. Reality is we're not as robust as we'd like to be, and I think it's fair for our communities to know what we can and cannot do, but we need to continue this journey so that we make every possible effort to achieve the vision that's set and to try our very best to meet what I think are very reasonable expectations on the part of Canadians.
So one thing that I was hoping I would be able to talk about, so I'll just throw it out quickly now, and then a couple of recommendations. We used to have something in Canada called the Emergency Preparedness College, and it was in Arnprior, and then it moved to Ottawa. And I think I was a sergeant when I took my first course there on emergency management, emergency preparedness. And I learned so much. One of the scenarios, Terry will get a lot of this, was an actual real thing that happened, but we're running it as a scenario. And it involved a fire and a train crash, and this rail truck, which was filled with gas, was on fire. And I was playing the role of an assistant fire chief, and the fire chief was actually a public works person. Or we're all moving around to understand each other's roles, each other's cultures and leadership, right? And multiple times somebody came whisper my ear and said, you know, that thing's on fire. You might want to do something. Well, yeah, whatever. No, please, I didn't. Whatever. Eventually, long story short, the thing blevied. I go, okay, what's a blevy? Well, it means you're dead, right? It's blown up and it's evaporated. Oh, so that course, it doesn't exist anymore. It was run by the federal government. I highly recommend going forward. If that can't be done at the national level, certainly at the provincial level, that course was phenomenal for me. And then specifically to recommendations and kind of the opportunities, the commissioners have already heard about the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police resolution on alerting. I'm very proud to have been a part of that and wrote the first draft. Highly recommend that people endorse that, and because that chart that we've been looking at all day long, that is part of a national level strategy. It still sits on the Public Safety Canada website, but nothing has happened. There have been no updates, no action plan updates, nothing in years, right? And that's an FPT, Federal, Provincial, Territorial group. Chiefs of Police, Fire and Paramedics, CTIC doesn't exist anymore. We're all a part of that. So if we want to do this on a national level and across border with what Todd was saying, that, in my opinion, needs to happen. Secondly, from a provincial, I've already kind of said this, a provincial-wide information management strategy, not a continuum, but an actual strategy. And we have a national model that you can leverage and borrow that kind of looks at who needs to do what with whom, from a data perspective, from an operations perspective, from a policy perspective, and develop that. This is not massive work, right? It can be done quite quickly. And then finally, I'm try to get people to understand, I've written on this, is that it's not about individual technologies. If each one of these things on our table were individual technologies, and we have hundreds more in the public safety community, they are not individual technologies, they are part of an ecosystem, right? In this room right now, there are literally thousands of sensors. Each one of your phones has multiple sensors that are all doing certain things. If a police officer or a firefighter or a paramedic needs some of that information, remembering privacy, remembering security, right? And to Bill's point, safety trumps privacy. Doesn't mean you willy-nilly kind of go out there and throw someone's personal information out there. You need to be accountable for that. But when push comes to shove, the legislation Bill talked about, it actually says it in there. If a child is in danger, then we're gonna breach privacy for a very short period of time and get that child the help that they need. And then finally, big, I guess, as you've been able to tell, a big believer in Covey. So the main thing is to keep the main thing, right? And hopefully this commission can help everybody figure out what's the main thing.
I guess my comment would be is there was a lot of heavy lifting done, and there's been a lot of heavy lifting done since the creation of that nationally, locally, but there's still a lot of heavy lifting to be done. This is not a one and done. This is something that needs consistent focus. It needs leadership around it, and entropy can kill. It'll suck the energy out of it. If you don't continually put energy into the system, your system will degrade. And we have an opportunity, and I'm actually optimistic that we have an opportunity because of the size of our province and because of the work that we have done, that if we really sit down, collaborate, have hard discussions, that we have the ability to actually make transformative change because of our size. We're not talking millions and millions of people or thousands and thousands of miles apart, and we just have the ability. And I look at it out of a tragedy. I would love to see some positive things come out, and I think there's an opportunity for that to happen.
So many things on my mind, just as I've been hearing others present on this, but one of the things I think we need to have is a deliberate shift in our thinking. A deliberate shift in our thinking. And that starts with individuals. And I'll just give you a personal example. I worked several years in the RCMP where I had a notebook just like this, and I took my files by hand with paper, and then I added them to the system before I left my shift. And then I went home, and we brought in a CAD system in one of our larger centers, happened to be in Halifax. And I said, I'm doing such a great job. It's so fast what I'm doing. I take a little bit of information, I scribble it down, I give it out really quick. Now you're asking me to type details into a computer and not be the one who dispatches the police officer. I thought, I don't want to do this. I'm not going to do this. And so here I am, more than 20 years later. I went on my own, volunteered for a shift to have a look at it and use it. You don't know what you don't know until you finally know it. And now I'm a national advisor for our CAD system. And I think that's true of all of these areas. The RCMP is in a very difficult situation. Our members move around. They move from community to community, from province to province. We don't have the time to establish the relationships perhaps to the level that we would like to do. And so that puts an awful lot of pressure on officers to be able to do community policing for sure. But they do. And they are doing it. And the officers that were involved here, I've known them for years, and they're deeply affected by everything that happens in whatever community they work in. And they're deeply affected by whatever happens in any of the other policing community jurisdictions. Sometimes jurisdictions really do disappear. And I think NG 911 is going to help us have an opportunity as well, nationally, provincially, municipally, to recognize what can I share? Who can I work with? Because we're going to have this data on a platform that everybody is going to have to be compliant with. And so I already had an inquiry from Alberta. They want to be able to share data from 911 calls that the police respond to with the hospital, not just the ambulance, but the hospital. And the police response, there's too many police around this table, but there's a reason for it, is because we have a different job in many respects. The others are to preserve life. Sometimes we have to take it in preserving life. It's a different job. And we get our backs up because we say, oh, but privacy and policy and everything. And that's where the trust piece comes in. I have to trust that your agency will do the right thing with the information that I give you. And we experience that as police every single day. When someone calls 911, I am given the authority and the right to infringe on your privacy when I answer that 911 call, because I now have your name and your address and your phone number, and I know something about you, that you've given me that right when you've reached out for an emergency. The minute I dispatch that to a police officer, I no longer have any other rights as a 911 call taker. And my organization has to trust me that I'm not going to go in and look at the file 3 days later to see how that turned out, because I no longer have that access. We have to trust ambulance. We have to trust our fire partners who show up at the scene, that they won't take a picture and post it on social media. Do we have that trust? Yes, that gets built through the experience of dealing with our partners. And sometimes as police, we get so caught up in the policy that we sometimes forget to have that conversation with our partners. And I think NG 911, the technology, is going to lead us down a path where we can say, am I going to share for the betterment of the community? And when I share, am I going to be the keeper of this information for a short period of time and protect the privacy of those people after the fact? And it's a great day in this country to be seeing the future and where we could go. We can't go back and change the past very much, but we can definitely learn from it. And I know trust is a big issue in relation to policing in this province in some areas. But as we sit around this table, the trust issue, you can see that there is trust at many, many levels, and we just need to build on that. You know, we have to trust those who we respond with, and they have to trust us. And the people who need to trust us the most are the people of this province who are going to call us and need us and know that we will do whatever we can to respond to them. So I see the future as being positive, and I think technology and all of these experiences will help us, and we will broaden the table where we get to chat with each other.
Thank you, Daryl.
I'll be quick. I know we have not a lot of time. Just two very quick things. Sorry, did you want to say something? Okay. Two very quick things. One thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about that's important. We've talked about how users do or don't work together and all of the things that go into that. One thing we haven't talked about is vendor relationship management. The vendor is your strong right arm, right? The vendor will animate your vision. So you have to have a good and constructive working relationship with your vendor that's providing your vendors that are providing your service. So that's something we didn't get a chance to talk about, but I just wanted to kind of punch that. And I guess the other thing, I'll just go back to the earlier comment I made on boundary spanners. And I can see evidence of that in the provinces, but I don't see that at the federal level. And that's going to be very important to the development of the next generation of technology, an organization that can pull all of those strands together, create trust, and get action out of that. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're over time. I apologize.
Oh, no need to apologize. It's been a fascinating discussion. Commissioner Fitch, do you have any questions?
I'm going to pass on questions today, but extend my gratitude. It was very enlightening. Thank you very much. And love to continue the conversation for another week, but I'll pass it back to Commissioner McDonald and Commissioner Stanton.
Commissioner Stanton?
I have a number of questions, but given the time, I guess the one question that would assist me in the immediate term is whether any of you heard anything that you disagreed with from one another. Because there seems to me to be quite a bit of consensus at the table, and I'm just trying to determine whether there's anything that we didn't surface that we ought to have surfaced.
I don't know if there's disagreement as much. I think there's been a lot of really good work on setting the training standards around the top end of the organizations. I'm just not sure if we really know if that's driven down through the organizations. That's the one thing that, and it goes back to my user comment, is do we have anything empirical? And I would suggest that that may be something to look at, is if we're going to provide the training modules on the top end, how do we know that the training is actually working? And are we seeing those behaviors change, or seeing those behaviors that we want to see in a response? That would be the one piece that I'm still not, and I qualify that in the fact that I've been 5 years out of operations that way, but I still wonder that, and I've not really seen, and now there may be some testing done in some agencies, but across the entire system, that would be the one question that I would have.
I'll quickly answer a little bit of that because I do have some knowledge. I know in Nova Scotia here, the RCMP does an interoperability test weekly with municipal police departments throughout basically a handshake they get on and onto the joint talk group, so they make sure they can do that. And they also do testing with other agencies within the province as well. And I know your provincial trainer, whenever they go out, they do the interoperability testing with the fire departments, with ambulance and so on. So there is, on that end of the technology, there certainly is, but we've got a long way to go on the other spectrums of the technology.
I think the other thing I might add, and it's a great question, I think there are people who are hesitant to embrace communication interoperability in the continuum as a roadmap for success. But when you look at the body of knowledge, the US has done their analysis and come up with the interoperability continuum, which is very similar to what Canada has. You look at Australia, the UK, and other countries, the fundamental ingredients for success are all the same. I think it goes back to, Haley's comment. It's complex, but it's achievable, but it's expensive. It needs to have a public policy framework around it so that this becomes an expectation and a fundamental right for organizations and Canadians.
Thanks. It's interesting because the papers reference a number of concepts that all of you have referenced. So I think it does appear that the concepts are fairly clear. It seems to be the operation of them, and just thinking through the shift that you mentioned from public safety to community safety and wellness, and thinking through, okay, who are the boundary spanners for community members to agencies, and then also thinking about, okay, great, have all this training, have all these systems, but who are we recruiting in the first place into those? And how does that look? And are we thinking ahead on those terms as well? So I think there's a few strands still left to explore, but it's extremely rich discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I have a number of questions as well, but I think in the interest of time, I will pass. Maybe I'll just make an observation, and if anybody disagrees with me, they can put their mics on. But it strikes me that when you're trying to achieve trust and collaboration, an important cousin of that is humility. And regardless of what service provider we're talking about, whether it's police, ambulance, or fire, I know you, as Bill, I think you said you fight for the team you play on, but it strikes me that success will also require humility from the various institutions. But nobody's jumping to argue against that. So, KRISTA, thank you so much. Did you want to close?
Yes, so thank you so much for your time today. I wish we had a week. There's a lot to talk about, but I just really loved having such a diverse group around you, and it was interesting to discover how many connections there were, and that the conversation has been going on long before I came along, and it's wonderful to get to hear a little bit of that at this table. So it's a huge time commitment you've given us. You've educated me over the months. So thank you so much. Thank you.
And KRISTA, if I could just add to thank you yet again for an excellent job facilitating and add to KRISTA's thanks on behalf of my fellow commissioners. And I've said this often, and it often bears repeating, that in the important and challenging work we're doing, people in this province and this country are stepping up. And elsewhere, I should say, beyond our borders in Canada, we've had a lot of international assistance. People are motivated to help us because they are motivated to help everyone impacted by this mass casualty. And I'm so impressed with the collective knowledge around the table and the enthusiasm in which you bring it to us, and we really appreciate that. And probably a word cloud would depict collaboration and relationships as the two most frequently used words today. And maybe we could just take it back to the motivation we should all have for moving forward in a collaborative and strong relationship building, and that is the memories of the lives taken, that they will not be taken in vain. The families, those injured, those wonderful communities around, not just in Nova Scotia, but communities like that, those all over the country, our province, our country, and beyond, that ought to serve as a driving motivator for collaboration and relationship building going forward. And I was struck by you, Mr. McDonald, when you said, we don't need another example. So I would like to close and incorporate that into our thanks to all of you for coming here and assisting us in a very important way. So thank you. And I understand that we'll probably, because of our setup, require 20 minutes to continue. And Mr. McDonald, I think you will be providing some supplementary evidence for us. So we'll break for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, it's so observable. They are seriously like burning. You're watching it like in real time. People burn before you. You can hear it in their voices. They realize, like, I'm sure that, of course, you go through life, right? And there's going to be people that don't like you. That's kind of normal. And I'm sure as a lawyer, I know that people will not like you for a variety of reasons, but just for general people to seriously look down on you, pity you, look at you and see that you're vile. Just nobody who knows you for no other reason than just your actions. And that number is growing and growing and growing and growing. And this is your legacy. You sold your soul for filthy lucre and the bags of PTSD that you are going to carry. They have nothing. They have no idea what they've stepped into. None. And I feel badly for anybody who's in their circle. Not just because they're, like, let's say they're related to them, but also because of the way that that will exhibit itself with time. Their guilt, their shame, their everything. They're going to rain it out on everybody else around them. The negativity. And they will lose everything. Mark my words. And they're watching, and you might not believe me. Look back. I'm telling you 100% the honest to God truth. You're going to burn. You chose it. And the longer that you stay on this boat, the worse it's going to get. I feel badly for you. And I feel badly for innocence in your life. Perhaps we should refresh ourselves again with the video of Mr. McDonald's treatment. Where did I have that? Shoot, I had it. I played it earlier. I'll just play it again of Mr. McDonald and how he shuts families up. Oh, balls. Not there. Okay. Is it over here? Just so he can relive this one for all time. Oh, shoot. Now I've lost it. Why did I lose it? It's strange. And whilst I'm doing, I'll look for that here. This is the kind of respect that they have for, I said it the other day. Oops. Com 0058927. This is how much respect that they have for their own, oops, turned off the wrong one, their own member. Constables after 2.5 years. Constable Stevenson was a 14-year member. That's disgusting. You don't even know how long she served. Good job. Good job. Rife with errors all over the place. But I mean, if you can't, just like they don't know people's names. Who? What? I don't know their name. Or mispronounce, or actually not just mispronounce it. Say it's wrong. What was it? But I gotta find that video. Why is it? Why do I not have it? Family. news. Bullocks. Okay, here we go.
Good evening. There was an outburst of anger.
Okay, and we will never forget O'Brien, the treatment of Mr. O'Brien. Other family members here, they're going to burn for these things. It's too bad. Where's that? I got this over here.
Good evening. There was an outburst of anger from family members at the Mass Casualty Commission today. It was directed at the constable, RCMP constable, assigned to deal with families whose loved ones were killed in the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Heidi Petracek is covering the inquiry.
That's not entirely true. It was directed at Mr. Bent, but it was also directed at the commissioners, because of how they have been handling families. It's like Mr. O'Brien, same thing. You have given these people zero time. Zero. Zip. You're just racking up a big bill.
Inquiry for us and has the details.
No interruptions, please.
He's under oath. He's to speak the truth.
He's under oath. Yes, he is.
Scathing words from the man whose wife and unborn child were killed in Nova Scotia's April 2020 mass shooting, directed at the RCMP constable tasked with communicating with families after the tragedy.
No more interruptions, please.
That's after Nick Beaton's lawyer pressed RCMP Constable Wayne Skipper Bent on statements the family says he made to Beaton after Kristen's murder.
You told him that we needed to rule out specifically some sort of relationship between his wife and the perpetrator or some connection between them. Your evidence here today is that you never said anything of the sort.
I would have told him that we are looking at everything. What is the relationship as to why he was and wasn't looking at certain people?
There's no evidence Kristen Beaton ever knew Gabriel Wortman, the man who murdered both neighbors and strangers in his 13-hour rampage. Bent said he merely meant police were looking at any possible connections. Beaton left the inquiry in anger.
No, this is enough. This whole bull.
And to be shut down by the commissioners, not okay. I'm extremely upset by that.
While some families have told the commission they had a positive experience with Bent, the daughter of Tom Bagley says, in her opinion, the RCMP's sole family liaison sometimes did more harm than good.
We were told that for my father's boots, which was a main question I had, that sometimes when people get shot, that their boots fly off. That was one of his responses to me.
Ever since the tragedy, families have raised serious concerns over the agonizing delays in getting information about their loved ones during and after the shootings. Bent says he wasn't in charge of official next of kin notifications, but did his best to tell them what he could.
Part of the role is to make sure the information is timely and that it's sensitive. How can you do that with so many crime scenes, so many victims with one person? Clearly, you need a team. To suggest that he was content to deal with everything, well, we see the fallout.
That fallout certainly felt at the inquiry today. The families in attendance today left before Bent's testimony was over, a sign of their frustration. But Bent did say that the RCMP needs to put a policy in place describing just what a family liaison is and what the job entails. He says right now, as far as he knows, there wasn't one then and there isn't one now. Todd.
Okay, Heidi Petracek, our reporter at the Mass Casualty Inquiry in Truro. Good evening.
So I mean, they can't cover this up anymore. Like even the media who works to cover up their garbage, because they know tons of facts. They've signed agreements that they won't disclose them, and then they write positive spin articles this whole time, but they can't cover up the absolutely horrific, vile treatment of families. It's public and it's on record for all time. Okay, so you sent me the end to and you see, that was, to me, that was Kim Stanton crumbling the other day. That was what I was trying to say. Listen, this is family here asking, and I've heard this repeatedly from other families. Where are people? I'm like, you know, I wish I could be there. Because if I was, you know, I'm going to be there every day. But I got to help spread the message right now. That's all I can do. Let's look at this one too. So this is, to me, I think this is the ending, right? And this is Kim burning. She knows. They know. That's why they're huffing and puffing and turning red and all kinds of other shit. They're burning literally before you. I'm not joking with you. Where's that? Oh, shoot. False. It only does a certain browser. Okay. I'll try this. Oh, I don't think I can do that. Yeah. Okay, actually, I still can. Just wait. I have to do it in a different way because they fucked with my stuff. Okay.
Natu and all Commission Council for the work and the presentations of the foundational documents today, and of course to Constable Bent for appearing. It's apparent to all of us that everyone whose lives have been touched here are also touched by terrible pain, and we certainly acknowledge the support people who come each day to provide support to the people, assisting the attendees and also the witnesses who come. We're very grateful to those of you who come each day and have a hard task in supporting people who are obviously
Here she goes.
addressed, taking part in these proceedings. We do encourage council to ensure that there's access to the available wellness supports for their clients, and to make efforts to assist us in ensuring a respectful process going forward.
There's still shreds of humanity.
While the work of the Commission and participants continues, there will be no public proceedings tomorrow. However, we'll resume on Thursday. We'll hear from a number of people in a roundtable discussion focused.
Thank you for sharing that. Why is this doing that? Vile. Get off this ship. You can do it. All you have to do is just say, no, I'm done. And you have to do the right thing, which is turn around and tell the truth. Tell the truth. You can't just walk away and say, like so many people in the RCMP are, just quit, and pretend that nobody's going to know who the fuck you are, because we're all going to know. It's only going to build momentum. And you're only going to carry those bags. Get them off your shoulders. Just tell the truth. Disgusting. I'm going to clip out, I forgot to clip out Mr. O'Brien's. There's so many throughout them, you know, and that's the good thing. These videos will be around forever. The blockchain. There will be no deleting them with your name. Yes, because it's just a trauma campaign. To all that it's built to grind families down till they quit. And then the papers won't flow. That's what they're afraid of, is the papers. Because the papers will get them in deep shit. And it's getting them deeper and deeper and deeper. They're fucking hoo-ha here. What do we got? 1,879. Okay? And they're very coy about the way they do things. They slipped one document in the other day, and I'm still trying to figure out which the one document was. I'm pretty sure I'll get to it at some point. But now, well, I guess they're feeling the shame, the burning. Can you imagine? I don't think even at this point in time, they can go home and be normal. I don't think so. Even at this point in time, I think everybody around them is already paying the price, but it's just warming up. Then your tricky tactics. Oh, we'll take one day off, and we'll conclude it with something gobbledygook, and maybe we'll throw in a guest panelist who will talk about something else, and then people will kind of forget. Nobody's forgetting. You see, it's etched in memory. It's etched on the blockchain. Gonna hurt. Gonna hurt. How long's the break? 20 minutes, they said. Listen to the cadence in their voice. Breathing. Watch them closely. Watch them. And that's the way that people are going to look at you the rest of your life. They're going to be staring at you, watching. So I do hope that more people, sorry to go back, hoping as many people will turn out as possible. Watch them. No violence, no anything. That is totally uncalled for. We take the higher road. And they hide security? Really? Police need security. This is how bad it's getting. And it's just warming up. My RCMP gets teary-eyed. Do you need an hour break? We appreciate your bravery. The lies they know that they're telling. And they look at families. And they know that they're sitting out there. And birthdays and Christmases and Easters are going by, and first steps are being missed. Never to happen. Graduations. Never to happen. Marriages. Every time you would go through those events in your life, those 23 will be there with you. Oh, I love your first steps. Oh, what about all those people who don't have it? And what did I do to them? What did I do? All of those pleasant events permanently destroyed. There was a saying when I was in AA, and it was a good one. Once you come to this room, you'll never be able to drink the same. And it's true. It's 100% true. Because as soon as you even hear that, you see it, you know that people are already thinking that about you, you carry that with you. So you're going to watch those first steps, and there's going to be 23 there.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
This is true. They don't. That's their whole goal. But what is it that they're hiding is those papers. They get worse and worse and worse. Statistically, I know it because I read them, at least some. And they get worse and worse. And that'll be fodder in trials. And lots of people are probably going to have to own up to some things. I think it's more like we need security from the RCMP. Well, they're the ones that are running. Not for any valid reason, because of course nobody's going to do anything to them. Because we're all humans. We're good people. Well, most people. Anyone else get kicked out twice? I saw something about freezing screens. I haven't seen, maybe it's just a lack of mentioning about Balin. Hornbots are not around. Strange. Mention Balin. They're etched. Because once they hear that from somebody, it's permanently etched. It's just the same as you'll never be able to drink the same again. Come here. For me. Do they plan to stay awful stab in the back? Back to Halifax next week. Hell. Yeah. But you can see mental illness out right there in front of you. It's delusion. Which would be the nice way to say it.
Welcome
Just
back. The
delusional.
proceedings are again in session.
You've gone too far. Yes, you have. Way too far. And listen to the breathing.
Needs of first responders after mass casualty incident. And with regards to that roundtable, there are 6 exhibits.
And those are exhibit 2627 to 2632.
And next, in the afternoon on June 30th, there is a roundtable rural communities, policing and crime, for which there are 9 exhibits.
Exhibit 2633 to 2641.
And just before I invite the witness to come forward, the next witness will be Daryl McDonald. And I just, certainly the commissioner and those viewing may recall, he was a witness back on March 1st, 2022. Mr. McDonald is the commander of the RCMP Operational Communications Center in PEI. He was also part of the roundtable earlier today. Subsequent to his testimony on March 1st, Commission Counsel disclosed a statement or an interview that he provided with the Mass Casualty Commission that was not available to participants at the time of his testimony. So we had a caucus today and wanted the break, and the participants would like to ask him a few follow-up questions. Ms. Lenahan is going to ask questions on behalf of the participants.
Thank you so much.
So assuming that's agreeable, I'll invite Mr. McDonald to come and sit at the table, and I understand that he would prefer to be sworn.
Okay. Ms. Lenahan, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Take the Bible in your right hand, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDonald. My name is Jane Lenahan, and I represent the Goulet family. I wanted to ask you first a couple of questions about your interview comments. And the first page is page 25, Madam Register. So, Mr. McDonald, I just wanted to draw your attention to that first paragraph of yours that starts at 1 hour and 18 minutes and 44 seconds. I'll give you a moment to read that. Done. And then I wanted to refer you as well to a very long paragraph that starts at the bottom of that page and goes on to the next page. So, Mr. McDonald, I'm paraphrasing here, but I believe that what you're saying is that if these two things, two particular things are resolved before your career is done, you'll retire a happy man as they're your priority. And the two things are, one, mapping and situational awareness of police vehicles. And again, if I understand your comments correctly, you're saying that Constable Stevenson and Constable Morrison could have known where the other's car was on April 19 when Constable Morrison asked who was coming up on him, if they were using the available technology in their vehicles correctly. Is that what you were saying?
Not necessarily correctly, but if it was a common practice to be able to use that, and if it was relatively easy for the user to use. And you have to understand the situation they were in was very high stress. And so the expectation of a member to be using something that is cumbersome is not something that we want to see happen. But the ability to be able to see Constable Stevenson as she approached would have been there for Constable Morrison, as he was not mobile at the time. He was still in his vehicle, but he was stopped.
All right, so I guess that answers my next question was, was it a member training deficit or a technology deficit that resulted in the two members? And I'm not trying to criticize these two members, and I do have another question that will relate to that, and I might jump to it right after this.
Certainly.
But so it sounds like it's really a training and usage issue, not a technology issue.
No, I don't believe that it is. I believe it's more our organization let these members down in the technology that they have in front of them. The SAM application has not been updated in 20 years, although it has the technology in it. It's not on a platform that's easily used at this time, and especially given the technology of today. And that technology is being replaced. And we're working on that at this time. I'm involved in a working group in relation to replacing that technology. I can't comment as to whether both of these members were trained in this technology. I'm saying it was there and it was available. I also say in this part of the statement that H Division had very high usage amongst the members of how to understand and use the mobile. But in this situation, I would have to say that it's too cumbersome for it to be in real time. And so definitely Constable Stevenson would not be operating her MWS to query the locations of both members. Constable Morrison could have, because he was stopped and maybe at that time, but given the situation, I would never, ever expect a member to take the steps on their mobile to try and find out where the other person is.
You're saying that there is better technology available that the RCMP are adding to?
We're in the process of procuring, yes.
Okay, and what is that technology, please?
We have an interim agreement coming up to sole source from Bell because they are our CAD vendor. Bell Mobile, which is an updated version running on a different platform of the mobile workstation. And it does have some enhanced features, including mapping that's visible on the screen. Without having to interact with your screen, you can have the window open and you can see.
So it would be, if it was available to those members 2 years ago, it would be a less cumbersome way to see who was coming up on them?
Absolutely, it will be.
Okay.
And that's the crux of my statement in relation to this, is that we did not provide that for the members in a timely fashion. I'll be honest with you, in my opinion, because I deal with technology every day, and in my opinion, that we failed this situation because the members did not have the tool that they needed in their hands at the time.
So if they were using the tool, if they had the ability, if they were calm and collected enough to use it, how long would it take Constable Morrison to figure out who was coming up on him in that situation?
So it's he would have to either interacted with the screen, which is touch screen, or with the keyboard functions, 2 or 3 buttons he would have to press and to refresh the query that will be on it, and then the map would display who was around him. So if you think about in the time frame in relation to all of the things that were going on during this time, that's not something that we should expect a member to be doing.
So would you say that would take, how many seconds do you think to do all of that? And I'm not criticizing Constable Morrison, I'm just trying to understand.
Absolutely. I would say probably 10 or so seconds to look down to press that. So give that in the light of he's seeing a vehicle coming up to him and asking the question. He's not going to drop his head down and look at a screen.
And so this is absolutely not something that a police officer could do while they were driving?
Absolutely not. We don't recommend that they use the mobile. Some have the screen open. Most put the screen down when they're driving. Some people can interact. I mean, it is a touch screen, so you can do it. So we don't expect them to do anything more than what a normal person would do driving a vehicle, touching their radio or anything along those lines.
All right, so I'm going to jump to another question that's a bit long-winded, but just bear
Sure.
with me. So for the most part in this, in the response to the mass casualty, what we've heard is that members were working alone, one member, one vehicle. And as I understand it, the tasks for that member would be to drive safely to the scene. And we've heard that some of them were going at fairly high rates of speeds, trying to get there on winding rural roads, figure out where the scene was if they weren't intimately familiar with the area, possibly access the map, which is also on their MSW, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And access and absorb information that could be coming in on the MSW or on the radio?
They're accessing information on the radio and on the mobile workstation, so
And possibly using the radio themselves to ask questions or convey information?
yes.
All right. So my question is this. Aren't we asking too much of a sole member in one vehicle to do all of these jobs effectively? Wouldn't it make more sense to have somebody in the passenger seat that can do all the other stuff while one's driving safely?
It's not something I can speak to operationally as far as the RCMP is concerned. I don't determine how many people are in a vehicle. Do I have an opinion in relation to the equipment? If we're going to expect people to interact with it, we need to make it as simple and straightforward as possible. Police officers are trained extensively on the use of an emergency vehicle in responding. They're trained in high-speed response as well. And they're also trained in using the equipment that's at hand during that time. So I don't think it's unreasonable, but I think the equipment needs to be as user-friendly and easily accessed. So like I said, the SAM application has a touch screen. To respond to an incident, it gets sent electronically from the CAD system to their mobile. They can touch the screen or press one button to make themselves respond to it. They press the screen when they get on scene, and that makes them shows them that they've arrived on scene. And as soon as they press that button, it displays for them information from the incident log that they would need to respond. In the vast majority of all of our responses, that's a very efficient and effective way of transmitting that information. The mapping component of that is a couple of extra buttons to press. If they're dispatched to a file, telling them to map the file, the system knows that they want to map the file. It picks their location and it shows where the location is. And just like anybody's GPS that you would have in your car, it's as safe as that to observe your GPS in your car. It's as safe as that.
So is the where am I going map the same as where are the other people that I'm working with map? Or are those two different maps?
It's the same map base, but it's not the same functionality at the time.
Okay. So it's switching to another screen.
If they want to see everybody around them, then they have to poll who's around them. It doesn't update in real time. In the Operational Communication Center, it updates in near real time automatically, but the member has to request a poll of where people are on their SAM mobile, and that's something that needs to be corrected.
All right, thank you. So the second point that I believe you'd like to see resolved is situational awareness of members after they dismount from their police vehicle. And at the end of that long paragraph at page 26, you state, when the members went down Portapic Road and as an IR team, their vehicles appear in the map where they left them from start to finish of the incident. It's 2020 when this happened, and no excuse for us not having the ability to see them when they dismount from their vehicles, especially after Moncton. And I say that universally, not just in Nova Scotia. And if you're to quote me on anything, please quote me on that, but that's not acceptable. We should know where they are when they're in their car, and we should know where they are when they get out, and they should be GPS tracked from start to finish. The technology has been sitting in the radio since TMR2 was implemented, and the RCMP has not, for various reasons, implemented it. Now, again, this is a bit of a long-winded question from a Luddite, so be patient with me. But on June 9th, we heard from a witness panel of technical experts regarding radio communications in Nova Scotia. Trevor McLeod, Matthew Boyle, Todd Brown, that we heard from again today, and Christian Gallant. And in response to concerns about blue on blue situations, when responding to something like the mass casualty, and the need for situational awareness of members when out of their vehicles, Mr. Boyle was asked about recommendations to address this problem, and he said the following, and maybe we could bring that up. It's 2022-0609, public hearings transcript at page 129. And I just want to start at line 26. So Mr. Boyle says, I think from a radio perspective, there wouldn't be anything that we would offer through our program. So it would have to be a technology that would be outside of the radio system in order to have the capacity for tactical level use. And he talked about that in a lot more detail earlier on in this discussion. But that evidence does seem to contradict, if I'm understanding it correctly, what you said in your interview about the GPS on the radio and what it could be used for. Can you comment on that?
Sure, I don't believe it contradicts, although we're in a different situation and he's talking about it from his perspective. I'm talking about from an end user perspective. The technology was there. We knew about the technology in 2015 when the procurement was going through on the new radio system for Nova Scotia, the TMR2. And it's a pole only technology, but we're sitting here in 2022 and we still have not piloted this technology. It does interact with CAD. The whole purpose was for this to interact with our CAD. If a member hits an emergency request to talk on their radio, the GPS will be sent directly to the operator who will be responding to that. And then the operators have the ability to poll the system to see where that radio is as well, outside of the emergency request to talk. My viewpoint in relation to this and why I made this statement was after Moncton, there was a request, or sorry, there was a direction given that members should be seen when they dismount from their police vehicles. We had in our hands in 2016 a technology that would give us some indication of where a member was when they dismounted from their police vehicle. That still has not been implemented, even though it was there. The pilot was set to go in my province of Prince Edward Island, and it has been delayed and delayed and delayed. We're still proceeding with that. When we got a new criminal operations officer in Prince Edward Island, the first day I met him, I sat down with him and he said, is there something I can do? And I said, yes, you can get this back on the rails. And he did. And we've continued to push for that. The technology that exists currently gives us those two abilities. Had we implemented it earlier, my thoughts are that we would operationally find a way to use the technology to locate members in an operational theater as needed. And I believe in the situation in Portapic, it would have been an asset to have. The other silo that the RCMP is working in relation to is ATAC. And so when I met with senior management in relation to this whole issue between the GPS and the radios and ATAC, they said, well, we're investing in ATAC. Is it not ready to go? And of course, it's not. It has not been deployed. And I'm saying this is technology that existed. If we had started on the project back at the time and continued with the project, I believe it would have made a difference in this situation. My personal belief.
Pardon me. So is there a difference between using the GPS to find a member who needs assistance and using the GPS to track a number of members in a situation like inside Portapic that night?
Well, the systems do that. So as long as whatever device it is communicating with the CAD system, then you have the technology there. Whatever form that comes in, and as a OCC commander and someone who's worked in OCC for 26 years, my viewpoint is that when a member gets out of their vehicle, we should be tracking them. And whether that's a puck in their vest, whether that's a technology in their radio, I don't care what it is, we need to be able to see them. And my child can drive from Halifax to Prince Edward Island, and I can track her on my phone. Been able to do that for a while.
So we heard a lot in that panel about the difference between the radio communication and the cellular communication. And it was my understanding that you would sacrifice the radio communication if you were to use the GPS to track people, and that the cellular was probably the better system. Do you have a comment on that?
I don't know the technical side of it.
Okay.
I'm an end user.
Yeah.
To me, if there's data that's available and Motorola tells us that the data is there, then somebody needs to find out how to get that data to our CAD system.
So if the police opt for a system that's cellular based, do you see that as an issue in rural Nova Scotia?
I see it as an issue nationally because we don't have complete coverage across the country. So I'm concerned about that. But my concern when I made these statements is we don't have it anywhere. Okay. And we need it. And that's a personal frustration. But it's also, like I said, I will retire a happy man if the RCMP enables this ability to track members. It was a Moncton recommendation and it needs to be done. However that is accomplished.
Okay, thank you. Is there an ability for dispatch and/or police officers to monitor a radio channel that's being used in a critical incident, for instance, so they can follow the incident in real time, but not be part of the channel, so they're clogging up the channel or overloading it? Is that a possibility?
In real time, no. Based on the structure of the system, I mean, any user that's on the talk group is putting some load on the system in some way. But we do have a very robust system. In near real time, you can monitor radio traffic because it's all recorded, as well as all the phone calls and so on, as I'm sure you've seen the transcripts of all of that. So there is the ability in near real time to view in the entirety of the incident.
And this question is specifically in relation to Truro Dispatch. Do they have that same ability to monitor in near real time but not be a user?
Yes.
Okay.
Not be a user in that they're not holding a radio, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes, and I mean, there are through the console, especially in the dispatch center, then such as what the risk manager uses, he's listening into multiple radio talk groups at a single time if he needs to. And so he can monitor those. I'm thinking more along the lines of somebody whose job is to just come in and listen to that. We don't have that, but we could in near real time.
My next question is just in relation to the Colchester radio channel. Maybe the comm number there, Madam Registrar, it's lines 423 to 425 that I think we're all pretty familiar with at this point. So this is Constable Colford's broadcast, and we now know that what she was broadcasting was critical information. It seems that this information didn't get to the right people and it didn't get funneled up the chain of command. And do you have a recommendation as to how to fix that?
I provided Glenn Byrne a recommendation in relation to this and in relation to any critical incident, that once we get to a situation where it's a significant incident like this, that a analyst be brought in, and they have the ability to review the CAD information. They have the ability to review the audio recordings of both radio, 911, and police line calls. And so my recommendation was that somebody be brought in and assigned that task early on in a critical incident. He has that with him. I think it's been disclosed to the commission as well. And that comes from being a person who came in after the fact and listened to all of the audio and pulled out all of the GPS information. It also, in 2018, we had the ability to travel to several large police jurisdictions throughout the country, including OPP, York Regional Police, Calgary Police, and most of them are moving towards a model where there's a real-time crime center associated with the Operational Communication Center. Now, I know we're a small province here in Nova Scotia, getting bigger, but that is a good model as far as having present analysts who can start working on investigations right away. And so that is one of my recommendations in relation to that, is that somebody come in and start analyzing the data as it comes in.
Okay, thank you. Just going back to your interview, and this is at page 28. You talked about the bulletin board feature in the CAD. You indicated that the bulletin board feature was used during the mass casualty to distribute important photos to the members. I used important, you didn't say that in there, but it's midway down in that first big paragraph. So my question is, we now know that there was a couple of very critical photographs that members responding needed to see, the photograph of the perpetrator and also the photograph of his replica police car. We heard repeatedly that those photographs were sent around by text, and it seemed to be somewhat of a cumbersome and random process. People were just requesting, can you send me that photograph? Do you have any recommendations on how to effectively get important photographs out to first responders?
I do. And I have a ticket in relation to this for an enhancement for our mobile workstations, and that is the ability to transmit to the mobiles photos. And so CPIC has recently gone to including photos with the CPIC application, which is also embedded in our CAD. And we don't have it upgraded to the level where that can be done. So I have an enhancement request nationally to have that done. So the bulletin board was a good use of the technology that exists. Again, you're putting a lot on the user at the other end to know how to do that. OCC had preparations for that long before this incident happened. So the instructions exactly how to do it, because it's something that the members don't do very much. Very often, only in very extreme situations do they need to see a photo in this typical of this situation. And so the OCC kept instructions that they can cut and paste into a message and send to a member if needed, if the member didn't know how to access those. But it's viable to transmit a picture that way, but it's not the most efficient way. And so my enhancement request nationally is that the CAD will be improved so that the mobile workstation can see pictures.
Thank you. We heard evidence earlier this week, I think, from Constable Dorrington, that there are significant limitations to members' access to CAD on their mobile workstations. And specifically, my understanding is that the member, when they log on, say partway through some sort of an incident like this, they'll see the first posting, and he described it as the 7 or 8 lines that came across just describing the call out. But after that, they only see what was posted after the member logs in. Is this correct?
Yeah, so we made a significant change to our CAD nationally in 2015, 2016, when we rolled out the current version of the CAD that we're on. And that was to include an incident activity log or an incident log. And so that enables users to enter data in real time into the incident. And then the CAD will take that and distribute that to every unit that is attached to that incident. So all of the units get it simultaneously. And we did not have that feature in Moncton, which would have been extremely helpful, but we certainly have it now. And there's other CADs operating in much bigger centers that don't have that capability. So this actually is very effective. I would say Constable Dorrington probably isn't aware that that log could have been put into a message and sent to him.
So the technology was available at the time of Portapic?
Yes, but not probably known because, as I said on the round panel or the round table, you don't know what you don't know. And I've made presentations both in H Division and Prince Edward Island in relation to that functionality from 2016 going forward. It's been implemented by the OCC operationally in both provinces and in several other provinces as well. But I don't believe there's a great awareness of that functionality with the members. It can also be cut and pasted into an email and sent to somebody who's coming new into an operational theater. And so that's one of the advantages to this CAD. You can actually see 2,000 lines of entry if need be that can be sent in a Word document.
Sorry, I just have to stop it. Can you not see what the fuck is going on? Even his excuses, they fucking lies, man. Fucking lies. Even the excuses. He can't keep it straight.
The event, every update gets sent to your mobile. And that's what Constable Dorrington was referring to. So he was thinking he was not seeing the past, but had he asked for the log to be sent to him, he could do that. So knowledge of that will probably improve after today, I hope.
And part of your recommendation that there be an analyst who's, as I understand it, summarizing the critical pieces of information, would that be uploaded onto the CAD as well? So as sort of a briefing for people coming onto the scene?
I mean, once the information is in the CAD, we have lots of ways that we can share it and we can analyze it as well. So I believe that one of the solutions is to make sure that the CAD is used at every facet of an operation that's ongoing. The CAD is the operational software for a police response. Not the records management system pros. So the CAD is what we need the training and the knowledge of in our organization. And that's true of any organization that has a CAD. And so information gets shared through the CAD on the operational end of things.
So it's not just information sharing as the information comes in, but also a briefing tool, if you know how to use it properly?
It can be used as a briefing tool because if you have access to our network and the CAD system itself, then you can log on and you can have a look at what's happening based on your user profile.
So my last question is in relation to the file management systems, and that we've heard in Nova Scotia that there's both pros and Versadex,
Yes.
and heard some frustration from risk managers that they don't have automatic access to both. And also heard evidence that really it would be ideal for policing agencies in Nova Scotia to use one system, not two. Would you agree with that?
I think when IES was built and Halifax Regional began dispatching our CMP members, I think that would have been the time to enforce that they need to be on one CAD. I think technology has progressed in this day and age, and so what we need to be looking forward to is the ability to share information across CADs and to interact CAD to CAD, because some agencies use specific CADs because they have other tasks to do as well, such as fire dispatch, as we heard this morning. So one way or another, you either have to be on the same CAD or you have to have the ability to share across those two platforms if they're different CADs. And so that needs to be pursued, and that needs to be part of any procurement that they can talk to other CADs. With NG 911, some data is going to be formalized across the country. And so hopefully that will bring some changes as far as information sharing. I can understand the risk manager's frustration in not being able to see everybody involved. Also, to let you know, we regionally as commanders, we've been working on the ability to have a very large scale CAD for the region that we can look at all of the RCMP members within Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. And so we're getting close on having that completed, but we see that as key, because whenever there's a large scale incident in any of those provinces, RCMP members respond interprovincially because of our geographic size. And I think that's a good model. And so any CAD going forward needs to have the ability to allow other police agencies to see where all the units are that are responding to your incident.
So the CAD is for the active investigation, and then the Versadex or PROS is where you file it away after it's closed, correct?
Absolutely. So when the incident is over and concluded, all of that data goes down to the records management system. And then if it's an ongoing investigation, then everything that happens after that is done through the records management system. So the CAD is for the actual response. Up until the clear of the response, the CAD is where everything happens.
So the frustration that I was referring to is wanting to get some background information on the perpetrator and being in a position where the risk manager had to contact somebody in Halifax to get them to check, pardon me, their files. So he could check PROS, but he couldn't check Versadex. Would it also not be better to have one of those systems that everyone has access to?
So the solution to that nationally is the PSP program. And I don't have the exact figure in front of me. Somebody sent it to me on the break, I believe. I think it's 186 police agencies contribute to that from their records management systems. And there's only a small handful in the country that do not contribute to that. And so you can see Halifax, you can see basic information from Halifax Regional's RMS system if you do a PSP query. And the RCMP has PSP integrated in our CAD system. So just like we have CPIC integrated in our CAD system, if we put in a name and a date of birth, we can check all the boxes, or it's automatically done. However, we have it set up, and it can query both PSP, so that's all the records management systems of all the participating police agencies, or the CPIC system, which again is all participating police agencies in the country, feed into those databases. The deep dive, just to give you an idea, the deep dive into a file cannot be done through that system.
Right, because the agency decides what they're going to put into the police information portal.
It's basically a standard amount of information that they put from the front end of their occurrences.
So in a situation like this, where we had a perpetrator with a residence in Colchester County and a residence in Halifax, and the investigators thought it'd be useful to know if there was some history with this guy in both places, this seemed to have presented a problem that they couldn't get, the RCMP could not get to the Versadex. They had to ask Halifax to check.
They would have been able to access files in Versadex through a PSP query.
Oh, it's not just a summary. They can actually pull up the
It
full file.
will give them information on the file. It displays as a summary. You can do a deeper dive with another query, but you cannot dive in and see everything that is in that agency's file. And so that would be normal during the course of an investigation, because you would want to talk to officers about interaction and so on. And so that's, this is a very unique situation happening in real time, under very, very unique circumstances. So 99.9999% of the time you do a query, you'd see they have a file, it's regarding this, and you would be using it as an investigation tool. after the fact, not necessarily in the response. CPIC is more on the response side of things. Our records management system, when my operators do a query in PROS, they're going to get some tombstone information. They're not doing a deep dive. They're not looking at the reports, those kinds of things. That's usually all done in another light. So just I want to put it in context because I think it needs to be understood. The PSP is to link certain factors. So if you run a name and a date of birth and you see that I have 5 tickets in Halifax for motor vehicle infraction, and I've got 10 in Colchester County, and I've got 15 in Charlottetown, and you stop me for a traffic infraction, then you have some information. That's what that is designed for the policeman on the road to be making decisions about what kind of person that I'm dealing with here. So they would have that kind of access about the suspect in relation to Halifax Regional with a PSP query.
So do you see a justification for having 2 separate file management systems for police in a province of this size?
In my opinion, we should have a national standard, whether that's one single CAD or the ability for all CADs to be able to communicate in the policing world.
And the same goes to the record management system.
For Nova Scotia, I would recommend the same CAD and the same records management system. If that is the most, if that's the most useful way to get this project done, to get this done. Technology is ever changing, and there are really smart people who know how to make computers talk to each other.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for joining us again. We talked recently about culture in policing organizations and public safety, and Ms. Lenihan just asked you some questions about the GPS capabilities on individual officers. And knowing that we are looking at recommendations, supporting recommendations, and this is something you identify had been recommended out of the McNeil report and yet to be implemented. Can you share with us what your thoughts are on what those barriers to implementation would be? And I'm reflecting on past experiences when AVL was first introduced into policing, and I know that at the frontline unionized level, there was significant cultural resistance to that tracking ability. So can you share with us your thoughts and your experiences on where those barriers to implementation are? Are they budgetary? Are they cultural? Are they systemic? I'd like to hear what you have to say, please.
Sure. I think your experience with AVL has been the same as mine when we introduced it, and because this province rolled out mobile workstations into the larger detachments and then eventually to the smaller ones, and it was the same response over several years from people that, oh, they're tracking me now, with probably not the recognition back then that the reason why they're tracking you is for your own safety primarily. And then there's the liability side of it as well that we see from this. I think that is changing. I think that culture is changing. And I think also that members are recognizing the importance of situational awareness like never before after several incidents across this country. And for me, seeing a few members shot, when I know there's technology there, it's very difficult because a big part of my career has been technology. And I think that we need to just bite the bullet on this and go and do it. It's the right thing to do. And whether there's pushback from individuals saying, I don't want you tracking me or not, we want to track you because we want you safe, and we want to track you because we want you to know where your partners are. And we want to make sure that we never have a blue on blue situation, but we also want to have a situation where everybody responds in the most efficient and effective manner.
Thank you for that. So knowing that there's a cultural shift around technology and the reasons for tracking individual members, to my overarching question, what would the barriers to change be, knowing that that this recommendation was made out of the McNeil report and is yet to be implemented?
I think for our organization, one of the barriers is that when we have a recommendation like this, we go hard and fast at the recommendation to find a solution, but we forget to look at incorporating that solution with our other solutions. So ATAC has been pursued and a lot invested into it. It's a commercial off-the-shelf product that's been running for a number of years. We still haven't implemented it nationally. And the members, there's good and bad feedback on it. But the reality is when we bring that back into the communication center, it doesn't integrate with our CAD. And so now you're asking the operators to do yet another log on to another screen and to observe that when the operational CAD is what we do all of our work on day in and day out. And so that is just prone for error. And so the working in silos that you heard on the roundtable earlier, it's a big issue, and it's one of my biggest concerns in relation to any new technology that we implement. It must be integrated. So that's why our CAD has CPIC integrated. It sends to RMS, and it also queries PSP. And the more integration, I'm having a hard time with the word, integration that we do, the better. So that's one of the biggest barriers, is that we go hard at a project, but we forget to incorporate it into everything that we need in addition to.
And just stemming from your answer, and forgive me if you've already answered this before, when was the Nova Scotia CAD last updated? How recent is that technology?
So we rolled a new form of our kids platform in 2015, late 2015. And one of the advantages of what we're currently doing with this is that we have yearly or twice a year updates of the technology. So that addresses enhancements and any new technology that comes along, and also bug fixes for anything that isn't working quite right. And so every year or every 6 months, we are updating that CAD. So we actually just had one a couple of weeks ago here in Nova Scotia.
Thank you. I just have a couple more, Commissioner McDonald. Just for clarification, for the sake of the record, when you referred to the bulletin board on the mobile workstation, is that the same thing as BOLO?
No, it's the bulletin board is another integration within the CAD, and it was designed basically to put information there that you could, at the start of your watch, go on and look, and there might be some notes put there, or there might be some photos, or here's a stolen vehicle that we might be looking for tonight. So that will be posted, and you could look at your own jurisdiction, or you could look at the entire province. So that does communicate with the SAM application in the car. It's more along the lines of a large municipal policing type of function. But in the situation with Portapic, the photos of the vehicle and the suspect were posted to that, so the members could go in and query that. And it's a web-based query into the CAD database for the member on the road.
Okay, so it was the bulletin board that the pictures of the replica vehicle and the perpetrator were posted.
Yes.
Is there that same capability to post those photos to BOLO?
So we don't have, so BOLOs are done in two different ways. The standard through CPIC, as you're familiar with, and that is only text at this point. And then the other one is internal messaging through the CAD, and that again is only text.
And one more question. The text-to-text capability between the mobile workstations, between vehicles, in your experience, is that used quite frequently between members?
Yeah, so again, it's what we call in the CAD internal messaging. So it's not like we would say a text, but it's you can write a long or a short message, and you can send that to groups, or you can send it car to car or workstation to workstation. So it's very effective in distributing information very quickly. So if we have a BOLO in this province, the OCC will use the CPIC system to cover all the partner agencies, because that's the standard across the country. And within the CAD, they will use the CAD. They can direct it to a detachment, they can direct it to a geographic area, or they can direct it province-wide to everybody who's logged into mobile at the time.
Thank you. And the reason I'm drilling down on that, in case some of the technologies have changed in the last few years, it sounds like there still remains a number of avenues that information can be shared through data.
Yes.
Through data sharing. And some members may have preference over using one source for information than another. So in your experience, would you think that going forward, there would be an advantage to having one communication stream for the data, or perhaps one that is specifically designated to urgent communication?
That's a fantastic question, because I'm in a province where we see very little internal messaging car to car, and we see a lot of texting or phone calls. And if anything, any system that is used to be communicating information between members, police officers on the road, needs to be a system that is, number one, you can acquire that information after the fact. And number two, that information can be shared broadly. And so that's one of the biggest difficulties. Whenever we've had a critical incident in my province, there's a lot of phone calls, and the phone calls are, again, just shared between two people. And so same with text messaging. And somebody may have a piece of information that's not been shared. So a broader base of technology for sharing that is seen, the ability to see that information from anybody who is involved in the situation is very key to a response.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Stanton?
Just one small clarification. You said that the OCCs have, that their screens with the maps that show where the different units are essentially auto refresh, and that you would need to correct that for members' mobile workstations because they currently don't. Is that in process?
Yeah, so we'll have to change our mobile application in order for that to happen, but that's what we want, is for them to see it the same as the OCC does, which is it's very near real time. It's based on a distance traveled or a time frame update. And so on the mobile currently, they have to refresh to get the latest picture. In the OCC, it's done automatically. And so that's very important, I think, to have those two things matched.
So what needs to happen for the members' mobile workstations to auto refresh?
They have to actually request.
Right, but I mean, what needs to happen for that to change? Is it an update in software, or?
Yeah, it's a complete update of the software of our mobile that communicates with the CAD.
Okay, thank you.
And that project, it has, I want to say it started, we're in the preliminary stages, but we've agreed to pursue a solution in the interim. And we're also going to eventually replace our CAD nationally, so that'll be included in that RFP when it comes out.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. McDonald, for not once, not twice, but 3 times now, sharing your in-depth experience with us and your insights. And a particularly difficult session this afternoon, and we really appreciate your candor and for helping us with our work. So thank you very much again. And thanks. You're free to go, of course. Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Commissioners, we will next have Dr. Jacqueline Schildkraut appear. She is attending by Zoom, so I think I'll just have a moment. There she is. I think we can start, Madam Registrar, by having Dr. Schildkraut affirmed.
Do you solemnly affirm the evidence that you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Schildkraut.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us here at the Mass Casualty Commission. Madam Registrar, if I could ask that the report that Dr. Schildkraut prepared for the Commission, which is COM 0058367, be marked as an exhibit.
That's exhibit 2642.
Thank you. And if I could also ask that her curriculum vitae be marked as an exhibit.
2643.
Thank you. And if that could be brought up on the screen, please. Commissioners, Dr. Schildkraut is here today to give some expert evidence. And so I'll just very briefly walk through her CV and ask that she be qualified as an expert. I understand that there's no objection from other counsel here today.
Thank you.
Dr. Schildkraut, what is your current position?
I am an associate professor of criminal justice, excuse me, at SUNY Oswego, and also currently serve as the interim executive director for the Regional Gun Violence Research Consortium housed at the Rockefeller Institute of Government.
Thank you. You have a PhD. Where did you receive your PhD?
Texas State University in San Marcos, Texas.
Thank you. And if you can just very briefly describe what your dissertation was about?
Sure. I looked at the media representations of mass shootings in a post-Columbine era. So I analyzed the New York Times coverage of, I believe it was 91 shootings occurring between 2000 and 2012.
Thank you. And turning to the next page of your CV, I see you have published a number of books. I understand you have 4 books published and 2 more forthcoming. Is that right?
Yes.
You have a number of articles published in peer-reviewed journals. Those are set out at pages 2 to 5 of your CV. I won't take everyone through them all, but on page 3 in the middle, I see a journal article entitled "The Survivor Network, the Role of Shared Experiences in Mass Shootings Recovery," published, I believe, in a journal called Victims and Offenders. Can you just describe briefly that publication?
Sure. So I had sought to understand the experiences of mass shooting survivors directly from them, from their own perspectives. And so I began interviewing mass shooting survivors in October of 2017 and continued through May of 2018 and interviewed 38 individuals. It happened that out of those individuals, 16 of them were from Columbine. And since Columbine is often viewed as sort of this first or most pivotal moment in the conversation about mass shootings, I isolated them as an initial paper to then set a foundation and build from. So that particular article explores through their perspectives what types of supports were helpful, what types of supports were harmful, and how effectively peer support was probably their best resource.
Thank you. So clearly supporting survivors of mass shootings is a research area. Is that the only research area that you work in?
No, I've spent the last 4 years examining the impact of lockdown drills on individuals who participate in them, both related to psychological or psychosocial impacts, as well as procedural integrity of the lockdown drills.
And is work in the area of supporting survivors research that you intend to continue?
Yes, I actually 2 days before the shooting here in Buffalo, New York, I actually submitted a grant proposal to the National Institute of Justice here in the United States to continue that work.
Do you have a personal connection to the issue of mass shootings?
I do. I grew up in the Parkland, Florida area where in 2018, we had a mass shooting in our local high school where 17 people were killed and 17 others were injured. And I went to college in Orlando, Florida, which is where in 2016, the Pulse nightclub shooting was, where 49 people were killed and 53 others were injured.
Thank you. The Mass Casualty Commission retained Dr. Schildkraut to provide an independent expert report about the needs of survivors and communities in the wake of mass casualty events, including recommendations about how survivors and community needs should be understood, how these needs may change over time, and how they may change with the context of a given event in the community in which it occurs, as well as how needs for support may be distributed within a community beyond the circle of those most directly affected by the events. Commissioners, I propose that Dr. Schildkraut be accepted as an expert witness in this area.
Yes, thank you so much. Indeed, she is so qualified and so accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Schildkraut, I'd like to ask you about the report that you prepared, and that has been marked as an exhibit and is available on our website. Can you speak briefly about your research methods, just with regard to preparing this report?
Yes, so the basis of the report was the initial interviews that I had conducted, as I mentioned, between October of 2017 and May of 2018. And prior to conducting those interviews, the entire project was reviewed and subsequently approved by our university's institutional review board. I do work with a group known as the Rebels Project, which is a peer support group for mass shooting survivors, and they disseminated my call for participants. Individuals could sign up on a form, and then I contacted them to schedule interviews at their convenience, either via phone or via Zoom. Or I believe it was Skype at the time because it was pre-pandemic. And then I conducted the interviews, which usually lasted between about 45 minutes to an hour and a half, had the interviews transcribed, and then conducted my analysis. For this particular report, being cognizant of the needs of the community, being potentially rural or having other, sort of cultural challenges to consider, I did expand to include an additional survivor who is from a rural community and a specific group here in the United States. And I also conducted interviews with 2 resiliency center directors, as well as 2 other community service providers that support mass shooting survivors.
Thank you. In your report, starting at page 1 and going through to page 2 and 3, you provide some commentary on how survivors, the term survivor, should be defined when it comes to mass casualty events. I'm wondering if you can explain different definitions of survivors and what makes sense.
Sure. In this particular instance, the term survivor, as I've learned through my work, is often a self-applied label. Individuals see themselves as survivors after going through these events, and they've been impacted in very different ways. And so what was interesting and something I noticed is that a lot of individuals who self-identified as survivors weren't necessarily in the buildings, but had connections to the buildings or the locations where the shootings happened. And so as I detail in my report, I sort of, visually thought about this as like an earthquake, where you have those most affected at the very center with the individuals who are physically injured, and the families of those who are killed in the attacks. And then as you move further and further out, there are differential layers of impact. So people who may be at the physical location or locations who are not physically injured, but certainly bear psychological trauma and psychological scars, and then moving out to the community members. Also, I should mention on that second layer, we need to be very mindful of first responders, as well as secondary responders who are supported.
So she's like, sorry to pause. She is a survivor because she went to that location before. So she's a survivor. So she went to, used to live in Orlando, and she went to a particular high school that events may have transpired in, well, did transpire, but she wasn't ever there when it did. But she's still a survivor. Huh?
The way in which such a disaster and corresponding psychological responses to it unfold is largely consistent across cases. I'm wondering if you can walk us through those consistent phases that you've seen in your research.
Sure. So the figure that I included in my report is actually from an organization here in the United States, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration. And so the SAMHSA image, if you will, or model is something that applies to a lot of different types of disasters. And so when I was going through and kind of looking at the way that the aftermath of a mass shooting or mass casualty event unfolds, it very similarly mimicked that, which is why I thought it was so important to include it in the report. And so you have the pre-disaster phase, which is, prior to when the incident happens, and there may or may not be warning signs. Oftentimes, at least in our country, there are ample warning signs that precede a mass casualty event. And then you have the impact, which is the event itself. And then from there is when you start to get into the aftermath. So you have the heroic phase, which is when the threat has been terminated, and now you're switching to, getting people out of the location, getting medical response and treating the injured, and sort of dealing with that immediate aftermath in the hours and probably a couple of days afterwards. And then you see the honeymoon phase that emerges, and that's where there's a high rate of group cohesion and bonding over the shared experience of the trauma and the tragedy that's just occurred. This is the time period when you may see memorials emerge, when there will be funerals and other community-based events that bring everyone together to effectively unite them in grief. And then as you progress further, you end up in the disillusionment phase. And this tends to happen basically, and I can only really speak to how this occurs in our country. There tends to be a very short-lived focus on the community that is impacted, both in terms of resources and even just public awareness. And so as sort of that spotlight, dims and everybody moves on, then the community has to figure out how to deal with trying to figure out what, how to move forward in this effectively new normal. And so this is when you see resources are pulling out, as I mentioned, the cameras are pulling out, and now they're sort of, having to really focus on picking up the pieces, returning to business as usual, and then, navigating the aftermath with things like, bureaucratic processes to obtain financial support and other support. And then finally, you can potentially end up in a reconstruction phase that usually happens after the 1-year mark. And this is really where that rebuilding begins, and where you start to see more and more people enter a state of resiliency, not necessarily recovery, but resiliency.
Thank you for that explanation. We're going to spend most of our time today talking about the resources that are needed by individuals and communities. But just before we get there, I do want to just ask you to speak briefly about some of the psychosocial impacts of mass shootings that you outline in your report.
Yes, much of the research that is currently available focuses on post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, and post-traumatic stress symptomology, or PTSS. PTSS tends to be more short-lived, whereas PTSD requires a longer period of symptomology to be diagnosed. Other research has focused on anxiety and depression, alcohol abuse or alcohol-related disorders. And then there's, the non-diagnosable, the things like worry and grief, experiencing intrusions and flashbacks and nightmares, being re-triggered and re-traumatized at year marks with other events that happen that remind individuals of their own tragedies, and even things that occur in our daily lives. I've talked with a number of survivors who say that when balloons pop or fireworks go off or a car backfires, it's incredibly triggering to them and can sort of reignite that symptomology, because it's very reminiscent of what they experienced during the incident.
think in your report that you note that obviously individuals have different reactions, have different psychosocial impacts, and there may be other factors that affect their reaction to it. You note individuals, for example, with previous psychological distress or trauma exposure may have experienced different impacts.
Correct. Yes. Certainly if you come into a situation like this already having adverse challenges against you, it doesn't make the process easier. It can actually exacerbate it and make it worse. If you come from a place where you don't have a tremendous amount of social support and, or you have people providing actually negative support, it can be incredibly difficult to navigate this road. One thing that I will add, if I may, is that not all support or resources are beneficial. It has a lot to do with the needs of the receiver and not the needs of the giver.
Use the term negative support. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Sure. So negative support refers to the idea that even support that's well-intentioned may not be viewed as helpful by the survivors. So one thing that mass shooting survivors talk a lot about is when people try to support them by saying, I know what you've been through. And the reality is that very few of us know what they've been through. And so, trying to have, even when the comments are well-intentioned and you're trying to provide support, if it's viewed as, negative, then it's not helpful to the survivor.
So I'd like to talk now a little bit about some of the resources that are needed by individuals and communities following mass shootings and mass casualties. Is it fair to say it's a major theme of your paper that there is a great deal of variability in what different individuals need?
Yes. You could have two individuals who were in the same place and experienced the shooting in the same way and have very different needs.
One type of support that is offered, or sometimes I suppose needed, is formal resources like counseling and therapy. Can you talk a bit about that?
Sure. Certainly, formalized therapy can be incredibly helpful to survivors as long as it is trauma informed and the individuals who are providing that support are trauma trained. There are a number of different types of therapies that are recommended by the American Psychological Association, things like cognitive behavioral therapy, cognitive processing therapy. One of the ones that I hear a lot about from survivors is EMDR, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher. May I look at my report to get what the acronym stands for?
Yes.
Thank you. EMDR stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And that's one of the ones that has been talked about quite a lot. It's a newer type of therapy. And one of the challenges, especially for survivors who are 20 plus years in, is that in the initial years after their tragedy, they weren't able to access these resources because having enough people trained in them, they weren't available.
Is there a set time frame when counseling and therapy should be made available, or a set window for how long it should be made available for?
No. Certainly there's two considerations with regards to mental health resources. The first is sort of the crisis response or disaster mental health that you typically will see in the immediate aftermath. Here, the American Red Cross provides those types of services where they will send trauma-trained therapists who specialize in crisis therapy to communities that have been affected by mass casualty events and provide support and resources available. But then you also have the longer-term therapy, like those that I mentioned, that are often delivered through independent therapists. One of the challenges that we run into in our country is how long financial resources are made available to be able to support accessing those types of resources like professional therapy in the event that individuals don't have their own private insurance. So here, if your perpetrator dies in the attack, then the community can receive funding for up to 18 months if if the perpetrator survives and there will be a trial, then it's up to 3 years. But in most of the instances with the survivors I've spoken to, it can be well beyond that point when those resources are no longer available, that they even begin seeking that type of help. And so by the time that they need the resources, they're often no longer available, and they have to figure out how to get them on their own.
You also talk in your report about informal resources and social support. Can you talk about those, please?
Yes, that was actually one of the main themes of the article that you referenced earlier about the survivor network. So one of the greatest resources that survivors talk about is having the connection with other survivors, and particularly other survivors who experience the tragedy in the same way. So being in the same location, or for instance, with Columbine, the families of the deceased students and teacher, they all experienced the same loss of losing someone in the tragedy. Other students who were in the same room together during the tragedy found greater comfort being around the people who were in the room with them. And so, you know, with that informal network of other survivors, it allows people to connect with individuals who have experienced something that, while these events, at least in our country, are unfortunately becoming more frequent, they are still very, very rare. And so by being able to connect with individuals who understand what you've gone through is incredibly important. And I think one thing that we have to be really mindful of is the fact that, you know, certainly losing a loved one to a homicide is incredibly, incredibly difficult. But when it is a mass casualty event, that adds many other layers of complexity to dealing with that.
So picking up on that theme of peer support, or of support from others who've been through a similar experience, can you just talk a bit more about how you've seen that show up in the research that you've done, and also speak about the Rebels Project?
Sure. The Rebels Project is a peer support network that was started in 2012 following the Aurora, Colorado movie theater shooting. And it was started by several of the, well, they weren't students anymore, but they were students at the time of the Columbine shooting. Columbine, for record, is about 35 minutes away from where the Aurora shooting was. So they had sort of that proximity element to it. And so these survivors got together and said, you know, we've learned basically so much over the last 13 years of having to figure out how to navigate, you know, these uncharted waters, and maybe all that we have learned can be helpful to others. And so they started this sort of informal group. It began with about 100 members, where it was survivors connecting with other survivors. And of course, since that time, unfortunately, these tragedies have continued to occur. And so today, the organization, which is a nonprofit, again, run by survivors, they have more than 1,400 members representing over 100 communities across the United States and also into Canada that have been affected by mass casualty incidents. Most of them are mass shootings, but they do have members who have been affected by acts of terrorism and other mass casualty events. And, you know, that's one of the most prominent ones that's out there. And it also tends to be the one that's sort of the most apolitical. They're nonpartisan. They don't talk about politics. But there are other groups, both informally within, you know, sort of the events themselves. So for instance, out of Las Vegas, there were, you know, different groups for survivors to connect with other Las Vegas survivors, and then also broader national groups that connect survivors of numerous tragedies.
In terms of the resources that are often provided immediately after an event like this, you talk in your report about family assistance centers. And I'm wondering if you can talk about what those are and what types of services they provide.
Yes, actually, I was just at the Family Assistance Center in Uvalde, Texas on Monday, and they are sort of these pop-up centers where in the immediate aftermath of a tragedy, individuals can come to get information, they can come to get resources. Sometimes you'll have sort of lower stakes therapy like art therapy, that is available there. Some crisis counseling, that's usually where crisis counseling will occur in the immediate aftermath. But they're basically community-based centers where people can come who have been affected to get information and resources.
And who usually runs them?
I believe that they are often done in conjunction with local community service providers and also national resources. I know, for instance, the Office of Victims of Crime provides resources, the Red Cross provides resources. It may vary a little bit by community, but it's usually a collaborative effort.
And you also talk in your report about resiliency centers, and I'm wondering if you can describe what those are, the history of them, and what sort of services they provide.
Sure. Resiliency centers tend to be what family assistance centers evolve into as sort of longer term community support centers. And these will be funded, at least in here, often by government funding in part, and then from funds that are raised through community initiatives, through philanthropists who may donate, through well-intentioned people from all over who donate. And these are centers that tend to be a little bit more permanent. They offer a range of different therapies, from art therapy to group therapy to yoga and mindfulness and wellness. Basically anything that you can imagine, they'll often try. And they tend to be run by one organization that will be designated with the responsibility of running them. And they're usually centered within the affected community and basically provide different resources that anyone can take advantage of who's been affected. The first one, to my understanding, was in Aurora after the shooting, and I've actually visited that one. It's since closed. It opened in 2013 and closed in, I believe it was 2019. And other communities that have been affected also have them. Parkland, Florida has one. Pittsburgh has one, Thousand Oaks had one. I believe the Las Vegas one is still open. So there's quite a number of communities that have these.
It sounds like some of them that you visited are still open. You mentioned one that was closed. Is there a model for how long such a service should be available?
No, from what I learned in my conversations with the resiliency center directors that I spoke with for the purpose of my report, it really is based on community desire. So one community resiliency director that I talked to, their community pretty much wanted it gone. They said it was a reminder of what had happened, and they really wanted to move forward and not have that reminder. Whereas another community that I spoke with, their resiliency director, there was really a desire to maintain it for as long as possible because it was seen as a positive asset within the community.
Dr. Shulkraut, we're here at the Commission examining an event that occurred more than 2 years ago. And based on your experience, is there value for a resiliency center in a community, even if it hasn't yet been established and more than 2 years has already passed?
Absolutely. One of the challenges to establishing a resiliency center in our country is it takes time. And the majority of the resiliency centers that I am aware of didn't open until a year or more after the tragedy. So, I certainly think that there's never a wrong time to provide.
What the fuck? She has no idea what happened. She has no idea what she's talking about. Like, honestly, she just admitted that. They had to tell her what happened. We're looking at something that happened 2 years ago. What the fuck?
For healing for survivors?
No, there is no timetable, and you're never really fully healed. There tends to be an expectation that after some amount of time, and it varies based on what people believe that amount of time to be, that everybody returns to normal. And the reality is that you never fully return to normal. You have to figure out how to exist in a new normal. You can rebuild physical structures, but you can't bring back the pieces that are missing to make your community whole. And, a number of the Columbine survivors I've talked to were 23 years later since that tragedy, and they're still dealing with it. And every new event that happens, they deal with it again. And so, one of the things that I would urge the commission to consider is really preparing for the long term, because unfortunately our country doesn't do that.
You've mentioned the Rebels project, and if that was something that somebody here wanted to access, how could they do that?
You can actually reach out to their executive director, Heather Martin. Heather is a Columbine survivor, and she was one of the original founders of the Rebels Project. And they have a number of different members on their sort of board that runs it, but they travel to affected communities across our country and elsewhere. They do host in-person gatherings every single year, and then also supplement those with online resources. So there would be opportunities to bring members to the community, to do sort of town hall sessions or to do one-on-ones based on how people are affected, or even smaller group sessions. But there are many ways in which the commission could help to bring those affected in Nova Scotia and the Rebels Project together.
You're thinking about recommendations. I'm wondering if you can think about what sort of we might be thinking about in relation to your comments about not defining survivor narrowly. What have you seen either be successful or be a barrier in how services are provided as it relates to who is defined as a survivor?
In our country, the term survivor is actually not used for our government to provide resources. They use crime victim. And so crime victim is very narrowly defined, effectively only encompassing the people who lose a loved one in the event, so immediate family, those who are physically injured, and first responders. And as I've discussed and described in my report, there's so many others who are impacted, whether they see the events or hear them, if they're exposed to them, if they have a connection to that location but weren't there that day. There's so many people that need help. And the challenge for places like the resiliency centers is that the money that they receive from, let's say, our Office for Victims of Crime, if they are awarded that money, is that it can only be used for people who qualify under the definition of crime victim in our federal statutes. And so what that means is that there has to be alternate funding sources to support those who need resources but don't qualify under the federal government's definition of crime victim.
Dr. Schildkraut, I imagine that there may be some other lawyers here, or the commissioners may have some questions for you. But before we move to that phase, I wondered if there's anything else you wanted to say, any questions that I haven't asked you about your research or the report that you've written.
Sorry, I'm just thinking really quick. I think one thing that I would urge everybody to consider, and I touch upon this in my report, but since that report was written, I've spent time in the Uvalde, Texas community. I would encourage everybody to recognize that the hard work begins when the cameras leave. And, when the cameras are there, it makes everybody who's been affected feel as though they're grieving in a fishbowl. And I can't take credit for that phrase. That was given to me by a father who lost their child at Columbine. But once the cameras leave and the attention is gone, and the community is left to grapple with effectively a second loss of that attention, that's really when the hard work begins. And I would encourage everybody to really think about that, and to think about the long term and how to support those who have been affected and all who have been affected, because everybody needs resources. But as I say here, it's a privilege to be able to turn off your TV when you don't want to hear it anymore. The community doesn't get to do that, and those who are affected don't get to do that. And so it's really going to take all of us to support those who have been impacted by these tragedies.
Thank you very much. So I don't have any other questions. So what we normally do now is take a break and talk amongst ourselves about who else might have questions, and then we'll come back. So if you're available to stay on, I think our tech people can tell you what you need to do, but you can probably take a small break and we'll come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
10 minutes, would you recommend, Ms. Hill? Thank you. We'll break for 10 minutes then.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Oh, I don't think they tell these people what necessarily they are here for. They don't give them a briefing. Maybe I misheard. I don't think she even knows necessarily why she's there. Well, we're here looking at something that happened 2 years ago. What does she think she's there for? First of all, this is her living. This is her profession. She makes her money off it. She didn't even know what EMDR is. Shocking. That one's not a real toughie, but okay. Anyway, I have to look at my notes. But I was wondering how many people come to give expert stuff and they aren't told what they're there for? That's really spooky. She works Rockefeller. Rockefeller is Brenda. I showed that a ways back. Brenda Beaufort's. So that's an interesting tie, but aside from Rockefeller, but that's all kinds of other stuff. I'm really thrown for a loop. Plus, she did say a few good things. Yes, that's true, Robert. Like not silencing the witnesses. You have to allow them to talk. Well, she clearly doesn't know what's going on. Takes me back to an early article I read. A very interesting article. And I was like, why are you telling people not to talk about things? I won't specify any more than that because it's a touchy one. But this person was saying, don't talk to people. Don't ask them questions. Don't probe too much. Let people just talk on their own. I've always just kind of left it there. But that's not 100% true. But you have to have a really good rapport with somebody. But to just say like don't talk to them. Silo. And this claim about, I'm a survivor because I went to high school. I looked up the high school. The shooting was last year. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe PhDs are expeditious now and you get them in under a year. Under a year. How does that exactly relate? Because you went to a school. I think she went to school. Let's see, what was it? I did get her work history here. Where is it? Rockefeller Institute for the Government. Oh, that sounds very good. Okay, so she graduated from high school in 1998. So she is 23, oh, great, 23 years removed from a school that had a shooting. I understand that that's a interesting similarity, I suppose. I don't think that really qualifies you to be a survivor. That's really, really reaching. And when was she in Orlando? University of Central Florida. I presume that's going to be it. So she was in Orlando 2008, 2011. I'm not that great with that was 2017 maybe at the Pulse Club. Where was that? 2016. Sorry, I'm out of here. So 5 years removed, no longer living in Orlando, which is a fairly big city. Again, I'm not seeing how that qualifies her or gives her any more credence as it was a real cheap ploy. But I'm really floored by the fact that she doesn't. Did I misinterpret that? Maybe I just missed some stuff there. Let me know. Does it sound like she knows what she's talking about? Like she studied up on the case and a little bit the background, so she could come and talk with some authority. She self-absorbs all trauma. Guess what? I went to college 2 credits short of my master's in psychology and criminal justice. So I identify as Jerry Springer and Judge Judy. That's good. Yeah. Sure. I think there's definitely been some shootings. I've been to, cities around the world for sure. I guess I could say that even when I wasn't there, I guess it could just be anything historically. I've been to Disneyland or China or whatever, different Hong Kong, Japan, whatever. You were there maybe, and then something happened there maybe, 20 years ago. And, you're a survivor. Article, Paulson supports Campbell. Yes, I want to read that, and I'm going to read that when we're done. Thank you. Yeah, very good. Bob, the one I kind of said that pulls strings in the background. Bob runs the show, by the way. Just in case people thought he was really retired. Brenda can talk about MAT tests and how they're racist. Yeah. And when in trouble, defer to somebody who's visible minority. How does that make it racist again? Oh, I don't know. You can talk to her. Sorry, I'm forgetting who she pawned that question off on. That was so funny. Okay, let's see here. I'd like to know why she doesn't speak to, family members like Holly or like others in here and gather a little bit more information. Because to me, that's usually would be able to qualify her to speak on a certain thing. And if she hasn't read anything about this, that's pretty scary. That's like really scary. So then it makes me wonder how many of these other witnesses even know what happened? I've asked that question before. Like, do they know how the families are being treated and things like that? But do they even know? There was a shooting in Nova Scotia. Do they even tell them? You're here for a crochet class by Zoom. But we'll talk some about what you know. We need to look up her background somehow. Well, I mean, I can really quickly tell you. Reed Resort Realtor. So she used to be a realtor when she was doing her master's, or just before she started her master's, sorry. And then she became a doctoral instructorial assistant. Okay, so she was working a little bit, marking papers. That's not unusual. State University, New York College, Oswego, Associate Professor of Public Justice, and Interim Director, Executive Director, Regional Gun Violence Research Consortium. Okay, so then you start getting into goo with Rockefeller stuff. And of course, Brenda's been working for Rockefeller Tide organization now for 2 years. Not sure how she works out of Washington. Guess it must be that military police experience that she has. I have lots of military police experience. Oh, I'm smelling JTF. Molly. Hello, Molly Denver. And Faka. Okay. Faka. I probably should refrain from reading the rest. It's kind of like that Hugh last name Jazz. I don't think they care. My email is nsinvestigators@gmail.com. I think that's correct. Do we not have enough experts? No, they have to go to the large institute, these large NGOs and things like that, because they make their living off of blood money. Essentially, it's really quite sick. Inside flap of Book of Matches. Highly surprised she doesn't know what EMDR is, but I'll leave that one alone. What? Get some video timestamp experts. Yes, okay, and I forgot to. I'll have to visit with Ode here a little bit later about the what is it, the .smi file, or they've been messing with the times, I'm pretty sure, on the videos. Who says I'm working on your side? Ooh ha. Cheesecake. Okay, the cheesecakes are back again. I live in Peterborough. We have more shootings than Toronto. I can load up on self-identified victim status. What? Peterborough doesn't have that many shootings, man. Peterborough I like Peterborough, though. It's a beautiful town. Plus, if you go on the correct days, right around the Quaker Oats factory, it's got an interesting smell. Todd will know what I'm talking about. Okay. There's some great bars there too, though I don't go to bars anymore, really. Well, sometimes. Bonafides around the world, award winners. Our Premier Stephen McNeil asked people not to talk about it. That's correct. there was somebody else who talked, who I was really shocked about. And they just kind of said, don't talk about things. Don't ask questions. Let them alone. And I'm like, that's not really being like a good friend. You should listen to them. No problem, Molly. Oh, is that a hug emoji? Thank you. Peterborough per capita worse than Toronto. I remember what was it? The firearms bust. That was a bit shady. Peterborough's a tiny town. Was it the smallest city in Canada? Is it still? With like the oldest population on average? It's like a bunch of oldies. And then the kids from Trent like drags it down. So a lot of old people. Is Quaker Oats still standing? Yes, I believe so. I haven't been to Peterborough I don't know how long it's been. Some great people down there. Kawarthas. Cheap cigarettes on the reserve. Make a beeline. They've gone up in price though. Many cops don't know acronyms, nor do they know how to operate their system. EMDR is not that hard, especially if you're talking about therapy that you recommend. And that's kind of your bread and butter. But anyway. Sounds corrupt. Yes, I would say so. It's a circuit. They fly around. See, notice how she's like Uvalde. But I'd be curious to know her opinions on, like, does she think that the police in Uvalde were good? You know, tasing parents.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Perhaps, you know, she had a little bit more background on RCMP opening fire on people and siloing families and this whole process. Maybe even in her NGO state, she may be like, whoa, this is not good, what you guys are doing up there. I'm not going to be a party to that. Grossed out as MCC uses nothing political. What are they pushing? I think they're pushing more surveillance in Project Wide Awake 3.0, which is fine because I'm just going to throw my shit in the garbage. I'm sure, though, Tony, once again, Brenda can handle herself. That's her claim. And her job is specified as personal security. So I don't really give a shit if it's super high level crime, which I think actually military police do handle internally depending upon what crime it is. It more has to do with the fact that she was police and does do investigations, is familiar with firearms, knows how to handle those types of situations, knows authority, who to report it to, etc., etc. Masonic police. What do I'm not familiar with Masonic police, but I'm not that schooled on Masonic. I know some stuff, but rented a cottage near. Okay, Conk. I don't think I know that. Loved it. They got some beautiful places. I have some friends who have places out there on lakes and stuff. If I get my doctorate overnight in interpretive jazz, Hans, do you think the MCC will pay for me to appear as an expert on Balin YMCA ops? Where are the porn bots?
Welcome back.
You guys got to
The
bring
proceedings are again in session.
bring out the Balin more.
Ms. Hill?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. I just have one piece of housekeeping, and then I will step away from the podium, and I understand that Mr. Pinio will have some questions for Dr. Schildkraut. Dr. Schildkraut's expert report, which is COM 0058367, was marked as Exhibit P-002642. It was also included in the bundle of roundtable documents tendered by Mr. Van Wart, which was marked as Exhibit P-002619. And so therefore, exhibit number P-002642 can be used for the next exhibit.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you.
Mr. Pinio? Thank you so much, Dr. Schildkraut. One of the council representing various participants, and he will describe his retainer in more detail to you, Mr. Rob Pinio, will be asking questions, I think in a representative way, Mr. Pinio, for
Yes.
various participants. So it'll just be Mr. Pinio who will have some questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Schildkraut. Am I saying your name close enough? Okay. I apologize if I'm not saying it exactly the way it should be. So I have a number of questions, and I just want to start out by saying I'm not asking the questions in any way to discredit you or your report. I found your report very interesting and actually helpful in dealing with the majority of my clients. My firm represents a majority of the families and individuals who were injured in this horrible event. So I'm going to be referring probably most frequently to figure 2 on page 3 of your report. Could I have that brought up, Madam Registrar?
I was scanning it on mine, but that works out great.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, thank you. So Dr. Schildkraut, I take it that a majority of the cases that form the factual basis for your report were mass casualty events that had victims in one area. Am I correct in that assumption?
I'm just running through the list in my head.
Sure.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So, for example, it would normally be one perpetrator going to one scene, committing the casualties, and then the event being completed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And given that given that it's in one area, it makes sense that the victims would generally have been from the same community.
With the exception of the Las Vegas shooting, yes.
Correct. Yes, because that was a high number of tourists, correct?
Correct. Yes, there were people from all across the United States and also from Canada who came to Las Vegas for the concert and then went back home.
Okay. So leaving aside that one exception, the balance of them, though, would be people generally from the same community.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand that the mass casualty in Nova Scotia was an event that took place over 2 days?
Yes.
And over quite a number of scenes?
Yes.
And in a number of different communities?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you if, in relation to figure 2, where you have, it's well set out, the different phases, and I'm most interested in the disillusionment and reconstruction phases. I'm going to ask you if you're able to comment, and maybe you're not, but if you are, Would the fact that the people, the victims are from different communities, could that have an impact on the disillusionment phase?
It could, based on the existing resources that were in the community and the resources that came into the respective communities. So if different communities had different resources to support survivors differently, that certainly could affect that, yes.
Okay. And similarly, given the same question, except for regarding the reconstruction phase.
Yes, same thing. It would be a resource-based issue, I would assume.
Okay. Now, also, I'm going to ask you to acknowledge that generally in the mass casualty events that form the factual basis of your report, in a very short period of time, the identity of the victims becomes known, correct?
Yes, within a couple of days, yes.
Okay. And also, the identity of the perpetrator becomes known fairly quickly as well.
Yes.
And his background generally hits the media and becomes known to the survivors of the victims.
Yes, with some misreporting that then needs to be corrected often.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to ask you if the amount of, if the amount of time it takes for the survivors to receive information about the mass casualty event, if that has an impact on the phases, that is the length of time that it takes to go through the phases.
That I cannot answer. To be honest, the context in which I spoke to families most affected had to do with notifications and sort of how that process went. But it would certainly be reflective only of their specific experiences. And I think a challenge in answering that question is it's very hard to quantify, discreetly how these phases unfold. They're very fluid.
Do you agree with me that the length of time it takes to receive information about your loved ones' deaths in a mass casualty or injuries in a mass casualty can impact certainly the reconstruction phase?
I think it's all related. Certainly information or lack thereof can certainly impact an individual's ability to process and make sense of their tragedy, yes.
For example, if specific facts about one's family members or loved ones isn't known until after the first year anniversary, that would likely push the reconstruction phase farther out into the future than the post-anniversary period from Figure 2.
Yes, and as Figure 2 also illustrates, there are what are called triggering events, which can cause individuals to be re-traumatized or re-victimized and sort of retreat further back into a previous phase. They're not necessarily as linear as that image might depict, even though the lines are a little squiggly. You can sort of kind of go back and forth between the phases. And so certainly, finding out more information or different information at a later time could be perceived by that individual as a triggering event, yes.
Sure. So the receipt of that information can be a triggering event?
Yes.
And if they continue to learn information in dribs and drabs along the way, each time they receive more information could be a triggering event?
Yes, it could set back their progress.
And if, for example, and this is a hypothetical, if a person holding the information, for example, the police force, later changes their story or they've given a statement that the family members relied on, and then later that information changes, that change could be a triggering event as well, couldn't it?
Absolutely. I hate to say that we are witnessing that in our own country right now.
And just to be clear, your report isn't based on the fact pattern of the Nova Scotia report. That's evident on the face of it, but that's a fact, right?
That is a fact. I did not interview or speak with anybody from Nova Scotia in crafting that report.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Stanton?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what you can see on your screen, but it's Commissioner Michael McDonald speaking to you, Doctor, and it falls to me to thank you, not just for your report, which was very practical, insightful, instructive, and helpful for us, and we're very grateful for that, but added to that, of course, is your attendance here today to assist us with our important work, and we thank you for adding value to the report that you've presented and providing further explanations for us. So we're engaged in very difficult work and very important work nonetheless, and you've helped us significantly, so we're very grateful for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay. So in our orders in council, in our mandate, we're directed to examine communications between and within the RCMP, municipal police forces, and other agencies and programs. And we're also directed to examine information and support provided to families, affected citizens, police, and communities. And so the roundtable today and both witnesses have assisted us in fulfilling that part of our mandate. So thanks again to all of the attendees. They're helping us build our growing understanding, I would say, of both what happened, but also how and why it happened. The Commission Council have now shared all of the foundational documents related to what happened, reflecting the Commission's understanding of the facts at this time. All of these foundational documents, of course, along with their supporting source materials, are available on the website. You'll notice in the source materials a growing number of supplementary reports that are reflecting new information that we're learning during the proceedings and the assistance of with the assistance of participants, witnesses, and others. This week, Commission Council also shared the first two foundational documents related to the how and the why phase 2 part of our mandate. We've also, of course, shared many commissioned reports at this point, exploring the issues set out in the mandate. And we're hearing from a growing number of people at roundtables and, of course, the small group sessions last week as well. Of course, still much to do ahead, including hearing from senior RCMP officers in the coming weeks. Your ongoing engagement and support is crucial because all of us have a role to play in making our communities safer or helping to do so. Thanks to the public then, to the participants and their council, to the commission team, the media, and all the people making these proceedings possible. We're wrapping up our stint in Truro at this point. We're very grateful to all of the folks here in Truro who have been so kind in their assistance while we've been here. We will return back in September, I believe. But in the meantime, we just wanted to express our gratitude to the really terrific people that have worked very hard to ensure everyone had what they needed to have these proceedings go ahead here in Truro. And we'll be back in the Halifax Convention Centre
with roundtables focused on understanding how to address the needs of people who've been affected by mass casualties on Tuesday. So we'll see you all then. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until June the 28th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Wow, they shut that down fast, eh? How was that helpful? Yes, no, it wasn't. I think that they picked a very poor day to get upset, or, get upset with family and then bring that out. That's why I was like, KRISTA show. That was today's topic. Yeah. Okay. There was some really relevant information. I got chastised actually because I was going off about the buzzing. There was some very relevant information in there, particularly to certain people. So those family members hopefully I didn't detract from that, or they can go back and listen again from the questions from Penny. What was the mention of September? I didn't quite catch that. Why was she bringing up September? We'll read an article here. If somebody could fill me in, that would be great. Former RCMP commissioner defends Mountie behind Brenda Lucky's allegations. I'm not part of the Balin crew, so I can turn that off, right? I'll cover Balin. I won't cover up for Balin. It's okay. The real master of puppets. Oh, of course I'm not going to get that. Let's see here. I'll have to try this. Not sure it'll work. But we'll try. Sometimes I can get those things to work. Oh, there he is. Oh, Robert. Brown envelope Robert. Robert knows who I am. All right, now. It's got quite a history, don't I? Former RCMP commissioner defends Mountie behind Brenda Lucky's allegations. Published yesterday, 20 hours ago, I believe. Don't know if I saw that it was revised or not. You can listen to it. There's Darren. Don't remember which one this is at. Is the microphone working? Yes, that's right. That works for him. It's only Lee. Lee likes to. Lee, who's I don't know where, probably hanging out with the cat. The cat with special approval from Ottawa, YMCA, and cats. Anyway, moving along. Former RCMP Commissioner Bob Paulson and other retired Mounties are defending retired Mounties, the integrity of Superintendent Darren Campbell, who was alleged that current Commissioner Brenda Lucky interfered in the investigation of Canada's largest mass shooting in Canadian history to help the Liberal government's gun control agenda. Emergency Preparedness Minister, he's looking a lot worse for the wear. I'm telling you, those drinky drinks are taking its a toll. Seen that a long time, many cases of that. Bill Blair doesn't accept Superintendent Darren Campbell's written account of the conference call, April 28th, between Commissioner Lucky and RCMP commanders overseeing criminal investigation into the rampage 10 days earlier by a lone gunman, Nova Scotia. Too bad about that. Where was it? Bill? What was that again? Oops.
The RCMP will, at the completion of their investigation, be able to advise all Canadians where those guns come from and what type of guns were used. But I will tell you, I have sufficient information to know that when Canadians have that knowledge, they will understand the very clear and compelling connection between what happened in Nova Scotia and the weapons that we prohibited today.
The only connection is Bill and his drinking hand. Moving along. 23 people. They're very attached to this one. They won't let it go. And shooting, because it's very easy to do that, but clearly it's a very important number to them. The dispute dominated the House of Commons question period Wednesday and prompted Conservatives, New Democrats, which I wanted to play, but I don't know why I don't seem to have that now. The dispute dominated the House of Commons question period Wednesday and prompted Conservatives and Democrats, who everybody was just gone for the last 2 years and 2 months, but suddenly it's important. Of course it is. Hearings to determine who is telling the truth. The opposition wanted to hear a testimony from Commissioner Lucky, Superintendent Campbell, and other officers who were part of the April 28th call. Superintendent Campbell's notes say Commissioner Lucky told the RCMP officers that she had promised the Minister of Public Safety in Prime Minister's office that the force would disclose the types of firearms used in mass shooting because it would advance the government's, quote, pending gun control legislation. Was the public safety minister at the time. Now I can't even pronounce that new fellow's last name. It's worse than my Nova Scotia pronunciation. RCMP Commissioner Lucky was upset because he refused to do so out of the concern that politics could jeopardize the cross-border police investigation. The gunman had smuggled 3 of the weapons into Canada from the United States, and all of them were illegal. Mr. Blair questioned Superintendent Campbell's handwritten notes. Was he questioning it back here? I thought he said that was it was okay. He had the inside scoop, and Canadians would understand, even though he knew about it a week before. Superintendent that were submitted to the omission. The superintendent obviously came to his own conclusions, and his notes reflect that. But I'm telling you, and I would tell the superintendent, if I spoke to him, that I made no effort to pressure the RCMP or interfere in any way with the investigation. You have a spare glass? We're looking for. Mr. Blair told reporters, well, I gave no direction as to the information I could communicate. Those are operational decisions of the RCMP. I respect, and I have respected that throughout. He looks really bad, like really bad. He said, the PMO said that is speaking for the government. I wouldn't want that guy speaking for me. He can barely speak. Mr. Bah said that whether he or the PMO obtained assurances from Commissioner Lucky that the types of weapons used from the shooting would quickly be released to the public. In response to repeated questions to the House of Commons and the MPs asked the commissioner. But you see, he knew about it, and he lied, and I proved it. The conversations between the commissioner and her subordinates, how's that man? She can speak to. She talks about maths, racist math tests. The Globe and Mail asked Commissioner Lucky on Wednesday to confirm or deny Superintendent Campbell's allegations about the alleged promise to and the PMO. That's one of my favorite. I used to make all these little tweets, these tweet videos and things like that. That was one of my favorite ones I made. That was just a real easy one. It was just a GIF, and it was just Trudeau, and all it said underneath it was like, fuck, what a joke. She declined to answer, and RCMP headquarters pointed to what she had said in a statement Tuesday. The commissioner, clearly in a statement, always in a statement, written, pre-screened. Oh, this is before makeover, I think. The commissioner clearly indicated that she did not interfere with the ongoing investigation, nor did she feel any pressure to do so. Who said that again? The commissioner. Mr. Paulson. Bob, who got kicked out of the military. Bob, who got charged. Bob, who lied on his application to the RCMP. And then fucked everybody. Where's his friend at these days? This drinking bar? No, not that guy. Oh yes. Where is his IT dirty tricks guy? What's he doing these days? Who was commissioner from 11 to 17, would not be drawn into the public controversy involving his successor. His puppet. But he defended Superintendent Campbell, a former homicide investigator, RCMP Vancouver office, who he promoted and brought to headquarters in Ottawa during his tenure. Well, that's again part of the much bigger story, but anyway. Darren and his rise in ranks. Darren is one of the best investigators in the force. Highly reliable officer. Tremendous integrity, Mr. Paulson said. You won't find a practicing police officer who will speak ill of Darren Campbell. I think you'll find many, actually, Bob. Former Deputy Commissioner Pierre-Yves Bourdois said, not sure if I'm familiar with him, said there is no way that Superintendent Campbell would make up a story about Commissioner Lucky. Unless it was to save his own ass. Built-in out. This officer has a solid reputation, he said, and added, there is a blend of politics and a big political slant to it, and it is regrettable. We're talking about the RCMP. You know, like SNC Lavalin, RCMP, Afghanistan, RCMP. Multiple trips to Bell Island, RCMP. You know, That kind of RCMP. Yeah. Not political. Not at all. Background checks on Miriam Monsef, RCMP. No. No, not at all. Former RCMP Superintendent Peter Lepine spoke out in support of Superintendent Campbell. I've followed Darren Campbell since the day he was recruited, Mr. Lepine said. He's an extremely competent police officer and extremely well trained in the world of major investigations. Just because you scream it from the mountaintops doesn't make it so. Mr. Lepine says he doesn't believe Superintendent Campbell, quote, would falsify any notes or have any agenda to hang anybody out to dry. Really? I think I could dig up a couple of people that may beg to differ on that one. The recently released testimony is not the first example of Nova Scotia Probe has uncovered where Mounties recount has uncovered. What do they uncover? I think that's mistyped. Should be cover. Where Mounties recount the Liberal government's effort to exert control over the RCMP. MCC, RCMP, one and the same. Now where do we get to go pee and have sandwiches? In an interview with Commissioner investigators, Leah Scanlon, RCMP's former Director of Strategic Communications in Halifax, talked about pressure from Ottawa. The transcript was made public earlier this month. Ms. Scanlon, of course, who told the truth, Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon told the investigation that federal government officials, including and were weighing in on what could and couldn't be said. What we could and couldn't say. Well, I frankly do believe that. During media briefings, the transcript of her remarks was heavily redacted in some sections. This is very secret. By who? By the Mass Casualty Commission, because, you know, they're trying to, what was it again? Uncover things, right? That's how you uncover things. You use the Sharpie. Before its release, and so some details, the testimony remains secret. Yeah, just those. It's just a nothing burger. At another point, Ms. Scanlon talked about Commissioner Lucky's conduct during an interview and attributes to what happens to, quote, political pressure, adding, quote, that is 100% Minister. And she then told investigators, we have a commissioner that doesn't push back. Oh, she's soft. Bill Elliott, she's just a puppet. A former federal bureaucrat. Good. Who became the country's first civilian head of the RCMP. Yes, okay. No intelligence connections there at all with Bill. Said he did not see anything wrong with Commissioner Lucky's conduct. He also really likes monitoring people, by the way. A lot. A lot. I can understand the reluctance on behalf of investigators to releasing information. I think it's appropriate for people like the commissioner of the RCMP to bring other considerations to bear, he said. The Conservative Party and the NDP are both calling for emergency meeting of the House of Commons Committee, Public Safety and National Security, to arrange hearings on the matter. How about you just get rid of them? They suck. Just fire the lot of them. The Conservative Public Safety Minister, Raquel Danko, and NDP Public Safety Minister, Safety Critic Alistair McGregor, have both written Jim Carr, Liberal MP, who chairs the committee, calling for a meeting as soon as possible. Under the standing orders of the House, a meeting of a committee may be requested by 4 members of the committee, and one must be held within 5 calendar days to consider the request. It's just political hot potatoes. They're all lying. And it looks like, Darren kind of stirred the pot because he wanted to go somewhere else. There may have been some other things that happened in that meeting. Maybe that rocket career might have been stunted a little bit. A little bit of hard feelings. Sorry. Boo. Anyway, those who are watching will know. Now, you like what is it you're laughing at? Yeah, I used to drink, so I can do it. How the hell can they be finished with this? They haven't even not addressed any inconsistencies or proven lies. No. But start banging on that drum, dash cams, with audio, all the audio from all the channels, all the Celebrate records, from all the phones, all GPS data from all TMR2s, which the Celebrate records will pull all the GPS on personal and company phones. Yeah, I think you'll probably get what you're looking for, to a small extent. Darren, Chris has a little interesting notation in his notes. I think I've spoken about before. Up to 1,880 documents is a double of this document. There are numerous doubles of people who went to Cobequid. This is something I have noticed. I don't know if Wood has a double. Oh, sorry. Wood has 0. Jarrett does. Bent does. They black out details on 1 in terms of the bodies. I do need to clear something because it will really throw a monkey wrench into things before I can talk about it. But there's something there that you might want to look for. Something I may have been talking about, maybe buried in there. RCMP veterans defend officer. Oh yes, defend the force. Come out as a private contractor, and then, you can't kick Surrey out. No, it's just got to be. That has to be the most shameful thing. Like, their campus there in Surrey is fucking huge, and they don't even police that area anymore. They got booted out. That has to be like, oh, I can't do it. It's got to be like unbelievably shameful. Of course, they can do federal matters, and with Trudeau's secret committees in the background, they can take over any investigation they want to, municipally, any investigation period. That's a pretty scary. Those are scary little, what are they? It's a 3-member panel on one. I think it's 5 on the other, but Trudeau controls both of them. Not to turn it into a political thing, it's just whoever happens to be in the driver's seat at the time. Yes. I wonder how Cammy's doing. Breaking into gambling sites or something. What's he doing these days? Hard to be creative. Too techie for me. I only have one phone. You need Photoshop, some other Adobe type thing. See, if you know, all of this goo, you could have a fax machine, and you could have a bulletin board, and you could have a photocopier, because, you know, that's the way it used to be done. And you could put up the picture of the car, and everybody just goes into the office like they normally do, and they take a picture and they put it in the car. No need for any goo, but they like the built-in excuses. That poor sod today, really backfiring. Your meme. Delay, delay, delay. We will never forget your meme at LGC. Which meme? I'm meme? Government of the day doesn't make a difference. They're all corrupt. Yep. Where has the politicians been in the last 2 years, 2 months? Where have they been? Remember, they went into killer bees. That's what they went into. The media did too, of course, because what are they? Just, if you don't have anybody, you know, causing any problems, then you can just continue to do your bullshit in the background. God bless the 23. Good evening, everyone. Have a good evening. Scanlon with her rocks. Campbell perfected his backstabbing skills at FBI leadership. Yes, he's an interesting cat, isn't he? You'd swear Billy Boy has accent as Balin's O-Drive. Knowledgeable he is on firearms. It used to be long before made public. Of course, now they're just going to get rid of handguns because, you know, those legal handguns, they're cause of all the problems. Or maybe it's those illegal guns coming into the country. Who has knowledge of that? Maybe. Could they participate in that? Would that be possible? Oh, no. Never. Never. That's crazy talk. You described, oh, yes. Let's see. Here, I'll show you. I think I've got it somewhere. I have many things. Trying to find them is always an interesting one, though. I think I'm in the right hard drive. Oh, I hope I didn't delete it. That would be tragic. Oh, well, there's some of them. I have a lot. Toilet Twitter. Some of these things I don't even know. Oh, look at that. There's somebody who was down in Portapique that night. I haven't accessed this file for a long time. Interesting. I guess I must have had this from a long time ago. Strange. Here's some more. It's a small world. Small world. Oh, I'm sad. I'm only getting some. Yes, hopefully Linda is feeling better. Well, anyway, maybe I can come up with it. They don't like me. They haven't liked me for a long time. There was one. Oh, shit. Where was this one? This is some of the shit I used to deal with. They've been fucking with me for years. Let's see how much Twitter fucking throttles me. Is there no audio on this one? There used to be audio. I had a song that went with it. It's just fucking sad, man. This is years ago. Processing. Tweet was sent. 14 minutes, 59 seconds. Should have taken 12.2 seconds to send that tweet. Oh, and then what happens? Oh, it fucking malfunctions. Oh boy. I've been on people's radar for a while. Which actually makes me really sad. I was talking to Tara. I think I may have caused some problems. That would be unfortunate. Jessica. Why do I have Jessica in here? I guess Jessica and I go way back, eh? Too bad. Jessica. Good old Jessica. I think she banned me on one of my accounts. I didn't even ever talk to her on that account. Let's see. I don't want to lose that. Let's go to. Let me just check and see if she did. What is her tweeties? I don't think it's showing up because it's blocked.
Thank you and all Commission Council for the work and the presentations of the foundational documents today, and of course to Constable Bent for appearing. It's apparent to all of us that everyone whose lives have been touched here are also touched by terrible pain.
Why is this coming on?
We certainly acknowledge.
I don't know why that's coming on. Okay, now. Right, I wanted to find Jessica. I don't think she blocked me on my main account, but she blocked me on an account that I don't ever use except to go and find stuff. Oh, there she is. Yeah, so my main account, she doesn't block me. But then if I go to my junk account, let's see here. Paste and go. You are blocked. Really? Really? I've never even tweeted you. Why? That's just so fucking sad, man. I don't use this account except to investigate stuff. There it is there. Fucking shocking. I am not liked by certain people. What the fuck, man? Really? Come on. Come on. I did tweet her on that other account, I'm pretty sure. On my main account, I have tweeted her before. But you're going to block my junk account, a junk sock account? Come on. Sad. Hey guys, just recently joined the chat, been following closely. Good job. Hello, Illuminati. Well, welcome, welcome. Still butthurt you haven't taken her for dinner. She promises to leave her suppressed Walter Park home. Wow, Walter PPK. Where is she? What does she do again? I don't know. Sometimes she's a fashion designer. Other times she's working for FinTrack. Sometimes at CSIS. Maybe she's writing a book. She's got some great friends too. Oh, intelligentsia. Go and look. She's probably blocked your sock accounts too. What the fuck? I'm like, huh? I was looking something up. I'm like, I can't find her. Then I had to Google her one day and search. Oh, there's the address. Click on it. No, blocked. What's her Twitter? Her Twitter is. Okay, well, that one doesn't work, so I'll show you this one. What is it here? Jess. Maybe she didn't like me talking about stuff. About the her appearances at different funny times. She seems to pop up in all the oddest places. Illicit money financing terrorism. What is there a picture of? I wonder if she's friends with Tom. Anyway, all right. So thanks very much. I guess we're done for this week. I'm sure I'll have some stuff putting out, and I've got to do some next installment of Oh Dear's thing. So I need to she and I need to have a talk about something first. She hasn't blocked me, or I'll give her a follow. I never even followed her. I don't follow people. Or these people. I don't like, whatever. Fuck them, man. All right. God bless you all. God bless the 23. I'm really glad that it's getting some attention, even though I understand there's a lot of games going on in the background. They're playing pawns and stuff like that. All right. So God bless you all. God bless. Just don't ask her a question. Well, she's got a lot of knowledge on a lot of different things. God bless you all. Of course, God bless the 23. Have a great evening.